The working class concentrated in the great conurbations of Lisbon, Setúbal, and Porto, of Braga and Aveiro, but numerically weak and scattered elsewhere, met both successes and reverses in gaining specific objectives of its own. Initially, in the strike movement that preceded April 25, and was to gain such impetus after that date, the working class succeeded for a while in imposing a certain redistribution in its own favor of the total social product. It created autonomous organizations, the workers' committees, CTS, and federations of CTS, like interempresas. But no amount of wishful thinking, or of Bolshevik bravado, could circumvent the hard facts of social geography. There were vast areas of the country where a small holding peasantry, intensely property conscious, exerted an enormous weight. There was the legacy of intimidation, temporal and spiritual, by policemen and priests. And there were other facts of equal relevance. A social revolution is not just a reflex response to the iniquities and oppressions of an existing order. Such responses may bring a society crashing to its knees. They do not ensure that it is replaced by one that is qualitatively different. Such an outcome requires a vision, shared by a substantial number of people, of a totally different way of life. Did the working class of Portugal, or any substantial part of it, have such a vision? Who knows? There were certainly attempts to reduce wage differentials, to elaborate a pattern of distribution that would bypass traditional market mechanisms, to break down the barriers between intellectual and manual labor, to produce and live together according to different norms. But these were, more often than not, empirical adaptations to specific circumstances, the need to raise the miserable living standards of Cabo Verdean building workers, to dispose of the products of some self-managed factory, to solve practical problems in some shanty town, or to administer some seized latifundio. More fundamental social objectives, such as the abolition of hierarchy, of wage labor and of commodity production, were never really on the historical agenda. The proletariat, both urban and rural, was one of the driving forces of the Portuguese upheaval. Of this, there can be no doubt. But its forward surge, in the months after April 1974, was eventually broken. Piecemeal the ruling class succeeded in re-establishing their order, their discipline, their ownership of land, houses, and plant, and, through a fine admixture of coercion and co-optation, the productivity of their workers. The working class advance was broken by a combination of factors of significance to all concerned in the dynamics of revolution. Firstly, the upsurge did not take place in an economic or geographical vacuum. Portugal could not be isolated from the world market. It is a poor country. Large areas of its production are geared to world demand and it has to import many of its finished goods. None of the fundamental problems could be solved on the Portuguese arena alone. Portuguese capitalism was but a link in a vast international network, the onslaught against it was doomed to failure if confined to Portugal. The workers of Portugal remained isolated, deprived of their natural allies. During the crucial months the Spanish tinder failed to ignite. Within this general context of economic dependence and revolutionary isolation there were many specific difficulties. There was fear, induced by the harsh realities of unemployment, some of it deliberately engineered by Portuguese capitalists. During 1974-5 some 10% of the working population was constantly out of work. Life was hard. After some initial gains wages were more or less frozen, throughout a period of intense inflation, up to 18% per annum. The gross national product fell by some 24%. There was then the painful awakening from certain illusions, the illusion for instance that the working class had allies, as distinct from people who were prepared to ride it, as one would a horse, to the revolution. The relevant implications began to dawn, namely that the workers could not leave it to others, such as progressive officers or student radicals, to solve their problems for them. They began taking the appropriate measure, the creation of autonomous organizations controlled from below. But then the old enemy reappeared in a new garb. Those who used words with the same ease as the peasant his scythe or the bricklayer his trowel began to organize, to dominate, to manipulate the plenarios. There was a massive retreat from political activity, in disgust at the behavior of the leftist sects. There was the feeling of despair and impotence in relation to the enormity of the tasks to be solved. The Portuguese working class proved unable, at this moment in time, of further developing the autonomous forms of organization needed, were they even to hold what had been gained. The Leninist groups here bear a tremendous, almost a historic, responsibility. Instead of helping to develop and consolidate the new creations of the class, they did all in their power to make the movement conform to textbook models. They talked learnedly of Kerensky and Kornilov when people needed confidence in their own ability to organize textile production, to distribute and process the season's cork, to find storage facilities for rural produce being sent directly to towns. Their concerns were not felt to be genuine, and their relationship to the real movement was never sensed to be an honest one. For example, those who spoke loudest about arming the people in fact ensured that available weapons went to their own particular groups. They identified themselves with the proletariat, but the proletariat refused to return the compliment. Yet, when all is said and done, one further fact remains, enormous in its implications. In April 1975 the Portuguese people voted for the Constituent Assembly. A year later they elected an Assembly of the Republic. Even the smallest political groups participated, their message stridently proclaimed from every wall and rooftop. As far as political propaganda and access to the media are concerned, these were the two freest years in Portuguese history. The apparatus of repression was largely in disarray. The electoral campaigns were possibly more vigorous and more sustained, more varied and more vitriolic than at any other time, in any other bourgeois democracy. Parties legally put up posters advocating armed insurrection. In June 1976 a president was elected, Eanes, the law and order candidate, campaigning against states within the state, polled over 60% of the vote. It is too easy to attribute this event solely to the factors we have mentioned, important though they be. The vote also represented a yearning for stability, for a breathing space, for a predictable pattern to everyday life, for the easier option of delegated authority. It was a repudiation, hopefully temporary, of the din of discussion, of the pressure to participate, of the stress of responsibility, of the fatigue and frustration of an involvement that seemed to lead nowhere. It was the personal price one paid to escape the demand for permanent stalemate in the political and social arena outside. It is a new pattern of bourgeois recuperation. Realists will recognize it as a hallmark of the vastness of the task ahead. Several lessons can be drawn from the Portuguese experience, lessons which transcend the frontiers of Portugal. The foremost, I think, is that in future upheavals the traditional revolutionaries will prove part of the problem, not part of the solution. The Portuguese events bring irrefutable testimony to this assertion. Past revolutions faced two main dangers. They could be annihilated by those whose privileges they threatened: Paris, 1871, Germany, 1918-19, Spain, 1936, Hungary 1956. Or they could be destroyed from within, through bureaucratic degeneration, as happened to the Russian Revolution of 1917. A third alarming risk now looms on the horizon. It is the risk of genuinely radical upheavals being deviated into state capitalist channels. It is the danger that any new creation, in the realm of ideas, relationships, or institutions, will immediately be pounced upon, penetrated, colonized, manipulated, and ultimately deformed, by hordes of power-hungry professional revolutionaries, midwives of state capitalism, and all the more dangerous because draped in the red flag. These people bring with them attitudes and patterns of behavior deeply, if not always consciously, molded by Lenin's notion that the workers, left to themselves, can only develop a trade union consciousness. Their current organizational practices and their prescriptions for the future are bureaucratic to the core. Because of all the extraneous matter they drag in their historical wake and seek to inject into live situations, Like some flies their larvae into living flesh, these professional revolutionaries, Stalinists, Maoists, Trotskyists and Leninists of various kinds, succeed, between them, in polluting the very concept of independent political action. Their preoccupation with leadership destroys initiative. Their concern for the correct line discourages experiment. Their obsession with the past is a blight on the future. They create around themselves a wasteland of cynicism and disgust, of smashed hopes and disillusion, that buttresses the deepest dogma of bourgeois society, namely that ordinary people are incapable of solving their own problems, by themselves and for themselves. Atello Saraiva de Carvalho was wrong when he endorsed the anarchist jest that cozado, a local dish of boiled meats and potatoes, was the only specifically Portuguese thing to be had. There was more. The Portuguese upheaval of 1974-5 coined a new word for the political lexicon, an adjective that demoted an aspiration, the word apartidario. The literal translation is non-party. But the term reflects the longing for genuine autonomy in struggle, for an activity that is not manipulated by some cupula, political clique, or other. Another lesson, intimately linked to the first, concerns the role of the MFA, illusions which were to be rudely shattered on November 25, 1975. The left not only did nothing to dispel these illusions, it in fact constantly reinforced them. The army is a fundamental pillar of class rule, and it is dangerous nonsense to believe that it can somehow be transformed into something else, into an instrument of social change for instance. To believe that this can be brought about through gaining the leadership of certain regiments, or through the creation of rank and file committees in certain battalions is positively suicidal. In Portugal, the putschist and militarist conception of the social revolution 132 was to have dire consequences for the working class. Leninist groups are permeated through and through with Jacobin, i.e. bourgeois, notions concerning the conquest of power. 133 The citizen armies of the French Revolution may have toppled the old feudal structures, enabling the bourgeoisie to assume political power and the bourgeois mode of production, which existed before the revolution and was capable of autonomous development, to gain unfettered ascendancy. But the socialist revolution is something very different. The working class does not already have its own mode of production operating within bourgeois society. The revolution will be a protracted process of conscious social creation. Its concerns are as much the capture of the hearts and minds of ordinary people and the discarding of outmoded beliefs as the capture of some winter palace or the deposition of some feudal monarch. It neither begins nor ends with the military question. This is not to say that the ruling classes will peacefully surrender what they have. But this is another question. The Leninist groups in Portugal, given their views, failed to conduct any systematic propaganda against the MFA as such. 134 They failed to denounce the totally mystifying concept of the alliance between the MFA and the people. They equated political power with military power in the crudest possible way. Elements of the Portuguese experience fed this disastrous identification. After April 25 there was certainly an overlap between military and political apparatuses. Moreover, the lessening of autonomous working class action, an ebb tide to which the Leninists had signally contributed, created an atmosphere in which their substitutionist attitudes could further flourish. The revolutionaries placed their faith, and even what cotters they could, in Kopkin. They boasted, with a wink, of their contacts in the upper echelons of this body. In their hands the social struggle became reduced to a question of intrigues, of tactical alliances and maneuvers, of giving critical support to one lot of officers against another, to one military clique against another. Groups on the extreme left described the MFA as the of the revolution. In the words of Cohn-Bendit, they spoke of power just like everyone else does. There was nothing emptier than their description of it. They don't ask what does the conquest of social power mean? No, they don't go beyond the question of centralized, politico-military power. 135. Social power was something more difficult to grasp, and far more difficult to achieve. It was the reality of work relations, with hierarchy, in people's heads. The debacle of November 25 described with feeling and wit in Phil's narrative, left a trail of confusion and disarray. If anything is to be learned from it, we must speak bluntly. To accept the primacy of the army, i.e. of an institution molded by capitalism and permeated by capitalist values, in the Portuguese situation was doubly nefarious. It fostered reliance on others, which was bad enough. But more specifically, it fostered reliance on a body which, when the crunch came, would turn out to be on the other side. Constantly to emphasize the preponderant role of the army was tantamount to injecting deeply bourgeois ideas, submission to leaders, the centralization of power into very few hands, the abdication of the right to determine objectives or to participate in decision-making, into what was undoubtedly a movement for social change. The damage proved incalculable. Strange partners peddled this mystification. The PCP did all in its power to boost the MFA as a guarantor of democracy. It proclaimed that no country, not even the oldest democratic countries, allows open calls to desertion and agitation in the armed forces. It exerted pressure on deserters and those avoiding call-up to do their military service, like all other young Portuguese. 136 Meanwhile, the leftist groups, with their contracts and areas of influence in the middle echelons of the MFA, covered up for the early strike-breaking role of the army. Some people still talk about Portuguese particularism, about the specificity of the Portuguese situation, about Portugal being different. They still describe the MFA as having been the motor of the revolution. To do this, they have to stress the role of the unit assemblies, ADUs, and of rank-and-file organizations such as SUV, Soldiers United Will Win. This mythology must be exploded before it gains a foothold. The ADUs were created from above, in 1974, as structures for rank-and-file participation. They were to be based on a new revolutionary discipline, agreed and not imposed, and on a hierarchy of aptitudes. 137 Their concerns, however, never extended beyond the walls of the barracks. Their real implantation varied from region to region. The role of the MFA officers remained preponderant within them. Communication between ADUs remained in the hands of such officers. Even at a General Assembly of one of the Red Regiments of the Lisbon area, in December 1974, it was stressed that the function of the assembly was consultative, a function of education and information. The 5th Division, in which there was deep PCP penetration, did all it could to promote the ADUs. Its influence within the MFA reached its peak at the time of the 5th Provisional Government of Vasco Gonçalves. But this influence, which sought to make of the 5th Division a political education center for the armed forces as a whole, was not associated with any real shift of power towards the base. Attempts to increase the area of authority of the ADUs provoked an indignant statement by the Cabinet for the dynamization of the army, linked to the 5th Division. The ADUs, it was stressed, are organs for advising and supporting the command. In no way do they question the authority and the responsibility of the command in the realm of decisions. 138. At this point, a left critique of the military politics of the PCP had gained a certain hearing. It originated around officers close to the PRP, and to Kopkin, who saw in the way the PCP was alienating support an opening for their own implantation into the military apparatus, and hence into the apparatus of the state. This tendency sought a base in the social movement outside the army. The Kopkin documents of early summer 1975 reflect these aspirations. But the virtual eviction of the PCP from the government a few weeks later, and the victory of the 9 over the Gonçalvists in the military apparatus, were to lead to a PCP volte-face. It began endorsing the radical Kopkin proposals it had previously denounced. At last, some of leftists saw a chance to consummate the lust of a lifetime, to have a united front with the PCP. It was against this background that the semi-clandestine SUV groups began to emerge, real rank-and-file groups, committed to the class struggle, highly critical of the anti-democratic structures of the ADUs. But the SUV were themselves being manipulated by leftist groups in search of new tactics for the capture of state power. Their call was reactionaries, out of the barracks. This could only imply one thing: barracks, yes, but commanded by leftist officers. 139. The moment of truth arrived. On November 25 fewer than 200 commandos overcame several Red regiments armed to the teeth. Among the regiments that surrendered were those that had been most loudly proclaiming that their leaders were not only behind them but in front of them, that they were revolutionaries. The whole elaborate and mystifying setup collapsed: ATUs, soldiers' commissions, vigilance committees, SUV. All this showed itself for what it was, precisely nothing. Isolated, divided, without links with one another, without information, and above all without initiative, the rank-and-file soldiers were in a state of total dependence upon the military hierarchy, upon the progressive officers. 140 They followed orders, faithfully and confidently, orders to arm, orders to disarm, orders to defend themselves, orders to stop defending themselves, orders to remain within the barracks, orders to move out of them. Meanwhile the progressive officers, caught up in political maneuvers, tempted by political deals, one eye on possible compromises cooked up in the presidential palace, either abandoned the barracks or got themselves arrested, to avoid bloodshed. The rank-and-file soldiers were handed over in a triple shackle: political, ideological and organizational. The veil was ripped asunder. The military policy of all the leftist groups was revealed for what it was: a pathetic faith in what the attitude of the progressive officers would be when confronted with a choice. One of the RAL 1, 1st Light Infantry Regiment, soldiers put it very simply: on November 25 we suddenly had the impression that there was no command, nothing. Progressively we felt we were entirely alone. 141 After months on a Leninist diet, to be suddenly without left leaders spelled starvation. After a year of agitation in the army, the rank-and-file groups never played any important role. They never achieved the least control over the functioning of the military machine. On the contrary, they ended up reinforcing the lack of initiative of the soldiers, their belief in the good army, the army of progressive officers. 142. It takes no great effort to see the similarity between the military policies of the left in Portugal and their attitudes to such matters as Parliament and the trade unions elsewhere. In each instance they propose to the revolutionary movement to fight on the territory, and with the weapons, of the class enemy. And then they seem surprised that they are defeated, or that, if victorious, the fruits of their victory prove rather different from what they had expected. A final byproduct of the Portuguese events, bizarre this time, rather than sinister, was the appearance of a new political hybrid, the Social Democratic Maoist. Throughout the Portuguese upheaval their hatred of the social fascists of the PCP drove the MRPP into some very strange political alliances. They welcomed the bombings of the PCP headquarters in the summer of 1975 as evidence of popular justice against the revisionists. In the trade union field they concluded a whole series of electoral alliances with the PS and PPD 143, and even with CDs 144, aimed at diminishing the influence of the PCP. They reproached the victorious officers of November 25 with being too indulgent in relation to the principal enemy, social fascism. In fact they welcomed the coup. The situation is excellent, they claimed in December 1975. Revisionism is being increasingly unmasked. 145 In the presidential elections of June 1976 the MRPP even urged their supporters to vote for Eanes, the PS-backed law and order candidate. The telling critiques which the MRPP made of the PRPBR, Revolutionary Proletarian Party, Revolutionary Brigades, whose setting up of workers' councils the MRPP accurately described as providing a mass basis for Kopken, will soon be forgotten when the MRPP itself is seen to have provided a similar basis for the PS or for the Nine. But then, for all its verbal leftism and denunciations of the MFA, does not the MRPP itself propose a democratic and popular revolution, made not only by workers and peasants but by other revolutionary sectors of society, such as small and medium shopkeepers, small and medium farmers, small and medium industrialists, etc. 146. The book deals clearly, concretely, and honestly with the problems and limitations of self-management, attempted in a capitalist context. To take over a factory or farm abandoned by their owners is a natural enough reaction of workers seeking to maintain a living in an environment they know. But the capitalist market immediately obtrudes. Outlets have to be found for the goods produced. The relation of the self-managed enterprise to the outside world remains all-pervading. Disposing of stocks, or even of capital equipment, to pay oneself wages is no lasting solution. The need to sell one's labor power, with all that this entails, persists, unrelenting. In Portugal, the price paid for the enhanced internal democracy of certain workshops or farms was often a lengthening of the working day, or an intensification of the labor process to allow the self-managed unit to remain economically viable. In this sense, islands of self-management became islands of capitalist recuperation. In Maurice I saw a self-managed textile factory, its walls plastered with extracts from Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts. The workers don't need to be told that this is self-managed alienation. They live it daily, in their flesh. But what is the real, practical, immediate alternative? Is it communist production? Is it the scrap heap of capitalist unemployment? Or is it something else, something variable, something created anew, every day, in 1,000 different workplaces, molded by the differing relation of forces there? No generalization can cover all that was created, the full variety of the experience or the bitterness engendered by failure. Whatever the concrete forms evolved, the essential, as always, is to avoid telling lies, to avoid mystifying both oneself and others. All this of course had little to do with the cardinal relationship of self-management to socialism. Some speak today as if the Portuguese experience in some sense invalidated this relationship, as if it proved that self-management had nothing to do with socialism, as if all talk of self-management was the ultimate recuperative plot of Machiavellian capitalism. The confusion, where it is not deliberate, and therefore dishonest, shows a pathetic conceptual poverty. That, under capitalism, self-management may become a potent means of capitalist recuperation is undoubted. But what has this to do with the question of whether self-management is the essential institutional, not economic, but institutional, framework of socialist society? One can certainly conceive of self-management without socialism. But can one imagine any socialism worth living under without self-managed individuals, collectivities, and institutions? Those can visualize such a society should let us share their vision. But they should seek to make it as explicit as possible. Who, if not those directly involved, would have the greatest say in the fundamental decisions? And how would such a non-self-managed socialist society differ from all the monstrous societies we see around us today, societies in which minorities take all the fundamental decisions and, through their access to information and power, perpetuate their own privileges? To an outsider there was much that was very specifically Portuguese in the Portuguese upsurge. The will to dare the unknown, to disregard the advice of experts, to take history and reality by the scruff of the neck, all that is summed up in the term Sebastianismo 147, was very evident in the early months. Without batting an eyelid at the enormity of what they were attempting, young revolutionaries, and older ones, talk seriously of a direct transition from fascism to libertarian communism. They acted as if a belief in miracles could drive people to attempt, and, who knows, perhaps even to achieve, the impossible. Like all radical endeavors in history, the upsurge was a joyful affair, at least to start with. An immensely popular song, after April 25, was entitled Gaivota, the Seagull. Poster wit, although perhaps never achieving the insights of May 1968 in France, nevertheless developed into a telling instrument of social critique. The anarchists ensured that it was used as often against the left as against more obvious targets. With the joy went a very Portuguese toughness. The fado persisted, not as an embodiment of despair and resignation, as claimed by the superficial sociologists of song, but as a down-to-earth and uncompromising statement of the life of the poor. I recall a letter Phil once wrote me. He was entering the Alentejo. The tiny hills begin to roll across the flat countryside. Crouched eucalyptus trees hide in the barren dales. Here is a land of tradition, of rich struggles against elements and landowners alike, a land of wine, olives, and music, of everyday survival, difficult to penetrate except by those who care for it. It is as if the stunted growth of the trees said all that needed to be said about hardship, abandonment, work, about the constant fight against a poor and unyielding soil on which live giant women and monstrous men. But however ungrateful the land, the spirit was never crippled. Although not songs of revolt, the Fathus testify to this indestructibility of those oppressed, to this deep unity of man and nature. Romany roots endow some songs with a fierce pride, with a scorn for what the bourgeois will think or say, enabling them boldly to deal with such themes as women's right to sexual pleasure. No sentimentality, no soothing syrup. Love may mean pain, but is worth it? No neurotic trendiness. Just things as they are. Is not this the raw material of which revolution will be made? Other features too had their roots in history. As their documents show, the MFA was probably one of the most articulate and prolific group of soldiers the world has ever produced. In this they reflected the intellectualismo of the Portuguese elite. Intellectuality would be an inadequate translation. The term, as I was repeatedly told in Portugal, really denotes something else, a concern with speaking rather than with the core of things. Its loci are the cafés, not the cloisters of Coimbra. Eca de Queiroz, the Aveiro novelist of the end of the 19th century, grasped this and made of it the kernel of some of his most scathing satires. His second Farpa, published in 1871, could have been written in the summer of 1975, a lampoon of later Leninist sects rather than of the bourgeois parties of his day. There are 4 political parties in Portugal: the Historical Party, the Regenerating Party, the Reformist Party and the Constitutional Party. There are, of course, others, more anonymous, only known to a few families. The 4 official parties, with newspapers and headquarters, are in perpetual and irreconcilable antagonism, always fighting amongst themselves in their leading articles. They have tried to restore peace, to unify. Impossible. The only thing they have in common is the ground of the Chiado, on which they all tread, and the arcade which shelters them. All 4 are Catholic. All 4 are centralizing. All 4 have the same yearning for order. All 4 want progress and cite the case of Belgium. The conflagration is immense. 40 years before the French Revolution, Sebastião José de Carvalho e Melo, first Marquis of Pombal, had declared war on clerical reaction and obscurantism, disbanded monasteries and convents and expelled the Jesuits from Portugal. The Revolution of 1910 gave a new impetus to his ideas. But the Salazar regime made peace with the Church and the Jesuits crept back. One morning, not long after Salazar had effected this reconciliation, people passing Pombal's huge statue at the top of Lisbon's Avenida da Liberdade, were delighted to read, in enormous letters of black pitch, all shiny on the white marble, the following inscription: Vem ca baixo, Marcus. Porque eles estão ca outra vez. Come down, Marquis. Because they're back again. 148. Today the old faces are creeping out once more. The gains of the early months are being whittled away piecemeal. The owners are reappearing, sometimes as managers. One would like to urge the spirit of 1974-5 to descend from its reified pedestal and help sweep the rubbish away. Who knows when it will move again? For the moment things are fairly quiet. But even the widespread disillusion has a certain Portuguese tinge to it. The early revolutionary innocence may have been lost. But the faintly amused nostalgia the Portuguese call saudade prevents sad sophistication degenerating into pure cynicism. An impossible revolution? Yes, some will argue. Impossible within the confines of Portugal. Impossible because no island of libertarian communism can exist in a sea of capitalist production and of capitalist consciousness. Impossible because the upsurge was rooted, as in concrete, in the underdevelopment of Portuguese society as a whole. Impossible, given the social composition of modern Portugal, the weight of the northern, small-holding peasantry, the influence of the church, the erosive and demobilizing effects of chronic poverty and unemployment. Impossible, finally, it is claimed, because state capitalism, not socialism, was objectively on the historical agenda, and because of the state capitalist mentality of the socialist revolutionaries. But men and women have always dreamed impossible dreams. They have repeatedly sought to storm heaven in the search for what they felt to be right. Again and again they have struggled for objectives difficult to attain, but which they sense to embody their needs and desires. It is this capacity which makes of human beings the potential subjects of history, instead of its perpetual objects. This is why a study of the Portuguese events of 1974-5 is relevant to modern revolutionaries. How should revolutionary libertarians have reacted to the Portuguese events? To have sat at home, dismissing the revolution as impossible, was out of question. Should they, to paraphrase Lenin, have started struggling before anyone else, and not ceased struggling until after everyone else had? 149 Struggling can be as meaningful, or meaningless, as any other activity. It depends on the ends being fought for, and on the means being used. The revolutionary libertarian seeks to convince working people of their ability to organize and manage their own affairs, to foster a critical spirit towards external groups claiming to be on their side, including his or her own, and to expose the illusions spread by such, mainly Leninist, groups. This is a constant, everyday task which the libertarian revolutionary sees as his or her main concern. Perhaps in Portugal the opportunity for revolution has receded for the time being, but this role of the revolutionary never ceases, and has certainly not ceased in Portugal. Soon, in Spain, the Stalinists will be dusting down the living corpse of La Pasionaria, a far more potent symbol of resistance than Álvaro Cunhal. The illusionists will be at work again, having learned nothing from the experience of Portugal, and living on the battle cries of 1936. Words such as possible and impossible have an historical dimension as well as an immediate one. What is impossible today may become feasible tomorrow. Moreover, it may become feasible because of today's unsuccessful endeavors. To declare a revolution impossible is to pass a verdict on a process, as if it were an isolated event. It is to deny to those indicted the right to be judged by posterity. There are fruitful defeats in history as well as sterile victories. The Paris Commune defeat of 1871 was in the minds of the Russian revolutionaries of 1917. The events of Kronstadt, 1921, or of Hungary, 1956, still evoke echoes. They help mold revolutionary libertarian attitudes that are very much part of current thinking. But there is more. Preconceived ideas are not just ideological straitjackets. To declare a revolution impossible may, under certain circumstances, contribute to obstructing it. The masses in action are always more revolutionary than the most revolutionary of the revolutionary organizations. The reasons are obvious. The revolutionary organizations are wedded to past models, usually 1917. The masses want to create the future. Some people see history as a railway line, leading to a predetermined goal. They see the action of classes as just generating the steam which will enable great men, or great parties, the drivers of the locomotives of history, to use Stalin's monstrous phrase, to take charge of events. This is a prescription for bourgeois practices, for it legitimizes the power, both today and tomorrow, of those who think they know the track, and of those who think they can handle the engine. No goal, certainly no political goal, can be defined as clearly as this. Material conditions, including cultural conditions, influence what is feasible and what is not. But they do not determine it, in any univocal sense. There is seldom, if ever, only one way of solving the problems created by a given pattern of economical or social organization. History shows how quite different forms of living, and quite different constellations of belief, proved possible on the basis of fairly similar technological infrastructures. Be realistic, demand the impossible, The Walls of Paris proclaimed in May 1968. The words had a significance that went far deeper than their ability to startle. The first echoes were heard in Portugal. Where life pulsates, there is expectation. Sooner or later struggle breaks down the obstacles to the fulfillment of one's needs. Who knows where and in what form, the subterranean stream of human hope will next surge to the surface. Solidarity Book, 1977. 32. Introduction to Paul Cardan, Redefining Revolution. If, contrary to all probabilities, the October Revolution fails during the course of the present war, or immediately thereafter, to find its continuation in any of the advanced countries, and if, on the contrary, the proletariat is thrown back everywhere and on all fronts, then we should doubtless have to pose the question of revising our conception of the present epoch and its driving forces. In that case it would be a question not of slapping a copybook label on the USSR or the Stalinist gang but of re-evaluating the world historical perspective for the next decades if not centuries. 150. The October Revolution did not find its continuation in any of the advanced countries in the aftermath of World War II. Yet nowhere was the necessary re-evaluation of Marxism attempted, least of all by the Trotskyists. This re-evaluation is today imperative, for a number of reasons. Marxist ideas have influenced the birth and molded the shape of new societies all over the world. All have been ruthlessly exploitative societies, geared to the development of the productive forces, on the basis of intensive primitive accumulation and of the centralization of the means of production in the hands of state bureaucracies. What needs to be challenged are the very roots of the ideology and of the philosophy which inspired their creation. We consider Marxism inadequate, not only as a system of ideas capable of leading to libertarian revolutionary action, but also as a method. A method deals with a number of categories, seeking to relate them in a specified way to one another. But if these categories are themselves the products of historical development, it is obvious that at some stage revolutionaries will have to go beyond them, if only to grasp the new reality, the better to change it. At some stage we will have to choose between developing further as revolutionaries, and remaining Marxists. The very concept of scientific socialism must be challenged if one is to understand human relationships. It is not true that active social forces work exactly like natural forces. 151 Social development cannot be brought down to the level of a chemical reaction. In a chemical reaction there is no element of choice. There is a choice wherever people are concerned. The water in a kettle cannot choose not to boil when the kettle is placed on the fire. Workers can choose not to strike, even when under pressure. And socialism is about people. A sophisticated Marxist, Anton Pannekoek, was led very far by this idea of scientific socialism. 152 He believed that one could determine laws of human evolution, in the same way that one could study the laws of gravitation. Pannekoek was himself an astronomer. He arrived at the conclusion that man was the summit of the evolution of animal species, the chosen animal so to speak, gifted with ideal abilities. Human evolution was inevitable. Man himself was no accident. Man was bound to be the perfect animal, destined to dominate the world. He could develop no ethic other than one of domination. With the rise of capitalism, natural and social science became a new type of religion, scientism. Two of scientism's greatest proponents were Darwin and Marx. 153 Pannekoek was one of the latter-day priests. It does not follow that one must reject everything that Darwin or Marx said. On the contrary, we would not think and act the way we do if they had not made important contributions to the development of human thought. But we must now try and go beyond them. There is no such thing as a system of laws that will always explain all we know of natural history and of the physical world. Even less is there a system that can explain all of social history. Many people, however, on the left and elsewhere, are still addicted to this idea of a complete system, containing all the answers. It is part of a character structure, itself manifested in the particular ideas taken up. Modern society is geared towards crushing any attempt at self-activity and at autonomous thinking. We are always encouraged to rely on others to choose and decide for us, and to provide the answers to all our problems. Many people, especially among the young, are deeply disillusioned with the values of this society. Yet a number of them join Marxist organizations or become Jesus freaks or adepts of some guru. This is not so surprising, considering the fact that in all of these outfits all the answers are provided. The disciples are relieved of the need to decide or choose for themselves. The party line, or the word of the master, does it for them. They are no longer burdened by the responsibilities of decisions to be made. A deep feeling of insecurity attracts people like a magnet towards any closed system of ideas which will relieve them from anxiety in the face of the unknown. For many people the most frightful and distressing thing is not knowing the future. The following essay, first published in Socialisme ou Barbarie, number 34, in 1964, does not provide yet another blueprint for ideological or emotional security. Quite the opposite. Nor is it intended to be the theoretical Bible of solidarity. Many will find differences, even contradictions, with some of the author's earlier writings. They will be right. The author himself was at one time a Trotskyist. People evolve, change, develop new ideas. Only fossilized dogmatists can pride themselves on not having changed their ideas for the last 30 or 40 years. We publish this pamphlet not because we agree with every word in it but because we think it a stimulating and fruitful contribution to the development of revolutionary theory. The text aims to uncover new problems. It asks many new questions and is not concerned with salvaging old answers. Solidarity Pamphlet 44 1974. 33. Introduction to Cornelius Castoriadis, History as Creation. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, and all that is holy is profaned. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Manifesto of the Communist Party, 1848. These words are even truer today than when they were written 130 years ago. In the 19th century the idea of progress was self-evident, the body of scientific knowledge grew and rapidly became incorporated into the fabric of expanding capitalism. In the 1890s some physicists even predicted that all there was to know about the universe would soon be within their grasp. The figure of 20 years was bandied about. Great unifying theories were being thrown up: Clerk Maxwell's electromagnetic theory, the universal theory of gravitation, Mendeleev's periodic table of elements, Darwin's theory of the origin of species through natural selection. The great intellectual edifice of 19th-century science was an imposing counterpoint to the remorseless surge of the Industrial Revolution, which during this period was changing the face of Europe. Technology seemed omnipotent. The bourgeoisie had dethroned God and instituted the realm of reason. It believed that everything was inherently rational, determinable, quantifiable. It had to be, in order to bought and sold. This was the science that the founders of scientific socialism had sucked into their bones, the science of elegant universalism, of cosmological laws to which there were no exceptions, of systems that would encompass the whole of reality in their net. The very structure of this kind of thinking reflected the confident ambitions of a capitalism in full development. In the air was the promise that life itself would soon be amenable to the same mathematical manipulations that had successfully predicted the motions of the stars, the combination of atoms and the propagation of light. It is scarcely surprising that, as an offshoot or extension of bourgeois objectivist rationalism, a grand theory of history and social change, namely Marxism, was also to emerge, based on the methodological premises and impregnated with the scientific euphoria of the 19th century. This particular setting provided both the bricks and mortar for such a theory, largely predetermining even what were to be its dominant categories. The economy seemed the obvious basis of all social relations, and was solemnly theorized as such. The techniques of capitalist production were consecrated as scientifically inevitable, although criticism was levied at how the product was distributed. Capitalist models of organization and efficiency were imported into the radical movement. Under the guise of revolutionary theory, an ideology was born and was to develop, the ideology of a bureaucracy whose ascendancy was still in the future. Bourgeois historians were by no means immune from this movement. They started asserting that their subject was a science, no less and no more 154, and as such they were necessarily obliged to meet the scientific demand for completeness and certainty. 155 as E.P. Cheney succinctly put it, history, the great course of human affairs, has been the result not of voluntary action on the part of individuals or groups of individuals, much less of chance, but has been subject to law. 156 The task of the historian was no longer even to attempt to discover what actually happened 157 but rather to discover those laws. Science, however, did not stop in the 19th century. Since the turn of the century it has undergone a series of major revolutions. Its texture and content are radically different today from what they were a few decades ago. The uncertainty principle seems here to stay. The effects of the observer on the thing observed are noted in field after field. The interreactions of systems are now a topic for study, rather than predictions concerning the position or behavior of the individual components. The non-hierarchical units of ecological systems are more relevant to us today than studies of linear progressions leading from simple to more complex unicellular organisms, from these to multicellular forms of life, and from the latter right up to the summits of biological evolution inhabited by humankind. Scientific insights today both reflect deep changes in prevailing philosophy and help further to deepen them. Apart, it would appear, from revolutionary theory, everything today is up for re-examination. Additional knowledge is no longer automatically equated with progress. 158 Scientists are increasingly questioning the methods and structure of science, its rigid separation of the subjective from the objective, its equation of technology with advance, not to mention the way it misuses knowledge. But the advocates of scientific socialism spare themselves these doubts. They ignore this process of self-questioning. The science of their scientific socialism seems immune from the crisis of science as a whole. Many such people start striving to change the course of history only after becoming convinced that the direction of history is independent of their will. They see history as a train running along a track, an analogy drawn, oh, so tellingly and revealingly, from the Industrial Revolution. Some would prefer a freer metaphor, perhaps that of a torrent, at times a flood, at times a trickle, earthbound certainly by the laws of gravity, but within those limits able to circumvent or remove obstacles, and certainly capable, when necessary, of shaping its own bed and even changing it. But this metaphor too, basing itself as it does on the phenomena of natural science, bears the imprint, and has all the limitations, of a period. Objections to Marxism, at a coherently argued level, usually come from two main sources, from downright reactionaries defending the existing order, or from the methodological nitpickers of the academic establishment, more concerned with point scoring, or with public display of their erudition, than with a genuine understanding of the world around them. It is rare today to find a philosophical critique of Marx coming from those who, like him, seek radically to transform society. A thought-out critique that is both libertarian and revolutionary, and that moreover identifies Marxism as a useful philosophy for the bureaucracy, is rarer still. The need for such an approach is now obvious. Revolutionaries must challenge the dominant ideology, in whatever guise it may present itself. If Marxism now provides the philosophical cornerstone of new hierarchical and exploitative regimes, it is a relevant target for us. Philosophical ideas and assumptions are as much part of what holds these new societies together as are institutional violence, policemen and, ultimately, the armed forces of the state. A challenge of this kind is a legitimate endeavor. The seeds of new social orders always sprout, as philosophical assumptions, long before the revolution. The revolutionary bureaucrat, incidentally, also appears before the revolution. Philosophical ideas contribute to the intellectual climate which helps shape societies. The Enlightenment preceded the French Revolution. The bourgeoisie won its philosophical battles against the aristocracy and the clergy long before it secured its own political ascendancy. Bourgeois society is today in crisis. In the wings are the Marxists, the ideologues of the bureaucracy. Marxist assumptions today permeate the thinking of those who see themselves as the midwives of new societies. There are plenty of examples of what these assumptions are tending to produce, and have in fact already produced. We refuse to believe that these creations are all historical accidents. No society can be that accident-prone. Our century is littered with revolutions which gave birth to authoritarian and repressive regimes, officially upholding Marx's ideas, even teaching them in schools and universities. These regimes are obsessed with such notions as scientific socialism and the unfettered development of the productive forces. Many have by and large achieved such demands of the Communist Manifesto, 1848, as the centralization of credit or the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. The extension of factories and instruments of production, owned by the same state, is nowadays taken for granted by all progressive regimes. But the future is not settled. The libertarian revolution is not a utopian project. In this perspective, the unseating of authority, especially of so-called revolutionary authority, is an act of liberation. For objectivist rationalism applied to history is tantamount to purging history of all that is creative and alive, and therefore unpredictable, within it. Genuine creation is the act of producing that which is not totally implicit in the previous state of affairs. Such creation plays a major role in history. By its very nature it defies the dictates of predetermination. For those who see history as the unfurling of a dialectical process which leads inevitably forward towards a particular brand of socialism, or which grants history, as sole alternative, the right to stagnate in capitalist barbarism, there is no real history. There are just mechanisms. There is no more history in such an outlook than there is in a chemical reaction, however explosive, produced by mixing ingredients of known composition, with known properties, in the appropriate proportions, and in the right sequence. What areas of choice does history offer us? If there are none, are we merely acting out a drama scripted by him, her, it or they? Whether the agency be the bearded god of the Christians, the imageless god of the Judeo-Muslims, the mother goddess of early civilizations 159 Hegel's Logos, or the unfurling of the materialist dialectic, leading to the inevitable emergence of the communist humanity, matters little in this respect. Can rationalism, the ratio of all we have already known, as Blake once put it, fully forecast the creations we have yet to make? If it can, there is nothing original in anything we do. If it cannot, then the power of rationalism has certain inherent limitations. If a scientific theory of history can predict history, there is no such thing as genuine choice. If it cannot, then scientific interpretations of the past are subject to the same limitations as similar prediction of the future. Castoriadis' critique of rationalism does not throw reason out of the window. It merely challenges its omnipotence and seeks to define its limits. Nor does his critique of objectivism deny that phenomena exist independently of the human mind. It merely stresses that the human mind molds what it perceives, endowing it with signification. At the level of natural phenomena, new interpretations lead to new exploration. At the level of social phenomena, the human mind shapes new attitudes, new roles, and eventually new institutions. The critique of what Marx himself, in the German ideology, was to call the tyranny of concepts is deeply subversive. The struggle against all that is now forces revolutionaries to rethink issues long considered settled, rescuing in the process the term praxis, creative and self-transforming activity, from its widespread confusion with practice, the application of rationality to concrete tasks. Against this background, it is not really surprising that the philosophical ideas of Karl Marx should be deemed ripe for re-examination. This critique of fixed, fast-frozen relations is, after all, only an aspect of the intellectual climate of our time. Solidarity Pamphlet 54, July 1978. 34. Suddenly this summer. For those who see themselves as revolutionaries, two attitudes are possible to the events of the Polish summer. The first seeks to minimize their significance. It points out that there is nothing very radical in the demand for free trade unions 160, particularly when voiced by nationalist reformists, and religious ones to boot. The demand is dismissed as a gigantic diversion, fraught with all the dangers inherent in illusory projects. Rooted knee-deep in their analysis of the past, people who hold such views will argue that the trade unions are no solution to the problems of the working class. The unions, by their very essence, i.e. independently of time and place, are organs of class collaboration and prisons for the proletariat. Free trade unions, such people would stress, will readily be recuperated by the Polish state. Such an attitude, for it is attitude as much as a reasoning, reminds one of Marx's initial timidity in relation to the Paris Commune, and of Lenin's initial myopia in relation to the Soviets of 1905. Such an approach contains some seeds of abstract truth. A union is indeed just a broker of labor power, under any circumstances. But it also shows great poverty of imagination and a total absence of feeling for living reality. It fails to grasp all that is new in the Polish experience. It seeks, instead, to interpret this experience in the categories of the past. It doesn't feel revolution as a creative act, as a conclusion that exceeds the premises, as the entry of thousands of people onto territory uncharted on anyone's political atlas. Not to sense all this shows the chasm between old-time revolutionaries, whose thinking is always rooted in past revolutions, and people in action, who are always seeking to make the next one. The second attitude to the Polish events would say, forget the words, trade unions, and look at the content, autonomous self-managed organizations, controlled from below, and involving all areas of social life. It would stress the specific geographical, historical, and cultural contexts in which these demands were now being voiced, societies in which every area of autonomy had been ruthlessly colonized, societies in which the party leaderships believed they had already achieved their objective, the social atomization of the population. The Polish Summer, in this perspective, would be seen as the first mass movement of a self-conscious working class against the institutional legacies of Leninism, i.e. against societies in which unions were conceived of as transmission belts between the party and the masses. The Gdansk strike would be an example of a tremendous upsurge of the class for itself, as Marx would have said, and the action in question would be the repudiation of Marxist-Leninist objectives, even by the generations which the Marxist Party had itself brought up. In this approach the whole focus shifts away from weeping about the crucifixes or sniggering about the carnations. 161 Central to it would be Vales's statements that, in the new organizations, delegates would not be separated from those they represented, and would in fact remain at work, at least part of the time, that the organizations would seek to break down the barriers between intellectual and manual labor, that representatives would receive working men's wages or even less, liberation. September 13, 1980, that the journals of the new unions would publish whatever they wanted, whether anyone liked it or not, Guardian, September 1. A sympathetic, not sentimental, approach would emphasize the almost unbelievable capacity for organization and coordination shown by the strikers, which rendered the task of the state power infinitely more difficult. It would admire their practical skill, rather than denounce them for some of the things they have been compelled, tongue-in-cheek, to say. The Polish Summer is a challenge, at all levels, to the dominant ideology in Eastern Europe. As such it is sure to have enormous repercussions. It questions the basic doctrinal postulates which underpin these societies. These are seldom honestly stated. They are that the main demands outlined in the Communist Manifesto, to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, somehow ensure the socialist nature of the regimes that follow. They ensure no such thing, even when dished up with the sauce tartar, the rule of the vanguard party. If revolutionaries are unaware of the challenge posed by any autonomous organization, trade union or flying university or what have you, Russia's rulers certainly aren't. Islands of autonomy, in societies such as theirs, are potential bases of dual power. The dike of the official lie once breached, a whole ocean of people just seeking the truth could come pouring through. How else can we explain Russia's desperate attempt to circumscribe the focus of infection, the omission of all serious reference to the Polish events in their own press, the sudden disappearance of even Euro-communist journals from their libraries and reading rooms, their talk of dividing socialism from within, the Times, September 29, and their constant calls for the restoration of a democracy which conforms to Leninist norms. For Poland's rulers things are even more bleak. We note the frightened statement of a leading Polish party member, Observer, August 24, that the opposition is now inside the working class. Comrade, it is even worse than that. After the events of 1970, the workers can no longer be conned by reshuffling your party leadership. They have understood that confidence, like matches, can only be used once. The main opposition to Leninism, in Poland, is not just inside the working class. It is the working class, and what spells your doom is that the workers know it. The situation is fraught with danger and ambiguities. Our admiration is not an admiration of voyeurs, and our support is not uncritical. But the things that worry us are not those that worry the crypto-Stalinists, or those who like their revolutions pure. Jan Litinsky, the editor of Robotnik, describes, Liberation, September 9, a visit to the miners of Wajbrzyć. The men would come to the founding committee of the Union as to a new power, of which they expected both instructions and protection. Having lived for 35 years in a totalitarian state, it was hard to learn that one could defend oneself without seeking refuge behind authority. Here lies the main danger. Here, and in an excessive reliance on their new charismatic leaders who may turn out to have feet of clay. To be radical, according to Litinsky, is to work to change all that. Polish workers are already deserting the official unions in their hundreds of thousands. They are joining the Solidarity Network. The old unions were indeed transmission belts, to the comfortable corridors of power. To join the new organizations, on the other hand, is to be catapulted in the opposite direction, to the very front line of contestation and political strife. It is quite naive to believe that the new unions will somehow be able to avoid finding political answers to the political onslaught that is sure to be launched against them. How seriously, in the last analysis, do we take the prescription that the emancipation of the working class is the task of the workers themselves? Is it just rhetoric? Or do we really mean it? And if we mean it, why can't the class be granted the autonomy to choose its means, as well as its ends, and to label them as it wishes? Solidarity Supplement on Summer in Gdansk, in Solidarity, for Social Revolution, 14, October, November 1980. 160. It is worth pointing out that this label was devised by sections of the media in the West. The demand of the Gdansk MKS, Interfactory Strike Committee, was for independent, self-managed unions. The term free trade unions is a crude attempt at preemptive recuperation. It quite strongly conveys associations, if only of the verbal kind, with the free world, the free enterprise system, Radio Free Europe, etc. The MKS, and the Polish Solidarność movement which has grown out of it, has repeatedly stated that it is not seeking the restoration of the means of production to private ownership. Of all the papers in the West, only Le Monde has correctly conveyed the full nuances of what the Polish workers are trying to create, de syndicates independents et autojuries. To translate this as self-governing unions, as the Times and the Guardian have intermittently done, is also misleading. Countries, or institutions, may be self-governing, jealous of their frontiers, extremely autocratic. It all depends on who the governors are. Self-managed, on the other hand, implies that the locus of power is at the base. And it doesn't preclude even very close association with similarly structured bodies. 161. And, even here, the new approach would be both more charitable and more open. It would remember that Anna Walentinois, who had worked all her life in the shipyard, initially as a welder, later as a crane driver, first got into trouble with the authorities when she organized, not a strike over wages, but a collection among her workmates to put flowers on the graves of her fellow workers shot down 10 years earlier. Such apparently trifling episodes should teach us more modesty in seeking to understand what drives human beings to action, and to unravel the strange matrices of identity in which such autonomous action is now embedded. 38. Castoriadis's Economics Revisited. Modern Capitalism and Revolution by Cornelius Castoriadis, Paul Cardan, was drafted in 1959, published by Solidarity in 1965 and issued in a second edition in 1974, bearing a new introduction by the author in which he declined to make any significant alterations to his original conclusions. In that introduction, Castoriadis listed 6 assertions from the original text as having been central to the analysis presented, and which he considered remain totally vindicated by events up to 1974. These were: 1. That the standard of living of the working class would rise and continue to rise. 2. That permanent unemployment did not anymore, and would not in the future, have the numerical significance it had previously had in the history of capitalism. 3. That the capitalist state had become able to control the level of overall economic activity and to prevent major crises of overproduction. 4. That the absence of political activity by the masses, privatization, would form the central problem confronting the action of revolutionaries during the coming period. 5. That new attitudes on the part of youth expressed a total rejection of the system by the young, and that this signified that established society was becoming unable to breed a new generation which would reproduce the existing state of affairs. 6. That the revolutionary movement could no longer treat as relevant the narrow economic and political issues and ought to be concerned first of all with the questions men and women face in their real everyday life, i.e. there existed a crisis of the whole social fabric. Of these assertions, numbers 1, 2, and 3 appear to have been proven wrong. There is most definitely an economic crisis of global proportions, the consequences of which include the driving down of working-class living standards both in the Third World, and a similar pattern of rising unemployment which in global terms probably greatly exceeds the experience of previous world crises. The ruling classes do not appear to be in control, and the signs are of a turn to the classical solution, World War. What remains astonishing, however, is the extent to which assertion 4 continues to hold true. While Marxists point to the economic crises and chant "I told you so," they can take little comfort from the continuing refusal of the working class to show serious evidence of the classical predicted response. For the present period, the fundamental problem is the absence of generalized working class political activity. On the obverse side, it is also evident that there is a marked lack of enthusiasm for ruling class propaganda. The Falklands spirit failed to catch fire despite a barrage of continuing media coverage, and the sight of Reagan lighting candles for the polls evinces disgust. The tragedy of all this, from which no one can derive any comfort, is that it evidences the extent to which bureaucratic capitalism has demoralized and desensitized the mass of the people into a state of apathetic negativity. There are exceptions, which relate to assertions 5 and 6 above. It is still true that the young have presented a permanent problem of socialization to their parent societies in ways not previously experienced, and the youth unemployment has done nothing to help. But it is equally true that this has not assumed anything like revolutionary consciousness. For the most part it remains alienated, isolated, sporadic, easily recuperated and contained into environments where it can be exploited and policed. The problem has been put into the ghetto where it assumes the character of an eyesore, and no more. It is equally true that questions have been asked by a wide range of people on a wide range of issues cutting into the most intimate corners of everyday life. It is also evident, however, that this has posed absolutely no threat to the status quo, no fundamental challenge to any institution or part of the capitalist social fabric, beyond what could be absorbed through reform and a moderate cultural shift. What did filter through has taken a backseat to personal economic survival. Beyond these examples, unless one pins widely optimistic hopes on a movement isolated in Poland and swamped by nationalist and religious ideology, or on isolated resistance by steel workers in France, Belgium, and England bent on stealing each other's jobs, or as some do on the re-emergence of a mass peace movement in Western Europe, there is not much sign of life. On balance, what is left of Castoriadis's 6 assertions? When a theory is disproved by the facts, or has to face facts which it did not and could not predict, or which it cannot interpret, it is well known that it can always be rescued, through resort to additional hypotheses, provided the sum total of the hypotheses remains logically consistent. This might work up to a point. But beyond that, the heaping of hypotheses upon hypotheses is nearly always the sign that a theory is dead. 162. In fact, even using this hard test set by Castoriadis for Marxism to his own work, the core of his theory remains intact. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism still remains in the necessity for capitalism on the one hand to reduce workers to simple executors of tasks, and on the other, in the impossibility for it to continue to function if it succeeds in so doing. Capitalism needs to achieve mutually incompatible objectives, the participation and the exclusion of the worker in production, as of all citizens in relation to politics. This is the real contradiction of contemporary society and the ultimate source of its crises. The present world economic crisis, in its origins, its development, and its consequences, is a continuation of that struggle. Far from being a refutation of Castoriadis's theories, it is their complete vindication, since in his theories economic crisis does not fuel class struggle but rather it is class struggle which fuels the economic crisis. We are not witnessing a mystical conjuncture in an uncomputable combination of falling rates of profit, long waves, short waves, and medium waves, etc. We are witnessing the failure of the ruling class to attain its prime social objectives. The only mystery is what happens next. Solidarity, N.S. I. 3, 1983. Paris, May 1968. Introduction. This is an eyewitness account of 2 weeks spent in Paris during May 1968. It is what one person saw, heard, or discovered during that short period. The account has no pretense at comprehensiveness. It has been written and produced in haste, its purpose being to inform rather than to analyze, and to inform quickly. The French events have a significance that extends far beyond the frontiers of modern France. They will leave their mark on the history of the second half of the 20th century. French bourgeois society has just been shaken to its foundations. Whatever the outcome of the present struggle, we must calmly take note of the fact that the political map of Western capitalist society will never be the same again. A whole epoch has just come to an end, the epoch during which people could say, with a semblance of verisimilitude, that it couldn't happen here. Another epoch is starting, that in which people know that revolution is possible under the conditions of modern bureaucratic capitalism. For Stalinism too, a whole period is ending, the period during which communist parties in Western Europe could claim, admittedly with dwindling credibility, that they remained revolutionary organizations, but that revolutionary opportunities had never really presented themselves. This notion has now irrevocably been swept into the proverbial dustbin of history. When the chips were down, the French Communist Party and those workers under its influence proved to be the final and most effective brake on the development of the revolutionary self-activity of the working class. A full analysis of the French events will eventually have to be attempted, for, without an understanding of modern society, it will never be possible consciously to change it. But this analysis will have to wait for a while until some of the dust has settled. What can be said now is that, if honestly carried out, such an analysis will compel many orthodox revolutionaries to discard a mass of outdated slogans and myths and to reassess contemporary reality, particularly the reality of modern bureaucratic capitalism, its dynamic, its methods of control and manipulation, the reasons for both its resilience and its brittleness and, most important of all, the nature of its crises. Concepts and organizations that have been found wanting will have to be discarded. The new phenomena, new in themselves or new to traditional revolutionary theory, will have to be recognized for what they are and interpreted in all their implications. The real events of 1968 will then have to be integrated into a new framework of ideas, for without this development of revolutionary theory, there can be no development of revolutionary practice, and in the long run no transformation of society through the conscious actions of men. Rue Gay-Lussac. Sunday, May 12. The Rue Gay-Lussac still carries the scars of the night of the barricades. Burned-out cars line the pavement, their carcasses a dirty grey under the missing paint. The cobbles, cleared from the middle of the road, lie in huge mounds on either side. A vague smell of tear gas still lingers in the air. At the junction with the Rue des Ursulines lies a building site, its wire mesh fence breached in several places. From here came material for at least a dozen barricades, planks, wheelbarrows, metal drums, steel girders, cement mixers, blocks of stone. The site also yielded a pneumatic drill. The students couldn't use it, of course, not until a passing building worker showed them how, perhaps the first worker actively to support the student revolt. Once broken, the road surface provided cobbles, soon put to a variety of uses. All that is already history. People are walking up and down the street, as if trying to convince themselves that it really happened. They aren't students. The students themselves know what happened and why it happened. They aren't local inhabitants either. The local inhabitants saw what happened, the viciousness of the CRS 163 charges, the assaults on the wounded, the attacks on innocent bystanders, the unleashed fury of the state machine against those who had challenged it. The people in the streets are the ordinary people of Paris, people from neighboring districts, horrified at what they have heard over the radio or read in their papers and who have come for a walk on a fine Sunday morning to see for themselves. They are talking in small clusters with the inhabitants of the Rue Gay-Lussac. The revolution, having for a week held the university and the streets of the Latin Quarter, is beginning to take hold of the minds of men. On Friday, May 3, the CRS had paid their historic visit to the Sorbonne. They had been invited in by Paul Roche, rector of Paris University. The rector had almost certainly acted in connivance with Alain Peyrefitte, Minister of Education, if not with the Élysée itself. Many students had been arrested, beaten up, and several were summarily convicted. The unbelievable, yet thoroughly predictable, ineptitude of this bureaucratic solution to the problem of student discontent triggered off a chain reaction. It provided the pent-up anger, resentment, and frustration of tens of thousands of young people with both a reason for further action and with an attainable objective. The students, evicted from the university, took to the street, demanding the liberation of their comrades, the reopening of their faculties, the withdrawal of the cops. Layer upon layer of new people were soon drawn into the struggle. The Student Union, UNEF, and the union representing university teaching staff, SNESUP, called for an unlimited strike. For a week the students held their ground, in ever bigger and more militant street demonstrations. On Tuesday, May 7, 50,000 students and teachers marched through the streets behind a single banner, Vive la Commune, and sang the Internationale at the tomb of the unknown soldier, at the Arc de Triomphe. On Friday, May 10, students and teachers decided to occupy the Latin Quarter en masse. They felt they had more right to be there than the police, for whom barracks were provided elsewhere. The cohesion and sense of purpose of the demonstrators terrified the establishment. Power couldn't be allowed to lie with this rabble, who had even had the audacity to erect barricades. Another inept gesture was needed. Another administrative reflex duly materialized. Fouchet, Minister of the Interior, and Jokes, Deputy Prime Minister, ordered Grimaud, Superintendent of the Paris Police, to clear the streets. The order was confirmed in writing, doubtless to be preserved for posterity as an example of what not to do in certain situations. The CRS charged, clearing the Rue Gay-Lussac and opening the doors to the second phase of the revolution. In the Rue Gay-Lussac and in adjoining streets, the battle-scarred walls carry a dual message. They bear testimony to the incredible courage of those who held the area for several hours against a deluge of tear gas, phosphorus grenades, and repeated charges of club-swinging CRS. But they also show something of what the defenders were striving for. Mural propaganda is an integral part of the revolutionary Paris of May 1968. It has become a mass activity, part and parcel of the revolution's method of self-expression. The walls of the Latin Quarter are the depository of a new rationality, no longer confined to books, but democratically displayed at street level and made available to all. The trivial and the profound, the traditional and the esoteric, rub shoulders in this new fraternity, rapidly breaking down the rigid barriers and compartments in people's minds. Desabair diabord, alors écrit sur les murs, le 10 Mai 1968, reads an obviously recent inscription, clearly setting the tone. Si tout le peuple fait comme nous, if everybody acted like us, wistfully dreams another in joyful anticipation, I think, rather than in any spirit of self-satisfied substitutionism. Most of the slogans are straightforward, correct and fairly orthodox, libres nos camarades, fouchit, Grimaud, démission, abaisse l'état policier, grève générale lundi, travailleurs, étudiants, solidaires, vive les conseils ouvriers. Other slogans reflect the new concerns, la publicité et manipule, examens equals hierarchy, l'art est mort, ne consommez pas un cadavre, abaisse la société de consommation, débout les dames de Nanterre. The slogan, basis toi et brute, bend your head and chew the cud, was obviously aimed at those whose minds are still full of traditional preoccupations. Contre la fermentation groupusculaire moans a large scarlet inscription. This one is really out of touch. For everywhere there is a profusion of pasted-up posters and journals, Voix ouvrière, avant-garde, and revolts, for the Trotskyists, Serveur le Peuple and Humanité Nouvelle, for the devotees of Chairman Mao, le Libertaire, for the anarchists, Tribune Socialiste, for the PSU, .164 even odd copies of El Humanite are pasted up. It is difficult to read them, so covered are they with critical comments. On a hoarding, I see a large advertisement for a new brand of cheese, a child biting into an enormous sandwich. C'est bon le fromage so and so runs the patter. Someone has covered the last few words with red paint. The poster reads C'est bon la révolution. People pass by, look, and smile. I talk to my companion, a man of about 45, an old revolutionary. We discuss the tremendous possibilities now opening up. He suddenly turns towards me and comes out with a memorable phrase, to think one had to have kids and wait 20 years to see all this. We talk to others in the street, to young and old, to the political and the unpolitical, to people at all levels of understanding and commitment. Everyone is prepared to talk, in fact everyone wants to. They all seem remarkably articulate. We find no one prepared to defend the actions of the administration. The critics fall into two main groups. The progressive university teachers, the communists, and a number of students see the main root of the student crisis in the backwardness of the university in relation to society's current needs, in the quantitative inadequacy of the tuition provided, in the semi-feudal attitudes of some professors, and in the general insufficiency of job opportunities. They see the university as unadapted to the modern world. The remedy for them is adaptation, a modernizing reform which would sweep away the cobwebs, provide more teachers, better lecture theaters, a bigger educational budget, perhaps a more liberal attitude on the campus and, at the end of it all, an assured job. The rebels, which include some but by no means all of the old revolutionaries, see this concern with adapting the university to modern society as something of a diversion. For it is modern society itself which they reject. They consider bourgeois life trivial and mediocre, repressive and repressed. They have no yearning, but only contempt, for the administrative and managerial careers it holds out for them. They are not seeking integration into adult society. On the contrary, they are seeking a chance radically to contest its adulteration. The driving force of their revolt is their own alienation, the meaninglessness of life under modern bureaucratic capitalism. It is certainly not a purely economic deterioration in their standard of living. It is no accident that the revolution started in the Nanterre faculties of sociology and psychology. The students saw that the sociology they were being taught was a means of controlling and manipulating society, not a means of understanding it in order to change it. In the process they discovered revolutionary sociology. They rejected the niche allocated to them in the great bureaucratic pyramid, that of experts in the service of a technocratic establishment, specialists of the human factor in the modern industrial equation. In the process they discovered the importance of the working class. The amazing thing is that, at least among the active layers of the students, these sectarians suddenly seem to have become the majority, surely the best definition of any revolution. The two types of criticism of the modern French educational system do not neutralize one another. On the contrary, each creates its own kind of problems for the university authorities and for the officials at the Ministry of Education. The real point is that one kind of criticism, what one might call the quantitative one, could in time be coped with by modern bourgeois society. The other, the qualitative one, never. This is what gives it its revolutionary potential. The trouble with the university, for the powers that be, isn't that money can't be found for more teachers. It can. The trouble is that the university is full of students, and that the heads of the students are full of revolutionary ideas. Among those we speak to there is a deep awareness that the problem cannot be solved in the Latin Quarter, that isolation of the revolt in a student ghetto, even an autonomous one, would spell defeat. They realize that the salvation of the movement lies in its extension to other sectors of the population. But here wide differences appear. When some talk of the importance of the working class, it is as a substitute for getting on with any kind of struggle themselves, an excuse for denigrating the student's struggle as adventurist. Yet it is precisely because of its unparalleled militancy that the student's action has established that direct action works, has begun to influence the younger workers and to rattle the established organizations. Other students realize the relationship of these struggles more clearly. We will find them later at Sensier, animating the worker-student action committees. But enough, for the time being, about the Latin Quarter. The movement has already spread beyond its narrow confines. May 13th, from Renault to the streets of Paris. Monday, May 13th. 6.15 m, Avenue Yves Kerman. A clear, cloudless day. Crowds begin to gather outside the gates of the giant Renault works at Boulogne-Billancourt. The main trade union centrales, CGT, CFDT, and FO, have called a one-day general strike. They are protesting against police violence in the Latin Quarter and in support of long-neglected claims concerning wages, hours, the age of retirement and trade union rights in the plants. The factory gates are wide open. Not a cop or supervisor in sight. The workers stream in. A loud hailer tells them to proceed to their respective shops, to refuse to start work and to proceed, at 8:00 m, to their traditional meeting place, an enormous shed-like structure in the middle of the Ile Seguin, an island in the Seine entirely covered by parts of the Renault plant. As each worker goes through the gates, the pickets give him a leaflet, jointly produced by the three unions. Leaflets in Spanish are also distributed. Over 2,000 Spanish workers are employed at Renault. French and Spanish orators succeed one another, in short spells, at the microphone. Although all the unions are supporting the one-day strike, all the orators seem to belong to the CGT. 165 It's their loudspeaker. 6.45 m. Hundreds of workers are now streaming in. Many look as if they had come to work rather than to participate in mass meetings at the plant. The decision to call the strike was only taken on the Saturday afternoon, after many of the men had already dispersed for the weekend. Many seem unaware of what it's all about. I am struck by the number of Algerian and black workers. There are only a few posters at the gate, again mainly those of the CGT. Some pickets carry CFDT 166 posters. There isn't an FO 167 poster in sight. The road and walls outside the factory have been well covered with slogans: one-day strike on Monday, unity in defense of our claims, no to the monopolies. The little cafe near the gates is packed. People seem unusually wide awake and communicative for so early an hour. A newspaper kiosk is selling about 3 copies of El Humanite for every copy of anything else. The local branch of the Communist Party is distributing a leaflet calling for resolution, calm, vigilance and unity, and warning against provocateurs. The pickets make no attempt to argue with those pouring in. No one seems to know whether they will obey the strike call or not. Less than 25% of Renault workers belong to any union at all. This is the biggest car factory in Europe. The Loudhilier hammers home its message. The CRS have recently assaulted peasants at Quimper, and workers at Caen, Rodiaceta, Lyon, and Dassault. Now they are turning on the students. The regime will not tolerate opposition. It will not modernize the country. It will not grant us our basic wage demands. Our one-day strike will show both government and employers our determination. We must compel them to retreat. The message is repeated again and again, like a gramophone record. I wonder whether the speaker believes what he says, whether he even senses what lies ahead. Text of CGT poster, placarded all over Boulogne-Billancourt. Workers beware. For some months the most diverse publications have been distributed by elements recruited in a milieu foreign to the working class. The authors of these articles remain anonymous most of the time, a fact which fully illustrates their dishonesty. They give the most weird and tempting titles to their papers, the better to mislead: Luttes ouvrières, Serveur le Peuple, Unite et Travail *, Lutte communiste, Revolts, Voix ouvrière, Un groupe d'ouvriers. The titles may vary but the content has a common objective: to lead the workers away from the CGT and to provoke divisions in their ranks, in order to weaken them. At night, their commandos tear up our posters. Every time they distribute something at the gates, the police is not far off, ready to protect their distribution, as was the case recently at LMT. Recently they attempted to invade the offices of the Labor Exchange at Boulogne. Their activities are given an exaggerated publicity on the Gaullist radio and in the columns of the bourgeois press. This warning is no doubt superfluous for the majority of Renault workers, who, in the past, have got to know about this kind of agitation. On the other hand, the younger workers must be told that these elements are in the service of the bourgeoisie, who has always made use of these pseudo-revolutionaries whenever the rise of united left forces has presented a threat to its privileges. It is therefore important not to allow these people to come to the gates of our factory, to sully our trade union organization and our CGT militants, who are tirelessly exerting themselves in defense of our demands and to bring about unity. These elements always reap a fat reward at the end of the day for their dirty work, and for the loyal services given to the bosses. Some now occupy high positions in the management of the factory. This having been said, the CGT, Renault, Committee calls on the workers to continue the fight for their demands, to intensify their efforts to ensure greater unity of the trade union and democratic forces, and to strengthen the ranks of the CGT struggling for these noble objectives. The Trade Union Bureau, CGT, Renault. *. This is a fascist publication. All the others are left publications. A typical amalgam technique. At 7:00 am a dozen Trotskyists of the FER, Fédération d'étudiants révolutionnaires, turn up to sell their paper revolts. They wear large red and white buttons proclaiming their identity. A little later another group arrives to sell Voix ouvrière. The loudspeaker immediately switches from an attack on the Gaullist government and its CRS to an attack on provocateurs and disruptive elements, alien to the working class. The Stalinist speaker hints that the sellers are in the pay of the government. As they are here, the police must be lurking in the neighborhood. Heated arguments break out between sellers and CGT officials. The CFDT pickets are refused the use of the Loudhilier. They shout Démocratie ouvrière and defend the right of the disruptive elements to sell their stuff. A rather abstract right, as not a sheet is sold. The front page of Revolts carries an esoteric article on Eastern Europe. Much invective, but no blows, is exchanged. In the course of an argument I hear bro. Trigon, delegate to the 2nd Electoral College at Renault, described Danny Cohn-Bendit as un agent du pouvoir, an agent of the authorities. A student takes him up on this point. The Trots don't. Shortly before 8:00 am they walk off, their act of presence accomplished and duly recorded for history. At about the same time, hundreds of workers who had entered the factory leave their shops and assemble in the sunshine in an open space a few hundred yards inside the main gate. From there they amble towards Isle Seguin, crossing one arm of the River Seine on the way. Other processions leave other points of the factory and converge on the same area. The metallic ceiling is nearly 200 feet above our heads. Enormous stocks of components are piled up right and left. Far away to the right an assembly line is still working, lifting what looks like rear car seats, complete with attached springs, from the ground to first floor level. Some 10,000 workers are soon assembled in the shed. The orators address them through a loudspeaker from a narrow platform some 40 feet up. The platform runs in front of what looks like an elevated inspection post but which I am told is a union office inside the factory. The CGT speaker deals with various sectional wage claims. He denounces the resistance of the government in the hands of the monopolies. He produces facts and figures dealing with the wage structure. Many highly skilled men are not getting enough. A CFDT speaker follows him. He deals with the steady speed up, with the worsening of working conditions, with accidents, and with the fate of man in production. What kind of life is this? Are we always to remain puppets, carrying out every whim of the management? He advocates uniform wage increases for all, augmentations non-hierarchies. An FO speaker follows. He is technically the most competent, but says the least. In flowery rhetoric he talks of 1936, but omits all reference to Leon Blum. The record of FO is bad in the factory and the speaker is heckled from time to time. The CGT speakers then ask the workers to participate en masse in the big rally planned for that afternoon. As the last speaker finishes, the crowd spontaneously breaks out into a rousing internationale. The older men seem to know most of the words. The younger workers only know the chorus. A friend nearby assures me that in 20 years this is the first time he has heard the song sung inside Renault. He has attended dozens of mass meetings in the Isle Seguin. There is an atmosphere of excitement, particularly among the younger workers. The crowd then breaks up into several sections. Some walk back over the bridge and out of the factory. Others proceed systematically through the shops where a few hundred blokes are still at work. Some of these men argue but most seem only too glad for an excuse to stop and join in the procession. Gangs weave their way, joking and singing, amid the giant presses and tanks. Those remaining at work are ironically cheered, clapped, or exhaled to step on it or work harder. Occasional foremen look on helplessly, as one assembly line after another is brought to a halt. Many of the lathes have colored pictures plastered over them, pin UPS and green fields, sex, and sunshine. Anyone still working is exhorted to get out into the daylight, not just to dream about it. In the main plant, over half a mile long, hardly 12 men remain in their overalls. Not an angry voice can be heard. There is much good-humored banter. By 11:00 am thousands of workers have poured out into the warmth of a morning in May. An open-air beer and sandwich stall, outside the gate, is doing a roaring trade. Monday, May 13th, 1:15 p.m. The streets are crowded. The response to the call for a 24-hour general strike has exceeded the wildest hopes of the trade unions. Despite the short notice, Paris is paralyzed. The strike was only decided 48 hours ago, after the night of the barricades. It is moreover illegal. The law of the land demands a 5-day notice before an official strike can be called. Too bad for legality. A solid phalanx of young people is walking up the Boulevard de Sebastopol, towards the Gare de l'Est. They are proceeding to the student rallying point for the giant demonstration called jointly by the unions, the Students' Organization, UNEF, and the Teachers' Associations, FEN and SNE-SUP. There is not a bus or car in sight. The streets of Paris today belong to the demonstrators. Thousands of them are already in the square in front of the station. Thousands more are moving in from every direction. The plan agreed by the sponsoring organizations is for the different categories to assemble separately and then to converge on the Place de la République, from where the march will proceed across Paris, via the Latin Quarter, to the Place d'Enfrochero. We are already packed like sardines for as far as the eye can see, yet there is more than an hour to go before we are due to proceed. The sun has been shining all day. The girls are in summer dresses, the young men in shirt sleeves. A red flag is flying over the railway station. There are many red flags in the crowd and several black ones too. A man suddenly appears carrying a suitcase full of duplicated leaflets. He belongs to some left groupuscule or other. He opens his suitcase and distributes perhaps a dozen leaflets. But he doesn't have to continue alone. There is an unquenchable thirst for information, ideas, literature, argument, polemic. The man just stands there as people surround him and press forward to get the leaflets. Dozens of demonstrators, without even reading the leaflet, help him distribute them. Some 6,000 copies get out in a few minutes. All seem to be assiduously read. People argue, laugh, joke. I witnessed such scenes again and again. Sellers of revolutionary literature are doing well. An edict, signed by the organizers of the demonstration, that the only literature allowed would be that of the organizations sponsoring the demonstration, El Humanite, May 13, 1968, is being enthusiastically flouted. This bureaucratic restriction, much criticized the previous evening when announced at Saint-Cyr by the student delegates to the coordinating committee, obviously cannot be enforced in a crowd of this size. The revolution is bigger than any organization, more tolerant than any institution representing the masses, more realistic than any edict of any central committee. Demonstrators have climbed onto walls, onto the roofs of bus stops, onto the railings in front of the station. Some have loud hi-liers and make short speeches. All the politicos seem to be in one part or other of this crowd. I can see the banner of the Jeunesse Communiste Révolutionnaire, portraits of Castro and Che Guevara, the banner of the FER, several banners of Serveur Le Peuple, a Maoist group, and the banner of the UJCMEL, Union de la Jeunesse Communiste Marxiste-Leniniste, another Maoist tendency. There are also banners from many educational establishments now occupied by those who work there. Large groups of lycéens, high school kids, mingle with the students as do many thousands of teachers. At about 2:00 p.m. the student section sets off, singing the Internationale. We march 20 to 30 abreast, arms linked. There is a row of red flags in front of us, then a banner 50 feet wide carrying 4 simple words, étudiants, enseignants, travailleurs, solidaires. It is an impressive sight. The whole Boulevard de Magenta is a solid seething mass of humanity. We can't enter the Place de la République, already packed full of demonstrators. One can't even move along the pavements or through adjacent streets. Nothing but people, as far as the eye can see. As we proceed slowly down the Boulevard de Magenta, we notice on a third-floor balcony, high on our right, an SFIO, Socialist Party, headquarters. The balcony is bedecked with a few decrepit-looking red flags and a banner proclaiming solidarity with the students. A few elderly characters wave at us, somewhat self-consciously. Someone in the crowd starts chanting "Opportunists." The slogan is taken up, rhythmically roared by thousands, to the discomfiture of those on the balcony who beat a hasty retreat. The people have not forgotten the use of the CRS against the striking miners in 1958 by Socialist Minister of the Interior Jules Moch. They remember the Socialist Prime Minister Guy Mollet and his role during the Algerian War. Mercilessly, the crowd shows its contempt for the discredited politicians now seeking to jump on the bandwagon. Guy Mollet, au musée, they shout, amid laughter. It is truly the end of an epoch. At about 3:00 p.m. we at last reach the Place de la République, Our point of departure. The crowd here is so dense that several people faint and have to be carried into neighboring cafes. Here people are packed almost as tight as in the street, but can at least avoid being injured. The window of one cafe gives way under the pressure of the crowd outside. There is a genuine fear, in several parts of the crowd, of being crushed to death. The first Union contingents fortunately begin to leave the square. There isn't a policeman in sight. Although the demonstration has been announced as a joint one, the CGT leaders are still striving desperately to avoid a mixing up, on the streets, of students and workers. In this they are moderately successful. By about 4:30 p.m. the students and teachers contingent, perhaps 80,000 strong, finally leaves the Place de la République. Hundreds of thousands of demonstrators have preceded it, hundreds of thousands follow it, but the left contingent has been well and truly bottled in. Several groups, understanding at last the CGT's maneuver, break loose once we are out of the square. They take shortcuts via various side streets, at the double, and succeed in infiltrating groups of 100 or so into parts of the march ahead of them or behind them. The Stalinist stewards walking hand in hand and hemming the march in on either side are powerless to prevent these sudden influxes. The student demonstrators scatter like fish in water as soon as they have entered a given contingent. The CGT marchers themselves are quite friendly and readily assimilate the newcomers, not quite sure what it's all about. The students' appearance, dress, and speech do not enable them to be identified as readily as they would be in Britain. The main student contingent proceeds as a compact body. Now that we are past the bottleneck of the Place de la République, the pace is quite rapid. The student group nevertheless takes at least half an hour to pass a given point. The slogans of the students contrast strikingly with those of the CGT. The students shout "Le pouvoir auxiliaire ouvriers," all power to the workers, "Le pouvoir est dans la rue," power lies in the street, libres nos camarades. CGT members shout "Popidou, démission, Popidou, resign." The students chant "De Gaulle, assassin," or CRSSS. The CGT, dessous, pas de matrix, money, not police clubs, or défense du pouvoir d'achat, defend our purchasing power. The students say non à l'université de classe. The CGT and the Stalinist students, grouped around the banner of their paper-clart, reply "Université démocratique." Deep political differences lie behind the differences of emphasis. Some slogans are taken up by everyone, slogans such as "Dix ans, c'est Abbas l'état policier," or "Bon anniversaire, mon général." Whole groups mournfully intone a well-known refrain, "Adieu, de Gaulle." They wave their handkerchiefs, to the great merriment of the bystanders. As the main student contingent crosses the Pont Saint-Michel to enter the Latin Quarter, it suddenly stops, in silent tribute to its wounded. All thoughts are for a moment switched to those lying in hospital, their sight in danger through too much tear gas, or their skulls or ribs fractured by the truncheons of the CRS. The sudden, angry silence of this noisiest part of the demonstration conveys a deep impression of strength and resolution. One senses massive accounts yet to be settled. At the top of the Boulevard Saint-Michel I drop out of the march, climb onto a parapet lining the Luxembourg Gardens, and just watch. I remain there for 2 hours as row after row of demonstrators marches past, 30 or more abreast, a human tidal wave of fantastic, inconceivable size. How many are they? 600,000? 800,000? A million? 1,500,000? No one can really number them. The first of the demonstrators reached the final dispersal point hours before the last ranks had left the Place de la République, at 7:00 p.m. There were banners of every kind, union banners, student banners, political banners, non-political banners, reformist banners, revolutionary banners, banners of the Mouvement contre Armement Atomique, banners of various conseils de parents d'élèves, banners of every conceivable size and shape, proclaiming a common abhorrence at what had happened and a common will to struggle on. Some banners were notedly applauded, such as the one saying Libérons l'information, let's have a free news service, carried by a group of employees from the ORTF. Some banners indulged in vivid symbolism, such as the gruesome one carried by a group of artists, depicting human hands, heads and eyes, each with its price tag, on display on the hooks and trays of a butcher's shop. Endlessly they filed past. There were whole sections of hospital personnel, in white coats, some carrying posters saying "Oh you sunt les disparus de hôpitaux." Where are the missing injured? Every factory, every major workplace seemed to be represented. There were numerous groups of railwaymen, postmen, printers, metro personnel, metal workers, airport workers, market men, electricians, lawyers, sewermen, bank employees, building workers, glass and chemical workers, waiters, municipal employee, painters and decorators, gas workers, shop girls, insurance clerks, road sweepers, film studio operators, busmen, teachers, workers from the new plastic industries, row upon row upon row of them, the flesh and blood of modern capitalist society, an unending mass, a power that could sweep everything before it, if it but decided to do so. My thoughts went to those who say that the workers are only interested in football, in the tears, horse betting, in watching the telly, in their annual kongs, holidays, and that the working class cannot see beyond the problems of its everyday life. It was so palpably untrue. I also thought of those who say that only a narrow and rotten leadership lies between the masses and the total transformation of society. It was equally untrue. Today the working class is becoming conscious of its strength. Will it decide, tomorrow, to use it? I rejoin the march and we proceed towards Denfert Trochero. We pass several statues, sedate gentlemen now bedecked with red flags or carrying slogans such as Liberas nos camarades. As we pass a hospital, silence again descends on the endless crowd. Someone starts whistling the Internationale. Others take it up. Like a breeze rustling over an enormous field of corn, the whistled tune ripples out in all directions. From the windows of the hospital some nurses wave at us. At various intersections we pass traffic lights which by some strange inertia still seem to be working. Red and green alternate, at fixed intervals, meaning as little as bourgeois education, as work in modern society, as the lives of those walking past. The reality of today, for a few hours, has submerged all of yesterday's patterns. The part of the march in which I find myself is now rapidly approaching what the organizers have decided should be the dispersal point. The CGT is desperately keen that its hundreds of thousands of supporters should disperse quietly. It fears them, when they are together. It wants them nameless atoms again, scattered to the four corners of Paris, powerless in the context of their individual preoccupations. The CGT sees itself as the only possible link between them, as the divinely ordained vehicle for the expression of their collective will. The movement du 22 Mars, on the other hand, had issued a call to the students and workers, asking them to stick together and to proceed to the lawns of the Champ de Mars, at the foot of the Eiffel Tower, for a massive collective discussion on the experiences of the day and on the problems that lie ahead. At this stage I sample for the first time what a service d'ordre composed of Stalinist stewards really means. All day, the stewards have obviously been anticipating this particular moment. They are very tense, clearly expecting trouble. Above all else they fear what they call debordement, i.e. being outflanked on the left. For the last half-mile of the march 5 or 6 solid rows of them line up on either side of the demonstrators. Arms linked, they form a massive sheath around the marchers. CGT officials address the bottled-up demonstrators through 2 powerful loudspeakers mounted on vans, instructing them to disperse quietly via the Boulevard Arago, i.e. to proceed in precisely the opposite direction to the one leading to the Champ de Mars. Other exits from the Place Denfert Trochero are blocked by lines of stewards linking arms. On occasions like this, I am told, the Communist Party calls up thousands of its members from the Paris area. It also summons members from miles around, bringing them up by the coachload from places as far away as Rennes, Orleans, Sens, Lille, and Limoges. The municipalities under Communist Party control provide further hundreds of these stewards, not necessarily party members but people dependent on the goodwill of the party for their jobs and future. Ever since its heyday of participation in the government, 1945 to 47, the party has had this kind of mass base in the Paris suburbs. It has invariably used it in circumstances like today. On this demonstration there must be at least 10,000 such stewards, possibly twice that number. The exhortations of the stewards meet with a variable response. Whether they are successful in getting particular groups to disperse via the Boulevard Arago depends of course on the composition of the groups. Most of those which the students have not succeeded in infiltrating obey, although even here some of the younger militants protest, "We are a million in the streets. Why should we go home?" Other groups hesitate, vacillate, start arguing. Student speakers climb on walls and shout, "All those who want to return to the telly, turn down the Boulevard Arago. Those who are for joint worker-student discussions and for developing the struggle, turn down the Boulevard Raspail and proceed to the Champ de Mars." Those protesting against the dispersion orders are immediately jumped on by the stewards, denounced as provocateurs and often manhandled. I saw several comrades of the movement du 22 Mars physically assaulted, their portable loud highlier snatched from their hands and their leaflets torn from them and thrown to the ground. In some sections there seemed to be dozens, in others hundreds, in others thousands of provocateurs. A number of minor punch-ups take place as the stewards are swept aside by these particular contingents. Heated arguments break out, the demonstrators denouncing the Stalinists as cops and as the last rampart of the bourgeoisie. A respect for facts compels me to admit that most contingents followed the orders of the trade union bureaucrats. The repeated slanders by the CGT and Communist Party leaders had had their effect. The students were troublemakers, adventurers, dubious elements. Their proposed action would only lead to a massive intervention by the CRS, who had kept well out of sight throughout the whole of the afternoon. This was just a demonstration, not a prelude to revolution. Playing ruthlessly on the most backward sections of the crowd, and physically assaulting the more advanced sections, the apparatchiks of the CGT succeeded in getting the bulk of the demonstrators to disperse, often under protest. Thousands went to the Champ de Mars. But hundreds of thousands went home. The Stalinists won the day, but the arguments started will surely reverberate down the months to come. At about 8:00 p.m. an episode took place which changed the temper of the last sections of the march, now approaching the dispersal point. A police van suddenly came up one of the streets leading into the Place d'Enfer Trochero. It must have strayed from its intended route, or perhaps its driver had assumed that the demonstrators had already dispersed. Seeing the crowd ahead, the two uniformed gendarmes in the front seat panicked. Unable to reverse in time in order to retreat, the driver decided that his life hinged on forcing a passage through the thinnest section of the crowd. The vehicle accelerated, hurling itself into the demonstrators at about 50 miles an hour. People scattered wildly in all directions. Several people were knocked down and 2 were seriously injured. Many more narrowly escaped. The van was finally surrounded. One of the policemen in the front seat was dragged out and repeatedly punched by the infuriated crowd, determined to lynch him. He was finally rescued in the nick of time, by the stewards. They more or less carried him, semi-conscious, down a side street where he was passed horizontally, like a battered blood sausage, through an open ground floor window. To do this, the stewards had had to engage in a running fight with several hundred very angry marchers. The crowd then started rocking the stranded police van. The remaining policeman drew his revolver and fired. People ducked. By a miracle no one was hit. 100 yards away the bullet made a hole, about 3 feet above ground level, in a window of Le Belfort, a big café at 297 Boulevard Raspail. The stewards again rushed to the rescue, forming a barrier between the crowd and the police van, which was allowed to escape down a side street, driven by the policeman who had fired at the crowd. Hundreds of demonstrators then thronged round the hole in the window of the cafe. Press photographers were summoned, arrived, duly took their close-ups, none of which, of course, were ever published. 2 days later El Humanite carried a few lines about the episode, at the bottom of a column on page 5. One effect of the episode is that several thousand more demonstrators decided not to disperse. They turned and marched down towards the Champ de Mars, shouting "Ils tire à Denford, they've shot at us at Denford." If the incident had taken place an hour earlier, the evening of May 13 might have had a very different complexion. The Sorbonne Soviet. On Saturday, May 11, shortly before midnight, M. Pompidou, Prime Minister of France, overruled his Minister of the Interior, his Minister of Education, and issued orders to his independent judiciary. He announced that the police would be withdrawn from the Latin Quarter, that the faculties would reopen on Monday, May 13, and that the law would reconsider the question of the students arrested the previous week. It was the biggest political climb down of his career. For the students, and for many others, it was the living proof that direct action worked. Concessions had been won through struggle which had been unobtainable by other means. Early on the Monday morning the CRS platoons guarding the entrance to the Sorbonne were discreetly withdrawn. The students moved in, first in small groups, then in hundreds, later in thousands. By midday the occupation was complete. Every tricolory was promptly hauled down, every lecture theatre occupied. Red flags were hoisted from the official flagpoles and from improvised ones at many windows, some overlooking the streets, others the big internal courtyard. Hundreds of feet above the milling students, enormous red and black flags fluttered side by side from the chapel dome. What happened over the next few days will leave a permanent mark on the French educational system, on the structure of French society and, most important of all, on the minds of those who lived and made history during that hectic first fortnight. The Sorbonne was suddenly transformed from the fusty precinct where French capitalism selected and molded its hierarchs, its technocrats, and its administrative bureaucracy into a revolutionary volcano in full eruption whose lava was to spread far and wide, searing the social structure of modern France. The physical occupation of the Sorbonne was followed by an intellectual explosion of unprecedented violence. Everything, literally everything, was suddenly and simultaneously up for discussion, for question, for challenge. There were no taboos. It is easy to criticize the chaotic upsurge of thoughts, ideas, and proposals unleashed in such circumstances. Professional revolutionaries and petty bourgeois Philistines criticized to their heart's content. But in so doing they only revealed how they themselves were trapped in the ideology of a previous epoch and were incapable of transcending it. They failed to recognize the tremendous significance of the new, of all that could not be apprehended within their own pre-established intellectual categories. The phenomenon was witnessed again and again, as it doubtless has been in every really great upheaval in history. Day and night, every lecture theatre was packed out, the seat of continuous, passionate debate on every subject that ever preoccupied thinking humanity. No formal lecturer ever enjoyed so massive an audience, was ever listened to with such rapt attention, or given such short shrift if he talked nonsense. A kind of order rapidly prevailed. By the second day a notice board had appeared near the front entrance announcing what was being talked about, and where. I noted, organization of the struggle, political and trade union rights in the university crisis or social crisis, dossier of police repression, self-management, non-selection, or how to open the doors of the university to everyone, methods of teaching, exams, etc. Other lecture theatres were given over to the students' workers' liaison committees, soon to assume great importance. In yet other halls, discussions were underway on sexual repression, on the colonial question, on ideology and mystification. Any group of people wishing to discuss anything under the sun would just take over one of the lecture theatres or smaller rooms. Fortunately there were dozens of these. The first impression was of a gigantic lid suddenly lifted, of pent-up thoughts and aspirations suddenly exploding, on being released from the realm of dreams into the realm of the real and the possible. In changing their environment, people themselves were changed. Those who had never dared say anything suddenly felt their thoughts to be the most important thing in the world and said so. The shy became communicative. The helpless and isolated suddenly discovered that collective power lay in their hands. The traditionally apathetic suddenly realized the intensity of their involvement. A tremendous surge of community and cohesion gripped those who had previously seen themselves as isolated and impotent puppets, dominated by institutions that they could neither control nor understand. People just went up and talked to one another without a trace of self-consciousness. This state of euphoria lasted throughout the whole fortnight I was there. An inscription scrawled on a wall sums it up perfectly: Déjà 10 jours de bonheur, 10 days of happiness already. In the yard of the Sorbonne, politics, frowned on for a generation, took over with a vengeance. Literature stalls sprouted up along the whole inner perimeter. Enormous portraits appeared on the internal walls: Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, Mao, Castro, Guevara, a revolutionary resurrection breaking the bounds of time and place. Even Stalin put in a transient appearance, above a Maoist stall, until it was tactfully suggested to the comrades that he wasn't really at home in such company. On the stalls themselves every kind of literature suddenly blossomed forth in the summer sunshine: leaflets and pamphlets by anarchists, Stalinists, Maoists, Trotskyists, three varieties, the PSU and the non-committed. The yard of the Sorbonne had become a gigantic revolutionary drugstore, in which the most esoteric products no longer had to be kept beneath the counter but could now be prominently displayed. Old issues of journals, yellowed by the years, were unearthed and often sold, as well as more recent material. Everywhere there were groups of 10 or 20 people, in heated discussion, people talking about the barricades, about the CRS, about their own experiences, but also about the Commune of 1871, about 1905 and 1917, about the Italian left in 1921 and about France in 1936. A fusion was taking place between the consciousness of the revolutionary minorities and the consciousness of whole new layers of people, dragged day by day into the maelstrom of political controversy. The students were learning within days what it had taken others a lifetime to learn. Many Lyceans came to see what it was all about. They too got sucked into the vortex. I remember a boy of 14 explaining to an incredulous man of 60 why students should have the right to depose professors. Other things also happened. A large piano suddenly appeared in the great central yard and remained there for several days. People would come and play on it, surrounded by enthusiastic supporters. As people talked in the lecture theaters of neo-capitalism and of its techniques of manipulation, strands of Chopin and bars of jazz, bits of La Carmagnole and atonal compositions wafted through the air. One evening there was a drum recital, then some clarinet players took over. These diversions may have infuriated some of the more single-minded revolutionaries, but they were as much part and parcel of the total transformation of the Sorbonne as were the revolutionary doctrines being proclaimed in the lecture halls. An exhibition of huge photographs of the night of the barricades, in beautiful halftones, appeared one morning, mounted on stands. No one knew who had put it up. Everyone agreed that it succinctly summarized the horror and glamour, the anger and promise of that fateful night. Even the doors of the chapel giving onto the yard were soon covered with inscriptions. Open this door, Finis, le Tabernacles. Religion is the last mystification. Or more prosaically, we want somewhere to piss, not somewhere to pray. The massive outer walls of the Sorbonne were likewise soon plastered with posters announcing the first sit-in strikes, posters describing the wage rates of whole sections of Paris workers, posters announcing the next demonstrations, posters describing the solidarity marches in Peking, posters denouncing the police repression and the use of CS gas, as well as of ordinary tear gas, against the demonstrators. There were posters, dozens of them, warning students against the Communist Party's bandwagon jumping tactics, telling them how it had attacked their movement and how it was now seeking to assume its leadership. Political posters in plenty. But also others, proclaiming the new ethos. A big one, for instance, near the main entrance, boldly proclaimed Defense d'interdire, forbidding forbidden. And others, equally to the point, only the truth is revolutionary, our revolution is greater than ourselves, we refuse the role assigned to us, we will not be trained as police dogs. People's concerns varied but converged. The posters reflected the deeply libertarian prevailing philosophy. Humanity will only be happy when the last capitalist has been strangled with the guts of the last bureaucrat. Culture is disintegrating. Create. I take my wishes for reality, for I believe in the reality of my wishes. Or more simply, creativity, spontaneity, life. In the street outside, hundreds of passers-by would stop to read these improvised wall newspapers. Some gaped. Some sniggered. Some nodded assent. Some argued. Some, summoning their courage, actually entered the erstwhile sacrosanct premises, as they were being exhorted to by numerous posters proclaiming that the Sorbonne was now open to all. Young workers who wouldn't have been seen in that place a month ago now walked in groups, at first rather self-consciously, later as if they owned the place, which of course they did. As the days went by, another kind of invasion took place, the invasion by the cynical and the unbelieving, or, more charitably, by those who had only come to see. It gradually gained momentum. At certain stages it threatened to paralyze the serious work being done, part of which had to be hived off to the Faculty of Letters, at Censier, also occupied by the students. It was felt necessary, however, for the doors to be kept open, 24 hours a day. The message certainly spread. Deputations came first from other universities, then from high schools, later from factories and offices, to look, to question, to argue, to study. The most telling sign, however, of the new and heady climate was to be found on the walls of the Sorbonne corridors. Around the main lecture theatres there is a maze of such corridors, dark, dusty, depressing, and hitherto unnoticed passageways leading from nowhere in particular to nowhere else. Suddenly these corridors sprang to life in a firework of luminous mural wisdom, much of it of situationist inspiration. Hundreds of people suddenly stopped to read such pearls as, "Do not consume Marx. Live it. The future will only contain what we put into it now. When examined, we will answer with questions. Professors, you make us feel old. One doesn't compose with a society in decomposition. We must remain the maladjusted ones. Workers of all lands, enjoy yourselves. Those who carry out a revolution only halfway through merely dig themselves a tomb, Saint Just. Please leave the PC, Communist Party, as clean on leaving as you would like to find it on entering. The tears of the Philistines are the nectar of the gods. Go and die in Naples, with the Club Mediterranee. Long live communication, down with telecommunication. Masochism today dresses up as reformism. We will claim nothing. We will ask for nothing. We will take. We will occupy. The only outrage to the tomb of the unknown soldier was the outrage that put him there. No, we won't be picked up by the great party of the working class. And a big inscription, well displayed, since 1936 I have fought for wage increases. My father, before me, also fought for wage increases. Now I have a telly, a fridge, a Volkswagen. Yet all in all, my life has always been a cunt's life. Don't discuss with the bosses. Eliminate them. Day after day the courtyard and corridors are crammed, the scene of an incessant bidirectional flow to every conceivable part of the enormous building. It may look like chaos, but it is the chaos of a beehive or of an anthill. A new structure is gradually being evolved. A canteen has been organized in one big hall, people pay what they can afford for glasses of orange juice, menthe, or grenadine, and for ham or sausage rolls. I inquire whether costs are covered and am told they more or less break even. In another part of the building a children's creche has been set up, elsewhere a first aid station, elsewhere a dormitory. Regular sweeping up rotas are organized. Rooms are allocated to the occupation committee, to the press committee, to the propaganda committee, to the student worker liaison committees, to the committees dealing with foreign students, to the action committees of lycees, to the committees dealing with the allocation of premises, and to the numerous commissions undertaking special projects such as the compiling of a dossier on police atrocities, the study of the implications of autonomy, of the examination system, etc. Anyone seeking work can readily find it. The composition of the committees was very variable. It often changed from day to day, as the committees gradually found their feet. To those who pressed for instant solutions to every problem it would be answered, "Patience, comrade. Give us a chance to evolve an alternative." The bourgeoisie has controlled this university for nearly 2 centuries. It has solved nothing. We are building from rock bottom. We need a month or two. Confronted with this tremendous explosion which it had neither foreseen nor been able to control, the Communist Party tried desperately to salvage what it could of its shattered reputation. Between May 3rd and May 13th every issue of El Humanite had carried paragraphs either attacking the students or making slimy innuendos about them. Now the line suddenly changed. The party sent dozens of its best agitators into the Sorbonne to explain its case. The case was a simple one. The party supported the students, even if there were a few dubious elements in their leadership. It always had. It always would. Amazing scenes followed. Every Stalinist agitator would immediately be surrounded by a large group of well-informed young people, denouncing the party's counter-revolutionary role. A wallpaper had been put up by the comrades of Voix Ouvrière on which had been posted, day by day, every statement attacking the students to have appeared in El Humanite or in any of a dozen party leaflets. The agitators couldn't get a word in edgeways. They would be jumped on, non-violently. The evidence was over there, comrade. Would the party comrades like to come and read just exactly what the party had been saying not a week ago? Perhaps El Humanite would like to grant the students space to reply to some of the accusations made against them. Others in the audience would then bring up the party's role during the Algerian War, during the miners' strike of 1958, during the years of tripartisme, 1945 to 1947. Wriggle as they tried, the agitators just could not escape this kind of instant education. It was interesting to note that the party could not entrust this salvaging operation to its younger, student members. Only the older comrades could safely venture into this hornet's nest. So much so that people would say that anyone in the Sorbonne over the age of 40 was either a copper's narc or a Stalinist stooge. The most dramatic periods of the occupation were undoubtedly the Assembles Générales, or plenary sessions, held every night in the giant amphitheater. This was the Soviet, the ultimate source of all decisions, the fount and origin of direct democracy. The amphitheater could seat up to 5,000 people in its enormous hemicycle, surmounted by 3 balcony tiers. As often as not every seat was taken and the crowd would flow up the aisles and onto the podium. A black flag and a red one hung over the simple wooden table at which the chairman sat. Having seen meetings of 50 break up in chaos, it is an amazing experience to see a meeting of 5,000 get down to business. Real events determined the themes and ensured that most of the talk was down to earth. The topic having been decided, everyone was allowed to speak. Most speeches were made from the podium, but some from the body of the hall or from the balconies. The loudspeaker equipment usually worked but sometimes didn't. Some speakers could command immediate attention, without even raising their voice. Others would instantly provoke a hostile response by the stridency of their tone, their insincerity, or their more or less obvious attempts at maneuvering the assembly. Anyone who waffled, or reminisced, or came to recite a set piece, or talked in terms of slogans, was given short shrift by the audience, politically the most sophisticated I have ever seen. Anyone making practical suggestions was listened to attentively. So were those who sought to interpret the movement in terms of its own experience or to point the way ahead. Most speakers were granted 3 minutes. Some were allowed much more by popular acclaim. The crowd itself exerted a tremendous control on the platform and on the speakers. A two-way relationship emerged very quickly. The political maturity of the assembly was shown most strikingly in its rapid realization that booing or cheering during speeches slowed down the assembly's own deliberations. Positive speeches were loudly cheered, at the end. Demagogic or useless ones were impatiently swept aside. Conscious revolutionary minorities played an important catalytic role in these deliberations, but never sought, at least the more intelligent ones, to impose their will on the mass body. Although in the early stages the assembly had its fair share of exhibitionists, provocateurs, and nuts, the overhead costs of direct democracy were not as heavy as one might have expected. There were moments of excitement and moments of exhortation. On the night of May 13, after the massive march through the streets of Paris, Daniel Cohn-Bendit confronted J.M. Khattala, General Secretary of the Union of Communist Students, in front of the packed auditorium. The scene remains printed in my mind. "Explain to us," Cohn-Bendit said, "why the Communist Party and the CGT told their militants to disperse at Denfert Rochereau, why it prevented them joining up with us for a discussion at the Champ de Mars." "Simple, really," sneered Khattala. The agreement concluded between the CGT, the CFDT, the UNEF, and the other sponsoring organizations stipulated that dispersal would take place at a predetermined place. The Joint Sponsoring Committee had not sanctioned any further developments. "A revealing answer," replied Cohn-Bendit, "the organizations hadn't foreseen that we would be 1 million in the streets. But life is bigger than the organizations. With 1 million people almost anything is possible. You say the committee hadn't sanctioned anything further. On the day of the revolution, comrade, you will doubtless tell us to forego it because it hasn't been sanctioned by the appropriate sponsoring committee." This brought the house down. The only ones who didn't rise to cheer were a few dozen Stalinists. Also, revealingly, those Trotskyists who tacitly accepted the Stalinist conceptions, and whose only quarrel with the CP is that it had excluded them from being one of the sponsoring organizations. That same night the assembly took 3 important decisions. From now on the Sorbonne would constitute itself as a revolutionary headquarters. Smolny, someone shouted. Those who worked there would devote their main efforts not to a mere reorganization of the educational system, but to a total subversion of bourgeois society. From now on the university would be open to all those who subscribed to these aims. The proposals having been accepted, the audience rose to a man and sang the loudest, most impassioned Internationale I have ever heard. The echoes must have reverberated as far as the Élysée Palace on the other side of the River Seine. The Censier revolutionaries. At the same time as the students occupied the Sorbonne, they also took over the Centre Censier, the new Paris University Faculty of Letters. Censier is an enormous, ultra-modern, steel concrete and glass affair situated at the southeast corner of the Latin Quarter. Its occupation attracted less attention than did that of the Sorbonne. It was to prove, however, just as significant an event. For while the Sorbonne was the shop window of revolutionary Paris, with all that that implies in terms of garish display, Censier was its dynamo, the place where things really got done. To many, the Paris May days must have been an essentially nocturnal affair, nocturnal battles with the CRS, nocturnal barricades, nocturnal debates in the great amphitheaters. But this was but one side of the coin. While some argued late into the Sorbonne night, others went to bed early, for in the mornings they would be handing out leaflets at factory gates or in the suburbs, leaflets that had to be drafted, typed, duplicated, and the distribution of which had to be carefully organized. This patient, systematic work was done at Censier. It contributed in no small measure to giving the new revolutionary consciousness articulate expression. Soon after Censier had been occupied, a group of activists commandeered a large part of the third floor. This space was to be the headquarters of their proposed worker-student action committees. The general idea was to establish links with groups of workers, however small, who shared the general libertarian revolutionary outlook of this group of students. Contact having been made, workers and students would cooperate in the joint drafting of leaflets. The leaflets would discuss the immediate problems of particular groups of workers, but in the light of what the students had shown to be possible. A given leaflet would then be jointly distributed by workers and students, outside the particular factory or office to which it referred. In some instances the distribution would have to be undertaken by students alone, in others hardly a single student would be needed. What brought the sincere comrades together was a deeply felt sense of the revolutionary potentialities of the situation and the knowledge that they had no time to waste. They all felt the pressing need for direct action propaganda, and that the urgency of the situation required of them that they transcend any doctrinal differences they might have with one another. They were all intensely political people. By and large, their politics were those of that new and increasingly important historical species, the ex-members of one or other revolutionary organization. What were their views? Basically they boiled down to a few simple propositions. What was needed just now was a rapid, autonomous development of the working class struggle, the setting up of elected strike committees which would link union and non-union members in all strike-bound plants and enterprises, regular meetings of the strikers so that the fundamental decisions remained in the hands of the rank and file, workers' defense committees to defend pickets from police intimidation, a constant dialogue with the revolutionary students aimed at restoring to the working class its own tradition of direct democracy and its own aspiration to self-management, autogestion, usurped by the bureaucracies of the trade unions and the political parties. For a whole week the various Trotskyist and Maoist factions didn't even notice what was going on at Sincere. They spent their time in public and often acrimonious debates at the Sorbonne as to who could provide the best leadership. Meanwhile, the comrades at Sincere were steadily getting on with the work. The majority of them had been through either Stalinist or Trotskyist organizations. They had left behind them all ideas to the effect that intervention was meaningful only in terms of potential recruitment to their own particular group. All recognized the need for a widely based and moderately structured revolutionary movement, but none of them saw the building of such a movement as an immediate, all-important task, on which propaganda should immediately be centered. Duplicators belonging to subversive elements were brought in. University duplicators were commandeered. Stocks of paper and ink were obtained from various sources and by various means. Leaflets began to pour out, first in hundreds, then in thousands, then in tens of thousands as links were established with one group of rank and file workers after another. On the first day alone, Renault, Citroën, Air France, Buzik, the Nouvelles Messageries de Presse, Rhône-Poulenc, and the RATP, Metro, were contacted. The movement then snowballed. Every evening at Sincere, the action committees reported back to an Assembly Générale devoted exclusively to this kind of work. The reactions to the distribution were assessed, the content of future leaflets discussed. These discussions would usually be led off by the worker contact who would describe the impact of the leaflet on his workmates. The most heated discussion centered on whether direct attacks should be made on the leaders of the CGT or whether mere suggestions as to what was needed to win would be sufficient to expose everything the union leaders had, or hadn't, done and everything they stood for. The second viewpoint prevailed. The leaflets were usually very short, never more than 200 or 300 words. They nearly all started by listing the workers' grievances, or just by describing their conditions of work. They would end by inviting workers to call at Sincere or at the Sorbonne. These places are now yours. Come there to discuss your problems with others. Take a hand yourselves in making known your problems and demands to those around you. Between this kind of opening and this kind of conclusion, most leaflets contained one or two key political points. The response was instantaneous. More and more workers dropped in to draft joint leaflets with the students. Soon there was no lecture room big enough for the daily Assembly Générale. The students learned a great deal from the workers' self-discipline and from the systematic way in which they presented their reports. It was all so different from the infighting of the political sects. There was agreement that these were the finest lectures ever held at Saint-Cyr. Among the more telling lines of these leaflets, I noted the following. Air France leaflet: we refuse to accept a degrading modernization which means we are constantly watched and have to submit to conditions which are harmful to our health, to our nervous systems, and an insult to our status of human beings. We refuse to entrust our demands any longer to professional trade union leaders. Like the students, we must take the control of our affairs into our own hands. Renault leaflet: if we want our wage increases and our claims concerning conditions of work to be secure, if we don't want them constantly threatened, we must now struggle for a fundamental change in society. As workers, we should ourselves seek to control the operation of our enterprises. Our objectives are similar to those of the students. The management, gestion, of industry and the management of the university should be democratically ensured by those who work there. Ronpulang leaflet: up till now we tried to solve our problems through petitions, partial struggles, the election of better leaders. This has led us nowhere. The action of the students has shown us that only rank and file action could compel the authorities to retreat. The students are challenging the whole purpose of bourgeois education. They want to take the fundamental decisions themselves. So should we. We should decide the purpose of production, and at whose cost production will be carried out. District leaflet, distributed in the streets at Boulogne-Billancourt: the government fears the extension of the movement. It fears the developing unity between workers and students. Pompidou has announced that the government will defend the Republic. The army and police are being prepared. De Gaulle will speak on the 24th. Will he send the CRS to clear pickets out of strike-bound plants? Be prepared. In workshops and faculties, think in terms of self-defense. Every day dozens of such leaflets were discussed, typed, duplicated, distributed. Every evening we heard of the response: the blokes think it's tremendous. It's just what they are thinking. The union officials never talk like this. The blokes like the leaflet. They are skeptical about the 12%er. They say prices will go up and that we'll lose it all in a few months. Some say let's push all together now and take on the lot. The leaflet certainly started the lads talking. They've never had so much to say. The officials had to wait their turn to speak. I vividly remember a young printing worker who said one night that these meetings were the most exciting thing that had ever happened to him. All his life he had dreamed of meeting people who thought and spoke like this. But every time he thought he had met one, all they were interested in was what they could get out of him. This was the first time he had been offered disinterested help. I don't know what has happened at Saint-Cyr since the end of May. When I left, sundry trots were beginning to move in, to politicize the leaflets, by which I presume they meant that the leaflets should now talk about the need to build the Revolutionary Party. If they succeed, which I doubt, knowing the caliber of the Saint-Cyr comrades, it will be a tragedy. The leaflets were in fact political. During the whole of my short stay in France I saw nothing more intensely and relevantly political, in the best sense of the term, than the sustained campaign emanating from Saint-Cyr, a campaign for constant control of the struggle from below, for self-defense, for workers' management of production, for popularizing the concept of workers' councils, for explaining to one and all the tremendous relevance, in a revolutionary situation, of revolutionary demands, of organized self-activity, of collective self-reliance. As I left Saint-Cyr I could not help thinking how the place epitomized the crisis of modern bureaucratic capitalism. Saint-Cyr is no educational slum. It is an ultra-modern building, one of the showpieces of Gaullist grandeur. It has closed-circuit television in the lecture theaters, modern plumbing and slot machines distributing 24 different kinds of food, in sterilized containers, and 10 different kinds of drink. Over 90% of the students there are of petty bourgeois or bourgeois backgrounds. Yet such is their rejection of the society that nurtured them that they were working duplicators 24 hours a day, turning out a flood of revolutionary literature of a kind no modern city has ever had pushed into it before. This kind of activity had transformed these students and had contributed to transforming the environment around them. They were simultaneously disrupting the social structure and having the time of their lives. In the words of a slogan scrawled on the wall, "On en est pas pour s'émerder," you'll have to look this one up in the dictionary. Getting together. When the news of the first factory occupation, that of the Sud aviation plant at Nantes, reached the Sorbonne, late during the night of Tuesday, May 14, there were scenes of indescribable enthusiasm. Sessions were interrupted for the announcement. Everyone seemed to sense the significance of what had just happened. After a full minute of continuous, delirious cheering, the audience broke into a synchronous, rhythmical clapping, apparently reserved for great occasions. On Thursday, May 16, the Renault factories at Cléon, near Rouen, and at Flins, northwest of Paris, were occupied. Excited groups in the Sorbonne yard remained glued to their transistors as hour-by-hour news came over of further occupations. Enormous posters were put up, both inside and outside the Sorbonne, with the most up-to-date information of which factories had been occupied: the Nouvelles Messageries de Presse in Paris, Clébercolombe at Caudebec, Dresser du Jardin at Le Havre, the Naval Shipyard at Le Trait, and finally the Renault Works at Boulogne-Billancourt. Within 48 hours the task had to be abandoned. No notice board, or panel of notice boards, was large enough. At last the students felt that the battle had really been joined. Early on the Friday afternoon an emergency assembly general was held. The meeting decided to send a big student deputation to the occupied Renault Works. Its aim was to establish contact, express student solidarity and, if possible, discuss common problems. The march was scheduled to leave the Place de la Sorbonne at 6:00 p.m. At about 5:00 p.m. thousands of leaflets were suddenly distributed in the amphitheatre, in the Sorbonne yard and in the streets around. They were signed by the Renault Bureau of the CGT. The Communist Party had been working fast. The leaflets read: "We have just heard that students and teachers are proposing to set out this afternoon in the direction of Renault. This decision was taken without consulting the appropriate trade union sections of the CGT, CFDT, and FO. We greatly appreciate the solidarity of the students and teachers in the common struggle against the pouvoir personnel, i.e. de Gaulle, and the employers, but are opposed to any ill-judged initiative which might threaten our developing movement and facilitate a provocation which would lead to a diversion by the government. We strongly advise the organizers of this demonstration against proceeding with their plans. We intend, together with the workers now struggling for their claims, to lead our own strike. We refuse any external intervention, in conformity with the declaration jointly signed by the CGT, CFDT, and FO unions, and approved this morning by 23,000 workers belonging to the factory. The distortion and dishonesty of this leaflet defy description. No one intended to instruct the workers how to run the strike, and no student would have the presumption to seek to assume its leadership. All that the students wanted was to express solidarity with the workers in what was now a common struggle against the state and the employing class. The CGT leaflet came like an icy shower to the less political students and to all those who still had illusions about Stalinism. They won't let us get through. The workers don't want to talk with us. The identification of workers with their organizations is very hard to break down. Several hundred who had intended to march to Billancourt were probably put off. The UNEF vacillated, reluctant to lead the march in direct violation of the wishes of the CGT. Finally some 1,500 people set out, under a single banner, hastily prepared by some Maoist students. The banner proclaimed, "The strong hands of the working class must now take over the torch from the fragile hands of the students." Many joined the march who were not Maoists and who didn't necessarily agree with this particular formulation of its objectives. Although small when compared to other marches, this was certainly a most political one. Practically everyone on it belonged to one or other of the groupuscules, a spontaneous united front of Maoists, Trotskyists, anarchists, the comrades of the Mouvement du 22 Mars and various others. Everyone knew exactly what he was doing. It was this that was so to infuriate the Communist Party. The march sets off noisily, crosses the Boulevard Saint-Michel, and passes in front of the occupied Odeon Theatre, where several hundred more joyfully join it. It then proceeds at a very brisk pace down the Rue de Vaugirard, the longest street in Paris, towards the working-class districts to the southwest of the city, growing steadily in size and militancy as it advances. It is important we reach the factory before the Stalinists have time to mobilize their big battalions. Slogans such as Avec nous, Chez Renault, Come with us to Renault, Le pouvoir est dans la rue, Power lies in the street, Le pouvoir auxiliary ouvriers, Power to the workers, are shouted lustily, again and again. The Maoists shout a basse Le government gaulliste anti-populaire de comité de mesure, a long and politically equivocal slogan, but one eminently suited to collective shouting. The Internationale bursts out repeatedly, sung this time by people who seem to know the words, even the second verse. By the time we have marched the 5 miles to Issy-les-Moulineaux it is already dark. Way behind us now are the bright lights of the Latin Quarter and of the fashionable Paris known to tourists. We go through small, poorly lit streets, the uncollected rubbish piled high in places. Dozens of young people join us en route, attracted by the noise and the singing of revolutionary songs such as La Jeune Garde, Zimmerwald, and the Song of the Partisans. Chez Renault, the marchers shout. People congregate in the doors of the bistros, or peer out of the windows of crowded flats to watch us pass. Some look on in amazement, but many, possibly a majority, now clap or wave encouragement. In some streets many Algerians line the pavement. Some join in the shouting of CRS, SS, Quran, a basse l'état policier. They have not forgotten. Most look on shyly or smile in an embarrassed way. Very few join the march. On we go, a few miles more. There isn't a gendarme in sight. We cross the Seine and eventually slow down as we approach a square beyond which lie the Renault works. The streets here are very badly lit. There is a sense of intense excitement in the air. We suddenly come up against a lorry, parked across most of the road, and fitted with loudspeaker equipment. The march stops. On the lorry stands a CGT official. He speaks for 5 minutes. In somewhat chilly tones he says how pleased he is to see us. Thank you for coming, comrades. We appreciate your solidarity. But please no provocations. Don't go too near the gates as the management would use it as an excuse to call the police. And go home soon. It's cold and you'll need all your strength in the days to come. The students have brought their own loud high-liers. One or two speak, briefly. They take note of the comments of the comrade from the CGT. They have no intention of provoking anyone, no wish to usurp anyone's functions. We then slowly but quite deliberately move forwards into the square, on each side of the lorry, drowning the protests of about 100 Stalinists in a powerful internationale. Workers in neighboring cafes come out and join us. This time the party had not had time to mobilize its militants. It could not physically isolate us. Part of the factory now looms up right ahead of us, 3 stories high on our left, 2 stories high on our right. In front of us, there is a giant metal gate, closed and bolted. A large first-floor window to our right is crowded with workers. The front row sit with their legs dangling over the sill. Several seem in their teens, one of them waves a big red flag. There are no tricolors in sight, no dual allegiance as in other occupied places I had seen. Several dozen more workers are on the roofs of the 2 buildings. We wave. They wave back. We sing the Internationale. They join in. We give the clenched fist salute. They do likewise. Everybody cheers. Contact has been made. An interesting exchange takes place. A group of demonstrators starts shouting Les usines auxiliary ouvriers, the factories to the workers. The slogan spreads like wildfire through the crowd. The Maoists, now in a definite minority, are rather annoyed. According to Chairman Mao, workers' control is a petty bourgeois, anarcho-syndicalist deviation. Les usines auxiliary ouvrières, 10, 20 times the slogan reverberates round the Place Nationale, taken up by a crowd now some 3,000 strong. As the shouting subsides, a lone voice from one of the Renault roofs shouts back, La Sorbonne Auxiliary Étudiants. Other workers on the same roof take it up. Then those on the other roof. By the volume of their voices they must be at least 100 of them, on top of each building. There is then a moment of silence. Everyone thinks the exchange has come to an end. But one of the demonstrators starts chanting, La Sorbonne Auxiliary Ouvriers. Amid general laughter, everyone joins in. We start talking. A rope is quickly passed down from the window, a bucket at the end of it. Bottles of beer and packets of fags are passed up. Also revolutionary leaflets. Also bundles of papers, mainly copies of Server Le Peuple, a Maoist journal carrying a big title, Vive la CGT. At street level there are a number of gaps in the metal facade of the building. Groups of students cluster at these half-dozen openings and talk to groups of workers on the other side. They discuss wages, conditions, the CRS, what the lads inside need most, how the students can help. The men talk freely. They are not party members. They think the constant talk of provocateurs a bit far-fetched. But the machines must be protected. We point out that 2 or 3 students inside the factory, escorted by the strike committee, couldn't possibly damage the machines. They agree. We contrast the widely open doors of the Sorbonne with the heavy locks and bolts on the Renault gates, closed by the CGT officials to prevent the ideological contamination of their militants. How silly, we say, to have to talk through these stupid little slits in the wall. Again they agree. They will put it to their dirigeants, leaders. No one seems, as yet, to think beyond this. There is then a diversion. 100 yards away a member of the FER gets up on a parked car and starts making a speech through a loud highlander. The intervention is completely out of tune with the dialogue that is just starting. It's the same gramophone record we have been hearing all week at the Sorbonne. Call on the union leaders to organize the election of strike committees in every factory. Force the union leaders to federate the strike committees. Force the union leaders to set up a national strike committee. Force them to call a general strike throughout the whole of the country. This at a time when millions of workers are already on strike without any call whatsoever. The tone is strident, almost hysterical, the misjudging of the mood monumental. The demonstrators themselves drown the speaker in a loud internationale. As the last bar fades the Trotskyist tries again. Again the demonstrators drown him. Groups stroll up the Avenue Yves Kerman, to the other entrances to the factory. Real contact is here more difficult to establish. There is a crowd outside the gate, but most of them are party members. Some won't talk at all. Others just talk slogans. We walk back to the square. It is now well past midnight. The crowd thins. Groups drop into a couple of cafes which are still open. Here we meet a whole group of young workers, aged about 18. They had been in the factory earlier in the day. They tell us that at any given time, just over 1,000 workers are engaged in the occupation. The strike started on the Thursday afternoon, at about 2:00 p.m., when the group of youngsters from Shop 70 decided to down tools and to spread into all parts of the factory asking their mates to do likewise. That same morning they had heard of the occupation of Cleon and that the red flag was floating over the factory at Flynn's. There had been a hint of talk about what to do. At a midday meeting Tile CGT had spoken vaguely of a series of rotating strikes, shop by shop, to be initiated the following day. The movement spread at an incredible pace. The youngsters went round shouting occupation. Occupation. Half the factory had stopped working before the union officials realized what was happening. At about 4:00 p.m. Sylvain, a CGT secretary, had arrived with loudspeaker equipment to tell them they weren't numerous enough, to start work again, that they would see tomorrow about a one-day strike. He is absolutely bypassed. At 5:00 p.m. Halbahar, General Secretary of the Renault CGT, announces, pale as a sheet, that the CGT has called for the occupation of the factory. Tell your friends, the lads say. We started it. But will we be able to keep it in our hands? C'est un autre problème. Students. Well, hats off to anyone who can thump the cops that hard. The lads tell us of 2 of their mates who disappeared from the factory altogether 10 days ago to help the revolution. Left family, jobs, everything. And good luck to them. A chance like this comes once in a lifetime. We discuss plans, how to develop the movement. The occupied factory could be a ghetto, isolateurs, isolating the most militant. We talk about camping, the cinema, the Sorbonne, the future. Almost until sunrise. Attention auxiliary provocateurs. Social upheavals, such as the one France has just been through, leave behind them a trail of shattered reputations. The image of Gaullism as a meaningful way of life, accepted by the French people, has taken a tremendous knock. But so has the image of the Communist Party as a viable challenge to the French establishment. As far as the students are concerned, the recent actions of the PCF, Parti Communiste Français, are such that the party has probably sealed its fate in this milieu for a generation to come. Among the workers the effects are more difficult to assess, and it would be premature to attempt this assessment. All that can be said is that the effects are sure to be profound, although they will probably take some time to express themselves. The proletarian condition itself was for a moment questioned. Prisoners who have had a glimpse of freedom do not readily resume a life sentence. The full implications of the role of the PCF and of the CGT have yet to be appreciated by British revolutionaries. They need above all else to be informed. In this section we will document the role of the PCF to the best of our ability. It is important to realize that for every ounce of shit thrown at the students in its official publications, the party poured tons more over them at meetings or in private conversations. In the nature of things it is more difficult to document this kind of slander. Friday, May 3rd. A meeting was called in the yard of the Sorbonne by UNEF, JCR, MAO, and FER to protest at the closure of the Nanterre faculty. It was attended by militants of the movement du 22 Mars. The police were called in by Rector Roche, and activists from all these groups were arrested. The UEC, Union d'étudiants communists, didn't participate in this campaign. But it distributed a leaflet in the Sorbonne denouncing the activity of the groupuscules, abbreviation for groups minuscules, tiny groups. The leaders of the leftist groups are taking advantage of the shortcomings of the government. They are exploiting student discontent and trying to stop the functioning of the faculties. They are seeking to prevent the mass of students from working and from passing their exams. These false revolutionaries are acting objectively as allies of the Gaullist power. They are acting as supporters of its policies, which are harmful to the mass of the students and in particular to those of modest origin. On the same day El Humanite had written, certain small groups, anarchists, Trotskyists, Maoists, composed mainly of the sons of the big bourgeoisie and led by the German anarchist Cohn-Bendit, are taking advantage of the shortcomings of the government, etc., see above. The same issue of El Humanite had published an article by Mark Heiss, a member of the party's Central Committee. This article was to be widely distributed, as a leaflet, in factories and offices. Not satisfied with the agitation they are conducting in the student milieu, an agitation which is against the interests of the mass of the students and favors fascist provocateurs, these pseudo-revolutionaries now have the nerve to seek to give lessons to the working class movement. We find them in increasing numbers at the gates of factories and in places where immigrant workers live, distributing leaflets and other propaganda. These false revolutionaries must be unmasked, for objectively they are serving the interests of the Gaullist power and of the big capitalist monopolies. Monday, May 6th. The police have been occupying the Latin Quarter over the weekend. There have been big student street demonstrations. At the call of UNEF and SNE sub 20,000 students marched from Denfert Trochero to St. Germain-des-Prés calling for the liberation of the arrested workers and students. Repeated police assaults on the demonstrators, 422 arrests, 800 wounded. El Humanite states. One can clearly see today the outcome of the adventurous actions of the leftist, anarchist, Trotskyist, and other groups. Objectively they are playing into the hands of the government. The discredit into which they are bringing the student movement is helping feed the violent campaigns of the reactionary press and of the ORTF, who by identifying the actions of these groups with those of the mass of the students are seeking to isolate the students from the mass of the population. Tuesday, May 7. UNEF and SNE sub call on their supporters to start an unlimited strike. Before discussions with the authorities begin, they insist on a stop to all legal action against the students and workers who have been questioned, arrested, or convicted in the course of the demonstrations of the last few days. B. The withdrawal of the police from the Latin Quarter and from all university premises. C. A reopening of the closed faculties. In a statement showing how completely out of touch they were with the deep motives of the student revolt, the elected communist representatives of the Paris region declared in El Humanite: the shortage of credits, of premises, of equipment, of teachers, prevent 3 students out of 4 from completing their studies, without mentioning all those who never have access to higher education. This situation has caused profound and legitimate discontent among both students and teachers. It has also favored the activity of irresponsible groups whose conceptions can offer no solution to the students' problems. It is intolerable that the government should take advantage of the behavior of an infinitesimal minority to stop the studies of tens of thousands of students a few days from the exams. The same issue of El Humanite carried a statement from the Sorbonne Lettres, teachers, branch of the Communist Party. The communist teachers demand the liberation of the arrested students and the reopening of the Sorbonne. Conscious of our responsibilities, we specify that this solidarity does not mean that we agree with or support the slogans emanating from certain student organizations. We disapprove of unrealistic, demagogic, and anti-communist slogans and of the unwarranted methods of action advocated by various leftist groups. On the same day, Georges Seguier, General Secretary of the CGT, spoke to the press about the program of the Festival of Working Class Youth, scheduled for May 17 to 19, but subsequently cancelled. The solidarity between students, teachers, and the working class is a familiar notion to the militants of the CGT. It is precisely this tradition that compels us not to tolerate any dubious or provocative elements which criticize the working class organizations. Wednesday, May 8. A big students' demonstration called by UNEF has taken place in the streets of Paris the previous evening. The front page of El Humanite carries a statement from the party secretariat: the discontent of the students is legitimate. But the situation favors adventurous activities, whose conception offers no perspective to the students and has nothing in common with a really progressive and forward-looking policy. In the same issue, J.M. Kabila, General Secretary of the UEC, Union d'étudiants communistes, writes that the actions of irresponsible groups are assisting the establishment in its aims. What we must do is ask for a bigger educational budget which would ensure bigger student grants, the appointment of more and better qualified teachers, the building of new faculties. The UJCF, Union de Jeunesses Communistes de France, and the UJFF, Union de Jeunes Filles Françaises, distribute a leaflet in a number of lycées. El Humanite quotes it approvingly. We protest against the police violence unleashed against the students. We demand the reopening of Nanterre and of the Sorbonne and the liberation of all those arrested. We denounce the Gaullist power as being mainly responsible for this situation. We also denounce the adventurism of certain irresponsible groups and call on the lycéens to fight side by side with the working class and its Communist Party. Monday, May 13. Over the weekend Pompidou has climbed down. But the unions, the UNEF, and the teachers have decided to maintain their call for a one-day, general strike. On its front page El Humanite publishes, in enormous headlines, a call for the 24-hour strike followed by a statement from the political bureau. The unity of the working class and of the students threatens the regime. This creates an enormous problem. It is essential that no provocation, no diversion should be allowed to divert any of the forces struggling against the regime or should give the government the flimsiest pretext to distort the meaning of this great fight. The Communist Party associates itself without reservation with the just struggle of the students. Wednesday, May 15. The enormous Monday demonstrations in Paris and other towns, which incidentally prevented El Humanite as well as other papers from appearing on the Tuesday, were a tremendous success. In a sense they triggered off the spontaneous wave of strikes which followed within a day or two. El Humanite publishes, on its front pages, a statement issued the day before by the party's political bureau. After taking all the credit for May 13, the statement continues. The people of Paris marched for hours in the streets of the capital, showing a power which made any provocation impossible. The party organizations worked day and night to ensure that this great demonstration of workers, teachers, and students should take place in maximum unity, strength and discipline. It is now clear that the establishment, confronted with the protests and collective action of all the main sections of the population, will seek to divide us in the hope of beating us. It will resort to all methods, including provocation. The political bureau warns workers and students against any adventurous endeavors which might, in the present circumstances, dislocate the broad front of the struggle which is in the process of developing, and provide the Gaullist power with an unexpected weapon with which to consolidate its shaky rule. Saturday, May 18. Over the past 48 hours, strikes with factory occupations have spread like a trail of gunpowder, from one corner of the country to the other. The railways are paralyzed, civil airports fly the red flag. Provocateurs have obviously been at work. El Humanite publishes on its front page a declaration from the National Committee of the CGT. From hour to hour, strikes and factory occupations are spreading. This action, started on the initiative of the CGT and of other trade union organizations, creates a new situation of exceptional importance. Long accumulated popular discontent is now finding expression. The questions being asked must be answered seriously and full notice taken of their importance. The evolution of the situation is giving a new dimension to the struggle, while multiplying its efforts to raise the struggle to the needed level. The National Committee warns all CGT militants and local groups against any attempts by outside groups to meddle in the conduct of the struggle, and against all acts of provocation which might assist the forces of repression in their attempts to thwart the development of the movement. The same issue of the paper devoted a whole page to warning students of the fallacy of any notions of student power, and passant attributing to the movement due 22 Mars a whole series of political positions they had never held. Monday, May 20. The whole country is totally paralyzed. The Communist Party is still warning about provocations. The top right-hand corner of El Humanite contains a box labeled "Warning." Leaflets have been distributed in the Paris area calling for an insurrectionary general strike. It goes without saying that such appeals have not been issued by our democratic trade union organizations. It does indeed, MB. They are the work of provocateurs seeking to provide the government with a pretext for intervention. The workers must be vigilant to defeat all such maneuvers. In the same issue, Etienne Fajon, of the Central Committee, continues the warnings. The establishment's main preoccupation at the moment is to divide the ranks of the working class and to divide it from other sections of the population. Our political bureau has warned workers and students, from the very beginning, against venturing slogans capable of dislocating the broad front of the struggle. Several provocations have thus been prevented. Our political vigilance must clearly be maintained. The same issue devoted its central pages to an interview of M. Georges Seguier, General Secretary of the CGT, conducted over the Europe No. 1 radio network. In these live interviews, various listeners phoned questions indirectly. The following exchanges are worth recording. Question: M. Seguier, the workers on strike are everywhere saying that they will go the whole hog. What do you mean by this? What are your objectives? Answer: The strike is so powerful that the workers obviously mean to obtain the maximum concessions at the end of such a movement. The whole hog for us, trade unionists, means winning the demands that we have always fought for, but which the government and the employers have always refused to consider. They have opposed an obtuse intransigence to the proposals for negotiations which we have repeatedly made. The whole hog means a general rise in wages, no wages less than 600 francs per month, guaranteed employment, an earlier retirement age, reduction of working hours without loss of wages, and the defense and extension of trade union rights within the factory. I am not putting these demands in any particular order because we attach the same importance to all of them. Question. If I am not mistaken, the statutes of the CGT declare its aims to be the overthrow of capitalism and its replacement by socialism. In the present circumstances, that you have yourself referred to as exceptional and important, why doesn't the CGT seize this unique chance of calling for its fundamental objectives? Answer. This is a very interesting question. I like it very much. It is true that the CGT offers the workers a concept of trade unionism that we consider the most revolutionary insofar as its final objective is the end of the employing class and of wage labor. It is true that this is the first of our statutes. It remains fundamentally the CGT's objective. But can the present movement reach this objective? If it became obvious that it could, we would be ready to assume our responsibilities. It remains to be seen whether all the social strata involved in the present movement are ready to go that far. Question. Since last week's events I have gone everywhere where people are arguing. I went this afternoon to the Odeon Theatre. Masses of people were discussing there. I can assure you that all the classes who suffer from the present regime were represented there. When I asked whether people thought that the movement should go further than the small demands put forward by the trade unions for the last 10 or 20 years, I brought the house down. I therefore think that it would be criminal to miss the present opportunity. It would be criminal because sooner or later this will have to be done. The conditions of today might allow us to do it peacefully and calmly and will perhaps never come back. I think this call must be made by you and the other political organizations. These political organizations are not your business, of course, but the CGT is a revolutionary organization. You must bring out your revolutionary flag. The workers are astounded to see you so timid. Answer. While you were bathing in the Odeon fever, I was in the factories. Amongst workers. I assure you that the answer I am giving you is the answer of a leader of a great trade union, which claims to have assumed all its responsibilities, but which does not confuse its wishes with reality. A caller. I would like to speak to M. Segway. My name is Devachel. I am the director of the Sud Aviation Factory at Nantes. Segway. Good morning, sir. Devachel. Good morning, Mr. General Secretary. I would like to know what you think of the fact that for the last 4 days I have been sequestrated, together with about 20 other managerial staff, inside the Sud Aviation Factory at Nantes. Segway. Has anyone raised a hand against you? Devachel. No. But I am prevented from leaving, despite the fact that the general manager of the firm has intimated that the firm was prepared to make positive proposals as soon as free access to its factory could be resumed, and first of all to its managerial staff. Segway. Have you asked to leave the factory? Devachel. Yes. Segway. Was permission refused? Devachel. Yes. Segway. Then I must refer you to the declaration I made yesterday at the CGT's press conference. I stated that I disapproved of such activities. We are taking the necessary steps to see they are not repeated. But enough is enough. The revolution itself will doubtless be denounced by the Stalinists as a provocation. By way of an epilogue, it is worth recording that at a packed meeting of revolutionary students, held at the Mutualite on Thursday, May 9, a spokesman of the Trotskyist organization Communist Internationalist could think of nothing better to do than call on the meeting to pass a resolution calling on Segway to call a general strike. France, 1968. This has undoubtedly been the greatest revolutionary upheaval in Western Europe since the days of the Paris Commune. Hundreds of thousands of students have fought pitched battles with the police. 9 million workers have been on strike. The red flag of revolt has flown over occupied factories, universities, building sites, shipyards, primary and secondary schools, pithides, railway stations, department stores, docked transatlantic liners, theaters, hotels. The Paris Opera, the Folies Bergers and the building of the National Council for Scientific Research were taken over, as were the headquarters of the French Football Federation, whose aim was clearly perceived as being to prevent ordinary footballers enjoying football. Virtually every layer of French society has been involved to some extent or other. Hundreds of thousands of people of all ages have discussed every aspect of life in packed-out, non-stop meetings in every available schoolroom and lecture hall. Boys of 14 have invaded a primary school for girls shouting "Liberté pour les filles." Even such traditionally reactionary enclaves as the faculties of medicine and law have been shaken from top to bottom, their hallowed procedures and institutions challenged and found wanting. Millions have taken a hand in making history. This is the stuff of revolution. Under the influence of the revolutionary students, thousands began to query the whole principle of hierarchy. The students had questioned it where it seemed the most natural, in the realms of teaching and knowledge. They proclaimed that democratic self-management was possible, and to prove it began to practice it themselves. They denounced the monopoly of information and produced millions of leaflets to break it. They attacked some of the main pillars of contemporary civilization, the barriers between manual workers and intellectuals, the consumer society, the sanctity of the university and of other founts of capitalist culture and wisdom. Within a matter of days the tremendous creative potentialities of the people suddenly erupted. The boldest and most realistic ideas, and they are usually the same, were advocated, argued, applied. Language, rendered stale by decades of bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo, eviscerated by those who manipulate it for advertising purposes, suddenly reappeared as something new and fresh. People reappropriated it in all its fullness. Magnificently apposite and poetic slogans emerged from the anonymous crowd. Children explained to their elders what the function of education should be. The educators were educated. Within a few days, young people of 20 attained a level of understanding and a political and tactical sense which many who had been in the revolutionary movement for 30 years or more were still sadly lacking. The tumultuous development of the students' struggle triggered off the first factory occupations. It transformed both the relation of forces in society and the image, in people's minds, of established institutions and of established leaders. It compelled the state to reveal both its oppressive nature and its fundamental incoherence. It exposed the utter emptiness of government, parliament, administration, and of all the political parties. Unarmed students had forced the establishment to drop its mask, to sweat with fear, to resort to the police club and to the gas grenade. Students finally compelled the bureaucratic leaderships of the working class organizations to reveal themselves as the ultimate custodians of the established order. But the revolutionary movement did still more. It fought its battles in Paris, not in some underdeveloped country, exploited by imperialism. In a glorious few weeks the actions of students and young workers dispelled the myth of the well-organized, well-oiled modern capitalist society, from which radical conflict had been eliminated and in which only marginal problems remained to be solved. Administrators who had been administering everything were suddenly shown to have had a grasp of nothing. Planners who had planned everything showed themselves incapable of ensuring the endorsement of their plans by those to whom they applied. This most modern movement should allow real revolutionaries to shed a number of the ideological encumbrances which in the past had hampered revolutionary activity. It wasn't hunger which drove the students to revolt. There wasn't an economic crisis even in the loosest sense of the term. The revolt had nothing to do with underconsumption or with overproduction. The falling rate of profit just didn't come into the picture. Moreover, the student movement wasn't based on economic demands. On the contrary, the movement only found its real stature, and only evoked its tremendous response, when it went beyond the economic demands within which official student unionism had for so long sought to contain it, incidentally with the blessing of all the political parties and revolutionary groups of the left. And conversely, it was by confining the workers' struggle to purely economic objectives that the trade union bureaucrats have so far succeeded in coming to the assistance of the regime. The present movement has shown that the fundamental contradiction of modern bureaucratic capitalism isn't the anarchy of the market. It isn't the contradiction between the forces of production and the property relations. The central conflict to which all others are related is the conflict between order givers, dirigents, and order takers, executants. The insoluble contradiction which tears the guts out of modern capitalist society is the one which compels it to exclude people from the management of their own activities and which at the same time compels it to solicit their participation, without which it would collapse. These tendencies find expression on the one hand in the attempt of the bureaucrats to convert men into objects, by violence, mystification, new manipulation techniques, or economic carrots, and, on the other hand, in mankind's refusal to allow itself to be treated in this way. The French events show clearly something that all revolutions have shown, but which apparently has again and again to be learned anew. There is no inbuilt revolutionary perspective, no gradual increase of contradictions, no progressive development of a revolutionary mass consciousness. What are given are the contradictions and the conflicts we have described, and the fact that modern bureaucratic society more or less inevitably produces periodic accidents which disrupt its functioning. These both provoke popular intervention and provide the people with opportunities for asserting themselves and for changing the social order. The functioning of bureaucratic capitalism creates the conditions within which revolutionary consciousness may appear. These conditions are an integral part of the whole alienating hierarchical and oppressive social structure. Whenever people struggle, sooner or later they are compelled to question the whole of that social structure. These are ideas which many of us in Solidarity have long subscribed to. They were developed at length in some of Paul Cardin's pamphlets. Writing in Le Monde, May 20, 1968, Morin admits that what is happening today in France is a blinding resurrection, the resurrection of that libertarian strand which seeks conciliation with Marxism, in a formula of which Socialisme ou Barbarie had provided a first synthesis a few years ago, as after every verification of basic concepts in the crucible of real events, many will proclaim that these had always been their views. This, of course, isn't true. 168. The point, however, isn't to lay claims to a kind of copyright in the realm of correct revolutionary ideas. We welcome converts, from whatever sources and however belated. We can't deal here at length with what is now an important problem in France, namely the creation of a new kind of revolutionary movement. Things would indeed have been different if such a movement had existed, strong enough to outwit the bureaucratic maneuvers, alert enough day by day to expose the duplicity of the left leaderships, deeply enough implanted to explain to the workers the real meaning of the students' struggle, to propagate the idea of autonomous strike committees, linking up union and non-union members, of workers' management of production and of workers' councils. Many things which could have been done weren't done because there wasn't such a movement. The way the students' own struggle was unleashed shows that such an organization could have played a most important catalytic role without automatically becoming a bureaucratic leadership. But such regrets are futile. The non-existence of such a movement is no accident. If it had been formed during the previous period, it certainly wouldn't have been the kind of movement of which we are speaking. Even taking the best of the small organizations, and multiplying its numbers 100-fold, wouldn't have met the requirements of the current situation. When confronted with the test of events, all the left groups just continued playing their old gramophone records. Whatever their merits as depositories of the cold ashes of the revolution, a task they have now carried out for several decades, they proved incapable of snapping out of their old ideas and routines, incapable of learning or of forgetting anything. 169. The new revolutionary movement will have to be built from the new elements, students and workers, who have understood the real significance of current events. The revolution must step into the great political void revealed by the crisis of the old society. It must develop a voice, a face, a paper, and it must do it soon. We can understand the reluctance of some students to form such an organization. They feel there is a contradiction between action and thought, between spontaneity and organization. Their hesitation is fed by the whole of their previous experience. They have seen how thought could become sterilizing dogma, organization become bureaucracy or lifeless ritual, speech become a means of mystification, a revolutionary idea become a rigid and stereotyped program. Through their actions, their boldness, their reluctance to consider long-term aims, they had broken out of the straitjacket. But this isn't enough. Moreover, many of them had sampled the traditional left groups. In all their fundamental aspects, these groups remain trapped within the ideological and organizational frameworks of bureaucratic capitalism. They have programs fixed once and for all, leaders who utter fixed speeches, whatever the changing reality around them, organizational forms which mirror those of existing society. Such groups reproduce within their own ranks the division between order takers and order givers, between those who know and those who don't, the separation between scholastic pseudo-theory and real life. They would even like to impose this division into the working class, whom they all aspire to lead, because, and I was told this again and again, the workers are only capable of developing a trade union consciousness. But these students are wrong. One doesn't get beyond bureaucratic organization by denying all organization. One doesn't challenge the sterile rigidity of finished programs by refusing to define oneself in terms of aims and methods. One doesn't refute dead dogma by the condemnation of all theoretical reflection. The students and young workers can't just stay where they are. To accept these contradictions as valid and as something which cannot be transcended is to accept the essence of bureaucratic capitalist ideology. It is to accept the prevailing philosophy and the prevailing reality. It is to integrate the revolution into an established historical order. If the revolution is only an explosion lasting a few days, or weeks, the established order, whether it knows it or not, will be able to cope. What is more, at a deep level, class society even needs such jolts. This kind of revolution permits class society to survive by compelling it to transform and adapt itself. This is the real danger today. Explosions which disrupt the imaginary world in which alienated societies tend to live, and bring them momentarily down to earth, help them eliminate outmoded methods of domination and evolve new and more flexible ones. Action or thought? For revolutionary socialists, the problem is not to make a synthesis of these two preoccupations of the revolutionary students. It is to destroy the social context in which such false alternatives find root. Solidarity Pamphlet 30 June 1968. The Irrational in Politics. Introduction. Propaganda and policemen, prisons and schools, traditional values and traditional morality all serve to reinforce the power of the few and to convince or coerce the many into acceptance of a brutal, degrading and irrational system. From As We See It, Solidarity's Statement of Purpose. This pamphlet is an attempt to analyze the various mechanisms whereby modern society manipulates its wage and house slaves into accepting their slavery and, at least in the short term, seems to succeed. It does not deal with police and jails as ordinarily conceived, but with those internalized patterns of repression and coercion, and with those intellectual prisons in which the mass individual is today entrapped. The pamphlet starts by giving a few examples of the irrational behavior, at the level of politics, of classes, groups, and individuals. It proceeds to reject certain facile interpretations put forward to explain these phenomena. It probes the various ways in which the soil, the individual psyche of modern man, has been rendered fertile, receptive, for an authoritarian, hierarchical, and class-dominated culture. It looks at the family as the locus of reproduction of the dominant ideology, and at sexual repression as an important determinant of social conditioning, resulting in the mass production of individuals perpetually craving authority and leadership and forever afraid of walking on their own or of thinking for themselves. Some of the problems of the developing sexual revolution are then discussed. The pamphlet concludes by exploring a new dimension in the failure of the Russian Revolution. Throughout, the aim is to help people acquire additional insight into their own psychic structure. The fundamental desires and aspirations of the ordinary individual, so long distorted and repressed, are in deep harmony with an objective such as the libertarian reconstruction of society. The revolutionary ideal must therefore be made less remote and abstract. It must be shown to be the fulfillment, starting here and now, of people's own independent lives. The pamphlet consists of two main essays, The Irrational in Politics and The Russian Experience. These can be read independently. The subject matter does not overlap, although the main arguments interlock at several levels. Frequent references will be found to the works of Wilhelm Reich. This should not be taken to imply that we subscribe to all that Reich wrote, a point spelled out in fuller and more specific detail later on. In the area that concerns us, Reich's most relevant works were written in the early 1930s. At that time, although critical of developments in Russia, and more critical still of the policy of the German Communist Party, Reich still subscribed to many of their common fundamental assumptions. Even later he still spoke of the basic socialism of the Soviet Union 170 and muted his criticisms of the Bolshevik leaders to an extent that is no longer possible for us, writing 4 decades later. Moreover, such is the influence of authoritarian conditioning that even those who have achieved the deepest insight into its mechanisms cannot fully escape its effects. There is an undoubted authoritarian strand in Reich. 171. A final point concerns the section on the historical roots of sexual repression. The author, who is neither a historian nor an anthropologist, found this difficult to write. There seems little doubt, on the evidence available, that sexual repression arose at a specific point in time and fulfilled a specific social function, although experts differ as to many of the details. The difficulty here has been to steer a middle course between the great system builders of the 19th century, who tended to tidy up reality in order to make it conform to their grandiose generalizations, and the theoretical nihilism of many contemporary social scientists who refuse to see the forest for the trees. For instance, the reluctance of establishment anthropologists to envisage their subject from a cultural evolutionary viewpoint often stems, one suspects, from fear of the revolutionary implications of such an approach and of its implicit threat to contemporary institutions. We share none of these fears and can therefore look into this area without anxiety. The irrational in politics. 1. Some examples. For anyone interested in politics, the irrational behavior of individuals, groups, or large sections of the population looms as an unpleasant, frightening, but incontrovertible fact. Here are a few examples. Between 1914 and 1918, millions of working people slaughtered one another in the war to end wars. They died for ends which were not theirs, defending the interests of their respective rulers. Those who had nothing rallied to their respective flags and butchered one another in the name of Kaiser or king and country. 20 years later the process was repeated, on an even vaster scale. In the early 1930s the economic crisis hit Germany. Hundreds of thousands were out of work and many were hungry. Bourgeois society revealed its utter incapacity even to provide the elementary material needs of men. The time was ripe for radical change. Yet at this critical juncture millions of men and women, including very substantial sections of the German working class, preferred to follow the crudely nationalistic, self-contradictory, anti-capitalist and anti-communist exhortations of a reactionary demagogue, preaching a mixture of racial hatred, puritanism, and ethnological nonsense, rather than embark on the unknown road of social revolution. 172. In New Delhi in 1966, hundreds of thousands of half-starving Indian peasants and urban poor actively participated in the biggest and most militant demonstration the town had ever known. Whole sections of the city were occupied, policemen attacked, cars and buses burnt. The object of this massive action was not, however, to protest against the social system which maintained the vast mass of the people in a state of permanent poverty and made a mockery of their lives. It was to denounce some contemplated legislation permitting cow slaughter under specific circumstances. Indian revolutionaries meanwhile were in no position to make meaningful comment. Did they not still allow their parents to fix their marriages for them and considerations of caste repeatedly to color their politics? In Britain several million working people, disappointed with the record of the present Labour government, with its wage freeze and attempted assault on the unions, will vote Conservative within the next few weeks. As they did in 1930. And in 1950–51. Or, to the unheard tune of encouragement from self-styled revolutionaries, they will vote Labour, expecting, or not, that things will be different next time. At a more mundane level, the behavior of consumers today is no more rational than that of voters or of the oppressed classes in history. Those who understand the roots of popular preference know how easily demand can be manipulated. Advertising experts are fully aware that rational choice has little to do with consumer preferences. When a housewife is asked why she prefers one product to another, the reasons she gives are seldom the real ones, even if she is answering in total good faith. Largely unconscious motives even influence the ideas of revolutionaries and the type of organization in which they choose to be active. At first sight it might appear paradoxical that those aspiring to a non-alienated and creative society based on equality and freedom should break with bourgeois conceptions, only to espouse the hierarchical, dogmatic, manipulatory, and puritanical ideas of Leninism. It might appear odd that their rejection of the irrational and arbitrarily imposed behavior patterns of bourgeois society, with its demands for uncritical obedience and acceptance of authority, should take the form of that epitome of alienated activity, following the tortuous line of a vanguard party. It might seem strange that those who urge people to think for themselves and to resist the brainwashing of the mass media should be filled with anxiety whenever new ideas raise their troublesome heads within their own ranks. 173 Or that revolutionaries today should still seek to settle personal scores through resort to the methods prevailing in the bourgeois jungle outside. But, as we shall show, there is an internal coherence in all this apparent irrationality. To some inadequate explanations. Confronted with disturbing facts like mass popular support for imperialist wars or the rise of fascism, a certain type of traditional revolutionary can be guaranteed to provide a stereotyped answer. He will automatically stress the betrayal or inadequacy of the Second or Third Internationals, or of the German Communist Party, or of this or that leadership which, for some reason or another, failed to rise to the historical occasion. People who argue this way don't even seem to appreciate that the repeated tolerance by the masses of such betrayals or inadequacies itself warrants a serious explanation. Most sophisticated revolutionaries will lay the blame elsewhere. The means of molding public opinion, press, radio, TV, churches, schools, and universities, are in the hands of the ruling class. These media consequently disseminate ruling class ideas, values, and priorities, day in, day out. What is disseminated affects all layers of the population, contaminating everyone. Is it surprising, these revolutionaries will ask with a withering smile, that under such circumstances the mass of people still retain reactionary ideas? 174. This explanation, although partially correct, is insufficient. In the long run it will not explain the continued acceptance by the working class of bourgeois rule, or that such rule has only been overthrown to be replaced by institutions of state capitalist type, embodying fundamentally similar hierarchical relationships, cult of leader, total delegation of authority to an elite party, worship of revealed truth to be found in sacred texts or in the edicts of the Central Committee. If, both East and West, millions of people cannot face up to implications of their exploitation, if they cannot perceive their enforced intellectual and personal underdevelopment, if they are unaware of the intrinsically repressive character of so much that they consider rational, common sense, obvious, or natural, hierarchy, inequality, and the Puritan ethos, for instance, if they are afraid of initiative and of self-activity, afraid of thinking new thoughts and of treading new paths. And if they are ever ready to follow this leader or that, promising them the moon, or this party or that, undertaking to change the world on their behalf, it is because there are powerful factors conditioning their behavior from a very early age and inhibiting their accession to a different kind of consciousness. Let us consider for a moment, and not through rose-tinted spectacles, the average middle-aged working-class voter today, it matters little in this respect whether he votes Conservative or Labour. He is probably hierarchy conscious, xenophobic, racially prejudiced, pro-monarchy, pro-capital punishment, pro-law and order, anti-demonstrator, anti-long-haired students and anti-dropout. He is almost certainly sexually repressed, and hence an avid, if vicarious, consumer of the distorted sexuality endlessly depicted in the pages of the news of the world. No practical party, aiming at power through the ballot box, would ever dream of appealing to him through the advocacy of wage equality, workers' management of production, racial integration, penal reform, abolition of the monarchy, dissolution of the police, sexual freedom for adolescents or the legalization of pot. Anyone proclaiming this kind of transitional program would not only fail to get support but would probably be considered some kind of a nut. But there is an even more important fact. Anyone trying to discuss matters of this kind will almost certainly meet not only with disbelief but also that positive hostility that often denotes latent anxiety. 175 One doesn't meet this kind of response if one argues various meaningless or downright ludicrous propositions. Certain subjects are clearly emotionally loaded. Discussing them generates peculiar resistances that are hardly amenable to rational argument. It is the purpose of this pamphlet to explore the nature and cause of these resistances and to point out that they are not innate but socially determined. If they were innate, there would be no rational or socialist perspective whatsoever. We will be led to conclude that these resistances are the result of a long-standing conditioning, going back to earliest childhood, and that this conditioning is mediated through the whole institution of the patriarchal family. The net result is a powerful reinforcement and perpetuation of the dominant ideology and the mass production of individuals with slavery built into them, individuals ready at a later stage to accept the authority of schoolteacher, priest, employer, and politician, and to endorse the prevailing pattern of rationality. Understanding this collective character structure gives one new insight into the frequently irrational behavior of individuals or social groups and into the irrational in politics. It might also provide mankind with new means of transcending these obstacles. 3. The ignored area and the traditional left. This whole area has been largely ignored by Marxist revolutionaries. The appropriate tool for understanding this aspect of human behavior, namely psychoanalysis, was only developed in the first 2 decades of this century. Freud's major contribution to knowledge, the investigation of causality in psychological life, the description of infantile and juvenile sexuality, the honest statement of fact that there was more to sex than procreation, the recognition of the influence of unconscious instinctual drives, and of their repression, in determining behavior patterns, the description of how such drives are repressed in accordance with the prevailing social dictates, the analysis of the consequences of this repression in terms of symptoms, and in general the consideration of the unofficial and unacknowledged sides of human life. 176, only became part of our social heritage several decades after Marx's death. Certain reactionary aspects of classical psychoanalysis, the necessary adaptation of the instinctual life to the requirements of a society whose class nature was never explicitly proclaimed, the necessary sublimation of undisciplined sexuality in order to maintain social stability, civilization, and the cultural life of society. 177 The theory of the death instinct, etc., were only to be transcended later still by the revolutionary psychoanalysis of Wilhelm Reich. 178 and others. Reich set out to elaborate a social psychology based on both Marxism and psychoanalysis. His aim was to explain how ideas arose in men's minds, in relation to the real condition of their lives, and how in turn such ideas influenced human behavior. There was clearly a discrepancy between the material conditions of the masses and their conservative outlook. No appeal to psychology was necessary to understand why a hungry man stole bread or why workers, fed up with being pushed around, decided to down tools. What social psychology had to explain, however, is not why the starving individual steals or why the exploited individual strikes, but why the majority of starving individuals do not steal, and the majority of exploited individuals do not strike. Classical sociology could satisfactorily explain a social phenomenon when human thinking and acting serve a rational purpose, when they serve the satisfaction of needs and directly express the economic situation. It fails, however, when human thinking and acting contradict the economic situation, when, in other words, they are irrational. 179. What was new, at the level of revolutionary theory, in this kind of concern? Traditional Marxists had always underestimated, and still underestimate, the effect of ideas on the material structure of society. Like parrots, they repeat that economic infrastructure and ideological superstructures mutually interact. But then they proceed to look upon what is essentially a dialectical, two-way relationship as an almost exclusively one-sided process, economic base determining what goes on in the realm of ideas. They have never sought concretely to explain how a reactionary political doctrine could gain a mass foothold and later set a whole nation in motion, how, for instance, in the early 1930s, Nazi ideology rapidly spread throughout all layers of German society, the process including the now well-documented massive desertion of thousands of communist militants to the ranks of the Nazis. 180 In the words of a heretical Marxist, Daniel Guerin, author of one of the most sophisticated social, economic, and psychological interpretations of the fascist phenomenon. Some people believe themselves very Marxist and very materialist when they neglect human factors and only concern themselves with material and economic facts. They accumulate figures, statistics, percentages. They study with extreme precision the deep causes of social phenomena. But because they don't follow with similar precision how these causes are reflected in human consciousness, living reality eludes them. Because they are only interested in material factors, they understand absolutely nothing about how the deprivations endured by the masses are converted into aspirations of a religious type. 181. Neglecting this subjective factor in history, such Marxists, and they constitute today the overwhelming majority of the species, cannot explain the lack of correlation between the economic frustrations of the working class and its lack of will to put an end to the system which engenders them. They do not grasp the fact that when certain beliefs become anchored in the thinking, and influence the behavior, of the masses, they become themselves material facts of history. What was it therefore, Reich asked, which in the real life of the oppressed limited their will to revolution? His answer was that the working class was readily influenced by reactionary and irrational ideas because such ideas fell on fertile soil. 182 For the average Marxist, workers were adults who hired their labor power to capitalists and were exploited by them. This was correct as far as it went. But one had to take into account all aspects of working class life if one wanted to understand the political attitudes of the working class. This meant one had to recognize some obvious facts, namely that the worker had a childhood, that he was brought up by parents themselves conditioned by the society in which they lived, that he had a wife and children, sexual needs, frustrations, and family conflicts. Overcrowding, physical fatigue, financial insecurity, and backstreet abortions rendered these problems particularly acute in working-class circles. Why should such factors be neglected in seeking to explain working-class behavior? Reich sought to develop a total analysis which would incorporate such facts and attach the appropriate importance to them. For the process of conditioning. In learning to obey their parents, children learn obedience in general. This deference learned in the family setting will manifest itself whenever the child faces a superior in later life. Sexual repression, by the already sexually repressed parents. 183, is an integral part of the conditioning process. Rigid and obsessional parents start by imposing rigid feeding times on the newborn. They then seek to impose regular potting habits on infants scarcely capable of maintaining the sitting posture. They are obsessed by food, bowels, and the inculcating of good eating habits. A little later they will start scolding and punishing their masturbating 5-year-old. At times they will even threaten their male children with physical mutilation. 184, they cannot accept that children at that, or any other age for that matter, should derive pleasure from sex. They are horrified at their discovery of sexual exhibitionism between consenting juniors in private. Later still, they will warn their 12-year-old boys of the dire dangers of real masturbation. They will watch the clock to see what time their 15-year-old daughters get home, or search their sons' pockets for contraceptives. For most parents, the child-rearing years are one long, anti-sexual saga. How does the child react to this? He adapts by trial and error. He is scolded when he masturbates. He adapts by repressing his sexuality. Attempted affirmation of sexual needs then takes the form of revolt against parental authority. But this revolt is again punished. Obedience is achieved through punishment. Punishment also ensures that forbidden activities are invested with feelings of guilt 185, which may be, but more often aren't, sufficient to inhibit them. 186. The anxiety associated with the fulfillment of sexual needs becomes part of the anxiety associated with all rebellious thoughts or actions. Sexuality and all manifestations of rebelliousness are both indiscriminately curbed by the educators. The child gradually comes to suppress needs whose acting out would incur parental displeasure or result in punishment, and ends up afraid of his sexual drives and of his tendencies to revolt. At a later stage, another kind of equilibrium is achieved, which has been described as being torn between desires that are repugnant to my conscience and a conscience repugnant to my desires. 187. The individual is marked like a road map from head to toes by his repressions. 188. In the little boy, early repression is associated with an identification with the paternal image. In a sense, this is a prefiguration of the later country or party. The father, in this sense, is the representative of the state and of authority in the family nucleus. To neutralize his sexual needs and his rebellion against his parents, the child develops overcompensations. The unconscious revolt against the father engenders servility. The fear of sexuality engenders prudery. We all know those old maids of both sexes, ever on the alert against any hint of sexuality among children. Their preoccupations are obviously determined by deep fears of their own sexuality. The reluctance of most revolutionaries to discuss these topics is similarly motivated. Another frequent byproduct of sexual repression is to split sexuality into its component parts. Tenderness is given a positive value, whereas sensuality is condemned. A dissociation between affection and sexual pleasure is seen in many male adolescents and leads them to adopt double sexual standards. They idealize some girl on a pedestal while seeking to satisfy their sexual needs with other girls whom they openly or subconsciously despise. The road to a healthy sex life for adolescents is blocked by both external and internal obstacles. The external obstacles, difficulty in finding an undisturbed place, difficulty in escaping from family surveillance, etc., are obvious enough. The internal, psychological, obstacles may, at times, be severe enough to influence the perception of the sexual need. The two kinds of obstacles, internal and external, mutually reinforce one another. External factors consolidate sexual repression, and the sexual repression predisposes to the influence of the external factors. The family is the hub of this vicious circle. However apparently successful the repression, the repressed material is, of course, still there. But it is now running in subterranean channels. Having accepted a given set of cultural values, the individual must now defend himself against anything that might disrupt the painfully established equilibrium. He has constantly to mobilize part of his psychological potentialities against the disturbing influences. In addition to neuroses and psychoses, the energy expended in this constant repression results in difficulties in thought and concentration, in a diminution of awareness, and probably in some impairment of mental capacity. Inability to concentrate is perhaps the most common of neurotic symptoms. According to Reich, the suppression of the natural sexuality in the child, particularly of its genital sexuality, makes the child apprehensive, shy, obedient, afraid of authority, good and adjusted in the authoritarian sense. It paralyzes the rebellious forces because any rebellion is laden with anxiety. It produces, by inhibiting sexual curiosity and sexual thinking in the child, a general inhibition of thinking and of critical faculties. In brief, the goal of sexual repression is that of producing an individual who is adjusted to the authoritarian order and who will submit to it in spite of all misery and degradation. The result is fear of freedom, and a conservative, reactionary mentality. Sexual repression aids political reaction, not only through this process which makes the mass individual passive and unpolitical, but also by creating in his structure an interest in actively supporting the authoritarian order. 189. When a child's upbringing has been completed, the individual has acquired something more complex and harmful than a simple obedience response to those in authority. He has developed a whole system of reactions, regressions, thoughts, rationalizations, which form a character structure adapted to the authoritarian social system. The purpose of education, both East and West, is the mass production of robots of this kind who have so internalized social constraints that they submit to them automatically. Psychologists and psychiatrists have written pages about the medical effects of sexual repression. 190 Reich, however, constantly reiterated its social function, exercised through the family. The purpose of sexual repression was to anchor submission to authority and the fear of freedom into people's character armor. The net result was the reproduction, generation after generation, of the basic conditions necessary for the manipulation and enslavement of the masses. 5. The function of the family. In his classical study on the origin of the family, private property, and the state, Engels attributes three main functions to the family in capitalist society. A. It was a mechanism for the transmission of wealth through inheritance, a process which permitted the dominant social groups to perpetuate their economic power. This has undoubtedly been an important function of the bourgeois family. However, Engels hoped that with the disappearance of private property the family would lose its last reason to exist has not materialized. The private ownership of the means of production has been abolished in Russia for over 50 years, and yet the family, in the compulsive, bourgeois sense, still seems deeply embedded both in Russian consciousness and in Russian reality. By a strange paradox, it is in the capitalist West that the bourgeois family is being submitted to the most radical critique, in both theory and practice. B. The family was also a unit of economic production, particularly in the countryside and in petty trade. Large-scale industry and the general drift to the towns characteristic of the 20th century have markedly reduced the significance of this function. C. The family was finally a mechanism for the propagation of the human species. This statement is also correct, in relation to a whole period of human history. It should not, of course, be taken to imply that, were it not for the civil or religious marriages of the bourgeois type, what Engels called those permits to practice sex, the propagation of the human species would abruptly cease. Other types of relationships, more or less lasting, monogamous or otherwise, while they last, are certainly conceivable. In a communist society, technological changes and new living patterns would largely do away with household chores. The bringing up of children would probably not be the exclusive function of one pair of individuals for more than a short time. What are usually given as psychological reasons for the perpetuation of the compulsive marriage are often just rationalizations. Engels's comments about the family, partly valid as they still are, and valid as they may have been, don't really allow one to grasp the full significance of this institution. They ignore a whole dimension of life. Classical psychoanalysis hinted at a further function, the transmission of the dominant cultural pattern. Revolutionary psychoanalysis was to take this concept much further. Freud himself had pointed out that the parents brought up their children according to the dictates of their own, the parents, superegos. 191. In general, parents and similar authorities follow the dictates of their own superegos in the upbringing of children. In the education of the child they are severe and exacting. They have forgotten the difficulties of their own childhood, and are glad to be able to identify themselves fully at last with their own parents, who in their day subjected them to such severe restraints. The result is that the superego of the child is not really built upon the model of the parents but on that of the parents' superego. It takes over the same content, it becomes the vehicle of tradition and of all the age-long values which have been handed down in this way from generation to generation. Mankind never lives completely in the present, The ideologies of the superego perpetuate the past, the traditions of the race and the people, which yield but slowly to the influence of the present and to new developments. So long as they work through the superego, they play an important part in man's life, quite independently of economic conditions. 192. Reich was to develop these ideas to explain the lag between class consciousness and economic reality, and the tremendous social inertia represented by habits of deference and submission among the oppressed. In order to do this, he had to launch a frontal attack on the institution of the bourgeois family, an assault which was to provoke heated attacks on him. These were to be launched not only by reactionaries and religious bigots of all kinds, but also by orthodox psychoanalysts. 193 and by orthodox Marxists. 194. As the economic basis of the family became less significant, Reich wrote, its place was taken by the political function which the family now began to assume. Its cardinal function, that for which it is mostly supported and defended by conservative science and law, is that of serving as a factory for authoritarian ideologies and conservative structures. It forms the educational apparatus through which practically every individual of our society, from the moment of drawing his first breath, has to pass. It is the conveyor belt between the economic structure of conservative society and its ideological superstructure. 195. Reich probed ruthlessly into familial behavior. The predominating type, the lower middle class family, extended high up the social scale, but even further down into the class of industrial workers. Its basis was the relation of the patriarchal father to his wife and children, because of the contradiction between his position in the productive process, subordinate, and his family function, boss. He is a sergeant major type. He kowtows to those above, absorbs the prevailing attitudes, hence his tendency to imitation, and dominates those below. He transmits the governmental and social concepts and enforces them. 196. The process is mitigated in the industrial workers' milieu by the fact that the children are much less supervised. 197. Nearly all reactionaries clearly perceive that sexual freedom would subvert the compulsive marriage and with it the authoritarian structure of which the family is a part. The attitude of the Greek colonels towards miniskirts, co-education and permissive literature would be a textbook example of what we are talking about. Sexual inhibitions must therefore be anchored in the young. Authoritarian society is not concerned about morality per se. Rather, the anchoring of sexual morality and the changes it brings about in the organism create that specific psychic structure which forms the mass psychological basis of any authoritarian social order. The vassal structure is a mixture of sexual impotence, helplessness, longing for a Führer, fear of authority, fear of life, and mysticism. It is characterized by devout loyalty and simultaneous rebellion. People with such a structure are incapable of democratic living. Their structure nullifies all attempts at establishing or maintaining organizations run along truly democratic principles. 198. They form the mass psychological soil on which the dictatorial or bureaucratic tendencies of their democratically elected leaders can develop. 199. A class society can only function as long as those it exploits accept their exploitation. The statement would seem so obvious as hardly to need elaboration. Yet there are, on the political scene today, groups who maintain that the conditions are rotten ripe for revolution and that only the lack of an appropriate leadership prevents the revolutionary masses, yearning for a total transformation of their conditions of life, from carrying out such a revolution. Unfortunately, this is very far from being the case. In an empirical way even Lenin perceived this. In April 1917 he wrote, "The bourgeoisie maintains itself not only by force, but also by the lack of consciousness, by the force of custom and habit among the masses." 200. It is obvious that if large sections of the population were constantly questioning the principles of hierarchy, the authoritarian organization of production, the wages system, or other fundamental aspects of the social structure, no ruling class could maintain itself in power for long. For rulers to continue ruling, it is necessary that those at the bottom of the social ladder not only accept their condition, but eventually lose even the sense of being exploited. Once this psychological process has been achieved, the division of society becomes legitimized in people's minds. The exploited cease to perceive it as something imposed on them from without. The oppressed have internalized their own oppression. They tend to behave like robots, programmed not to rebel against the established order. The robots may even seek to defend their subordinate position, to rationalize it, and will often reject as pie in the sky any talk of emancipation. They are often impermeable to progressive ideas. Only at times of occasional insurrectionary outbursts do the rulers have to resort to force, as a kind of reinforcement of a conditioning stimulus. Wright describes this process as follows. It is not merely a matter of imposing ideologies, attitudes, and concepts on the members of society. It is a matter of a deep-reaching process in each new generation of the formation of a psychic structure which corresponds to the existing social order, in all strata of the population. Because this order molds the psychic structure of all members of society, it reproduces itself in people. The first and most important place of reproduction of the social order is the patriarchal family, which creates in children a character which makes them amenable to the later influence of an authoritarian order. This characteriological anchoring of the social order explains the tolerance of the suppressed toward the rule of the upper class, a tolerance which sometimes goes as far as the affirmation of their own subjugation. The investigation of character structure, therefore, is of more than clinical interest. It leads to the question why it is that ideologies change so much more slowly than the socio-economic base, why man as a rule lags so far behind what he creates and which should and could change him. The reason is that the character structure is acquired in early childhood and undergoes little change. 201. To return to the title of this pamphlet, it is this collective character structure, this protective armor of rigid and stereotyped reactions and thoughts, which determines the irrational behavior of individuals, groups, or large masses of people. In the words of Spinoza, our job is neither to laugh nor to weep, but to understand. It is in this collective character structure of the masses that one might find explanations for the proletariat's lack of class consciousness, for its acceptance of the established order, for its ready endorsement of reactionary ideas, for its participation in imperialist wars. It is also here that one should seek the cause of dogmatism, of religious attitudes in politics, of conservatism among revolutionaries, and of the anxieties generated by the new. It is here that one should seek the roots of the irrational in politics. 6. The historical roots. Not all human societies are, or have been, sexually repressed. There is considerable evidence that the sexual ethos and mores of certain early societies, and of certain primitive societies today, are very different from those of modern, Western man. It is impossible to understand how or why sexual repression originated, and what influences maintain, enhance, or weaken it, without seeing the problem in a much wider context, namely that of the historical evolution of relations between the sexes, in particular of the evolution of such human relationships as kinship and marriage. These are the central concerns of modern social anthropology. The whole subject is like a minefield, littered with methodological and terminological tripwires. About 100 years ago, a number of important books were published which shook established thinking to the roots in that they questioned the immutability of human institutions and behavior. 202. The authors of these books played an important role in the history of anthropology. They sought to put the subject on a firm historical basis. They pointed out important connections between forms of marriage and sexual customs on the one hand and, on the other hand, such factors as the level of technology, the inheritance of property, and the authority relations prevailing within various social groups, etc. They founded the whole study of kinship and gave it its terminology. But carried away in the great scientific and rationalist euphoria of the late 19th century, these authors generalized far beyond what was permissible on the basis of the available data. They constructed great schemes and drew conclusions about the history of mankind which some modern experts have politely described as famous pseudo-historical speculations. 203 and others as quite staggeringly without foundation. 204. We will now briefly summarize these classical conceptions, in relation to the areas which concern us, with a view to commenting on what is still valid within them, what is dubious and what can no longer be accepted in the light of modern knowledge. In primitive societies the level of technology was very low and there was no surplus product to be appropriated by non-productive sections of the community. There was an elementary, biological division of labor. The men, who were stronger, went out hunting or sowed the fields, the women prepared the meals and looked after the children. It was held that in these societies group marriages were common. As a result it was difficult or impossible to know the father of any particular child. The mother, of course, was always known and descent was therefore acknowledged in matrilinear terms. Such societies were described as matriarchal. With improvements in technology, the discovery of bronze and copper, the smelting of iron ore, the manufacture of implements, the development of new methods of soil cultivation and of rearing cattle, it soon became possible for two arms to produce more than one mouth could consume. War and the capture of slaves became a meaningful proposition. The economic role of the men in the tribe soon assumed a preponderance which was no longer in keeping with their equivocal social status. In Engels's words, as wealth increased, it on the one hand gave the man a more important status in the family than the woman, and on the other hand it created a stimulus to utilize this strengthened position to overthrow the traditional order of inheritance in favor of his children. But this was impossible as long as descent according to mother right prevailed. 205. According to the classical theory a profound change then took place, probably spread over many centuries, which Engels described as the world historic defeat of the female sex. 206 The males gradually became the dominant sex, both economically and socially. Women became a commodity to be exchanged against cattle or weapons. With further changes in the productivity of labor, a definite social surplus was now being produced. Those who had access to this surplus sought to institutionalize their right to it as private property and to leave part of it to their descendants. But to do this they had to know who their descendants were. Hence the appearance of the patriarchal family, of monogamous marriage, and of a sexual morality which stressed female chastity and which demanded of women virginity before marriage and faithfulness during it. Female unfaithfulness becomes a crime punishable by death, for it allows doubts to arise as to the legitimacy of the descendants. What is false in this schema is the notion, often explicitly stated, that the whole of mankind went through a series of states characterized by specific forms of social organization and specific patterns of inheritance. There is little evidence that societies based on matriarchy 207 or even on mother right were universally dominant forms. It is wrong to regard any contemporary tribe in which matrilinear descent still pertains as some kind of fossil, arrested at an earlier stage of evolutionary development. 208 It is also wrong to associate specific marriage forms with specific levels of technological development, group marriage for savage society, the syndeismic family for barbarism, the monogamous marriage for civilization, etc. This is not to say that kinship systems are arbitrary. They are adaptable and have certainly been adapted to fulfill varying human needs. These needs have differed widely according to population density, climatic conditions, land fertility, and numerous other variables, known and unknown. The alternatives patriarchal-matriarchal are moreover extremely naive. 209 We now know that we must distinguish between matrilinear, patrilinear, or cognatic, kinship through both lines, patterns of inheritance, and between matrilocal and patrilocal, who lives where, patterns of abode, and that these in turn exercise considerable influence on social and sexual mores. There are also differences between person-to-person relationships and obligations, inheritance, etc., and group obligations, in relation to common or impartable land, to ancestor worship, to duties to avenge death, etc., and these may conflict. Reality is extremely complex in its manifestations, and these cannot today be as readily tidied up as they were in the past. Moreover, the very rigidity of the classical theories makes them difficult to use and is in stark contrast to the malleability of human beings. 210. What remains therefore of the classical schema? Firstly, the intellectual courage and ambition of seeking to grasp reality in its totality and of not seeking refuge behind the complexity of facts to proclaim the incoherence of nature. When one hears that modern anthropology has invalidated Morgan, one is reminded of oft-heard verdicts that modern sociology has invalidated Marx. At one level this is true, but there is also a deliberately entertained confusion between perspective and detail, between method and content, between intention and fulfillment. At the more specific level, it remains true that the appearance of a social surplus led to a struggle for its appropriation and to attempts to restrict its dispersal by institutionalized means. It is also true that by and large this process was associated with a progressive restriction of female sexual rights and with the appearance of an increasingly authoritarian morality. Although some matrilinear societies may have been sexually inhibited, and although not all patriarchal societies are necessarily repressive, it remains true that by and large the more widespread the patriarchal functions, the more repressive the societies have been. Modern psychoanalysis may throw further light on the mechanisms whereby this came about. At this point we can only pinpoint an area that badly needs to be studied. The inferior status of women soon came to be widely accepted. Over the centuries, throughout slave society, feudal society, and capitalist society, but also in the many parts of the world which have not gone through the sequence, a whole ethos, a whole philosophy and a whole set of social customs were to emerge which consecrated this subordinate relationship, both in real life and in the minds of both men and women. The sacred texts of the Hindus limit women's access to freedom and to material belongings. The ancient Greeks were profoundly misogynist and relegated their women to the gynaeceum. Pythagoras speaks of a good principle which created order, light, and man, and a bad principle which created chaos, darkness, and woman. Demos thence proclaimed that one took a wife to have legitimate children, concubines to be well looked after, and courtesans for the pleasures of physical love. Plato in his Republic declares that the most holy marriages are those which are of most benefit to the state. The fathers of the Christian Church soon succeeded in destroying the early hopes of freedom and emancipation which had led many women to martyrdom. Women became synonymous with eternal temptation. They are seen as a constant invitation to fornication, a trap for the unwary. St. Paul states that man was not created for woman, but woman for man. St. John Chrysostom proclaims that among all wild beasts, none are as dangerous as women. According to St. Thomas Aquinas, woman is destined to live under man's domination and has no authority of her own right. These attitudes are perpetuated in the dominant ideology of the Middle Ages and even into more recent times. Milton, in Paradise Lost, proclaims that man was made for God and woman was made for man. Schopenhauer defines woman as an animal with long hair and short ideas, and Nietzsche calls her the warrior's pastime. Even the muddle-headed Proudhon sees her as housewife or courtesan and proclaims that neither by nature or destiny can woman be an associate, a citizen or a holder of public office. Kaiser Wilhelm II defined a role for women, later echoed by the Third Reich, as being Kirche, cookie, kinder, church, kitchen, and kids. In 1935 Wilhelm Reich wrote a major work, Der Einbruch der Sexualmoral, which discussed how an authoritarian sexual morality developed. In it Reich discusses some interesting observations of Malinowski's concerning the inhabitants of the Trobriand Islands, off eastern New Guinea, where matrilinear forms of kinship prevailed. Reich had met Malinowski in London in 1934. Among the Trobrianders there was free sexual play during childhood and considerable sexual freedom during adolescence. Tics and neuroses were virtually unknown and the general attitude to life was easy and relaxed. Reich discusses however the practice whereby, among the ruling groups, certain girls were encouraged to marry their first cousins, the sons of their mother's brother, thereby enabling marriage settlements to be recuperated and remain within the family. Whereas sexual freedom was widespread among all other young Trobrianders, those destined for a marriage of this kind were submitted from an early age to all sorts of sexual taboos. Economic interests, the accumulation of wealth within the ruling group, determined restrictions of sexual freedom within this group. Reich vividly contrasts the Trobrianders and other sexually uninhibited societies with classical patriarchal societies which produce mass neurosis and mass misery through sexual repression. With the strengthening of patriarchy, the family acquires, in addition to its economic function, the far more significant function of changing the human structure from that of the free clan member to that of the suppressed family member, the relationship between clan members, which was free and voluntary, based only on common vital interests, is replaced by a conflict between economic and sexual interests. Voluntary achievement in work is replaced by compulsive work and rebellion against it. Natural sexual sociality is replaced by the demands of morality. Voluntary, happy love relationship is replaced by genital repression, neurotic disturbances, and sexual perversions. The naturally strong, self-reliant biological organism becomes weak, helpless, dependent, fearful of God. The orgiastic experiencing of nature is replaced by mystical ecstasy, religious experience, and unfulfilled vegetative longing. The weakened ego of the individual seeks strength in the identification with the tribe, later the nation, and with the chief of the tribe, later the patriarch of the tribe and the king of the nation. 211 With that the birth of the vassal structure has taken place, the structural anchoring of human subjugation is secured. 212. 7. Wilhelm Reich and the Sexual Revolution. Those who want to change society must seek to understand how people act and think in society. This is not a field in which traditional revolutionaries are at home. For reasons we have shown, they feel distinctly uncomfortable in it. Reich's views on sexual conditioning are certainly of relevance here, whatever one may think of other aspects of his work. 213. Some possible misunderstandings should be cleared up immediately. We are not saying that the sexual revolution is the revolution. We have not abandoned the fight for the revolution to become prophets of the better orgasm. We are not in transit from collective revolutionary politics to individual sexual emancipation. We are not saying that sexual factors are to be substituted for economic ones in the understanding of social reality, or that understanding sexual repression will automatically generate an insight into the mechanisms of exploitation and alienation which are at the root of class society. Nor are we endorsing Reich's later writings, whether in the field of biology or in the field of politics. What we are saying is that revolution is a total phenomenon, or it is nothing. 214 That a social revolution which is not also a sexual revolution is unlikely to have gone much below the surface of things, and that sexual emancipation is not something that will come later, automatically, or as a byproduct of a revolution in other aspects of people's lives. We are stressing that no understanding of social reality can be total which neglects the sexual factors, and that sexual repression itself has both economic origins and social effects. We are trying to explain some of the difficulties confronting revolutionaries and some of the real problems they are up against, here and now. We are finally trying to explain why the task of the purely industrial militant or of the purely political revolutionary is so difficult, unrewarding, and in the long run sterile. Unless revolutionaries are clearly aware of all the resistances they are up against, how can they hope to break them down? Unless revolutionaries are clearly aware of the resistances, i.e. the unsuspected influences of the dominant ideology, within themselves, how can they hope to come to grips with the problems of others? How much of the life of the ordinary person is devoted to politics, even in basic terms of organized economic struggle, and how much to problems of interpersonal relationships? To ask the question is already to provide an answer. Yet just look at the average left political literature today. Reading the columns of the Morning Star, Workers' Press, or Socialist Standard, one doesn't get a hint that the problems discussed in this pamphlet even exist. Man is seen as a ridiculous fragment of his full stature. One seldom gets the impression that the traditional revolutionaries are talking about real people, whose problems in relation to wives, parents, companions, or children occupy at least as much of their lives as their struggle against economic exploitation. Marxists sometimes state, but more often just imply, that a change in the property relations, or in the relations of production, will initiate a process which will eventually solve the emotional problems of mankind, an end to sexual misery through a change in the leadership. This does not follow in the least. If Marx is right, that socialism is man's positive self-consciousness, the struggle at the level of sexual emancipation must be waged in explicit terms, and victory not just left to happen, or not happen, in the wake of economic change. It is difficult, however, to convince the average revolutionary of this. Their own character armor renders them impervious to the basic needs of many of those on whose behalf they believe they are acting. They are afraid to politicize the sexual question because they are afraid of what is in themselves. What are the practical implications of the ideas we have here outlined? Can the sexual revolution take place within a capitalist context? Can a total revolution take place while people are still sexually repressed? We hope, in this section, to show that even posing the question in these terms is wrong and that there is a profound dialectical relation between the two which should never be lost sight of. Reich originally hoped it might be possible to eliminate people's neuroses by education, explanation, and a change in their sexual habits. But he soon came to realize that it was a waste of time to line patients up for the analyst's couch if society was producing neuroses faster than analysts were capable of coping with them. Capitalist society was a mass production industry as far as neuroses were concerned. And where it did not produce well-defined clinically recognizable neuroses, it often produced adaptations that crippled the individual by compelling him to submit. In modern society, submission and adaptation are often the price paid for avoiding an individual neurosis. Growing awareness of this fact led Reich increasingly to question the whole pattern of social organization and to draw revolutionary conclusions. He came to see that the sexual problem was deeply related to authoritarian social structures and could not be solved short of overthrowing the established order. At this point, many would have abandoned psychoanalysis for radical politics of the classical type. What makes Reich such an interesting and original thinker is that he also perceived the converse, namely that it would be impossible fundamentally to alter the existing social order as long as people were conditioned, through sexual repression and an authoritarian upbringing, into accepting the fundamental norms of the society around them. Reich joined the Austrian Communist Party in July 1927 following the shootings in Chittendorf and Vienna. 215 He participated in meetings, leafleting, demonstrations, etc. But he simultaneously continued to develop revolutionary psychoanalysis, guiding it into biologically uncharted territory. He took it from where it ceased to be a comfortable profession into areas where it began to be a dangerous occupation. He set up free sexual hygiene clinics in the working-class districts of Vienna. These proved extremely popular. They gave Reich a very deep insight not only into the sexual and economic misery of the population, but also into the acquired irrational structure of the masses which made dictatorship through utilization of the irrational possible. 216 In Reich's writings, man as patient and man as social being merged more and more into one. Reich's very experiences in politics, the endorsement and justification of police brutality by large sections of the Austrian population, the acceptance of authority even by the starving, the relatively easy accession to power by the Nazis in Germany, the triumph of the political pirates over the repressed and hungry masses, led him to question ever more deeply the mechanisms whereby the dominant ideology permeated the ranks of the oppressed, to search ever more thoroughly for the roots of the irrational in politics. Reich's conclusions have already been indicated. People's character structure prevents them from becoming aware of their real interests. The fear of freedom, the longing for order, of any kind, the panic at the thought of being deprived of a leader, the anxiety with which they confront pleasure or new ideas, the distress caused by having to think for oneself, all act against any wish at social emancipation. Now we understand, Reich wrote, a basic element in the retroaction of ideology on the economic base. Sexual inhibition alters the structure of the economically suppressed individual in such a manner that he thinks, feels, and acts against his own material interests. It might be thought that only pessimistic conclusions could flow from such an analysis. If a rational attitude to sexuality is impossible under capitalism, because the continuation of capitalism precludes the development of rationality in general, and if no real social change is possible as long as people are sexually repressed, because this conditions their acceptance of authority, the outlook would seem bleak indeed, in relation to both sexual and social revolutions. Cadier's biography of Reich contains a passage which brilliantly illustrates this dilemma. When Reich was with his patients, he had noticed that they would mobilize all their defense reactions against him. They would hang on to their neurotic equilibrium and experience fear as the analyst got near the repressed material. In the same way, revolutionary ideas slither off the character armor of the masses because such ideas are appealing to everything that people had had to smother within themselves in order to put up with their own brutalization. It would be wrong to believe that working people fail to revolt because they lack information about the mechanisms of economic exploitation. In fact, revolutionary propaganda which seeks to explain to the masses the social injustice and irrationality of the economic system falls on deaf ears. Those who get up at 5 in the morning to work in a factory, and have on top of it to spend 2 hours of every day on underground or suburban trains, have to adapt to these conditions by eliminating from their minds anything that might put such conditions in question again. If they realized that they were wasting their lives in the service of an absurd system, they would either go mad or commit suicide. To avoid achieving such anxiety-laden insight, they justify their existence by rationalizing it. 217 They repress everything that might disturb them and acquire a character structure adapted to the conditions under which they must live. Hence it follows that the idealistic tactic consisting of explaining to people that they were oppressed is useless, as people have had to suppress the perception of oppression in order to live with it. Revolutionary propagandists often claim they are trying to raise people's level of consciousness. Experience shows that their endeavors are seldom successful. Why? Because such endeavors come up against all the unconscious defense mechanisms and against all the various rationalizations that people have built up in order not to become aware of the exploitation and of the void in their lives. This somber image has far more truth in it than most revolutionaries can comfortably admit. But in the last analysis it is inadequate. It is inadequate because it implies totally malleable individuals, in whom total sexual repression has produced the prerequisites for total conditioning and therefore for total acceptance of the dominant ideology. The image is inadequate because it is undialectical. It does not encompass the possibility that attitudes might change, that the laws governing psychological mechanisms might alter, that a fight against sexual repression, dictated by sexual needs themselves, might loosen the character armor of individuals and render them more capable of rational thought and action. In a sense, the model described implies a vision of psychological reactions as something unalterable and fixed, governed by objective laws which operate independently of the actions or wishes of men. In this sense it bears a strange similarity to the image of capitalism present in the mind of so many revolutionaries. 218 But neither the external nor the internal world of man in fact exist in this form. The working class does not submit to its history, until one day it makes it explode. Its continuous struggle in production constantly modifies the area in which the next phase of the struggle will have to be fought. Much the same applies to man's struggle for sexual freedom. Reich himself was aware of this possibility. In the preface to the first edition of Character Analysis, 1933, he wrote, "Gradually, with the development of the social process, there develops an increasing discrepancy between enforced renunciation and increased libidinal tension. This discrepancy undermines tradition and forms the psychological core attitudes which threaten the anchoring." 8 Limits and perspectives. The undermining of tradition to which Reich referred has certainly progressed within recent years. The change in traditional attitudes is both gaining momentum and becoming more explicit in a manner which would have surprised and delighted Reich. Seeing the havoc around him in the working-class districts of Vienna and Berlin, in the late 1920s and early 1930s, Reich wrote brilliant and bitter pages about the sexual misery of adolescence, about the damage done to the personality by guilt, about masturbation, about ignorance and misinformation concerning birth control, about the high cost of contraceptives, about backstreet abortions, so often the fate of the working-class girl or the housewife, and about the hypocrisy of the compulsive bourgeois marriage with its inevitable concomitant of jealousy, adultery, and prostitution. Real sexual freedom for the young, Reich wrote, would mean the end of this type of marriage. Bourgeois society needed bourgeois marriage for one of the cornerstones of its edifice. For Reich, any large-scale sexual freedom was inconceivable within the framework of capitalism. What has happened has been rather different from anything Reich could have foreseen. In advanced industrial societies, the persistent struggle of the young for what is one of their fundamental rights, the right to a normal sex life from the age at which they are capable of it, has succeeded in denting the repressive ideology, in bringing about changes and in modifying the ground on which the next stage of the struggle will have to be fought. Adolescents are breaking out of the stifling atmosphere of the traditional family, an act which could be of considerable significance. Information and practical help about birth control is now available, even to the non-married. The increasing financial independence of young people and the discovery of oral contraception provide a solid material foundation for the whole process. The attitude to illegitimacy is gradually changing. The upbringing of children is more enlightened. Abortion is now more widely available, divorce much easier, and the economic rights of women more widely recognized. Understanding is increasing. People are beginning to grasp that society itself engenders the antisocial behavior which it condemns. It is true that all this has only been achieved on a small scale, only in some countries to 19, and only in the face of tremendous opposition. It is also true that, as in Reich's day, every concession is too late and too little, belatedly recognizing established facts rather than blazing a new trail. Moreover, none of the reformers are as yet demystified or unrepressed enough to boldly trumpet the message that sex is a natural and pleasurable activity, or that the right to sexual happiness is a basic human right. It is rarely proclaimed that throughout history the practice of sex has never had procreation as its main end, whatever the preachings of moralists, priests, philosophers, or politicians. But despite these limitations, the fact of a developing sexual revolution is undeniable, irreversible, and of deep significance. As in other areas, the attempt at sexual emancipation encounters two kinds of response from established society: frontal opposition, from those who still live in the Victorian era, and an attempt at recuperation. Modern society seeks first to neutralize any threat presented to it, and ultimately to convert such challenges into something useful to its own ends. It seeks to regain with one hand what it has been compelled to yield with the other, parts of its control of the total situation. In relation to sex, the phenomenon of recuperation takes the form of first alienating and refeeing sexuality, and then of frenetically exploiting this empty shell for commercial ends. As modern youth breaks out of the dual stranglehold of repressive traditional morality and of the authoritarian patriarchal family, it encounters a projected image of free sexuality which is in fact a manipulatory distortion of it. The image is often little more than a means of selling products. Today sex is used to sell everything from cigarettes to real estate, from bottles of perfume to pay-as-you-earn holidays, from hair lotions to models of next year's car. The potential market is systematically surveyed, quantified, exploited. The pornographic explosion on Broadway, New York, now caters for a previously repressed clientele of massive proportions and varied tastes. Here as elsewhere, it is often a question of consumer research. Separate booths and displays are arranged for homosexuals, active and passive, for fetishists, for sadists, for masochists, for voyeurs, etc. Fashion advertising, striptease shows and certain magazines and movies all highlight the successful development of sex into a major consumer industry. In all this, sex is presented as something to be consumed. But the sexual instinct differs from certain other instincts. Hunger can be satisfied by food. The food of the sexual instinct is, however, another human being, capable of thinking, acting, suffering. The alienation of sexuality under the conditions of modern capitalism is very much part of the general alienating process, in which people are converted into objects, in this case, objects of sexual consumption, and relations are drained of human content. Undiscriminating, compulsive sexual activity is not sexual freedom, although it may sometimes be a preparation for it, which repressive morality can never be. The illusion that alienated sex is sexual freedom constitutes yet another obstacle in the road to total emancipation. Sexual freedom implies a realization and understanding of the autonomy of others. Unfortunately, most people don't yet think in this way. The recuperation by society of the sexual revolution is therefore partly successful. but it creates the basis for a deeper and more fundamental challenge. Modern society can tolerate alienated sexuality, just as it tolerates alienated consumption, wage increases which do not exceed increases in the productivity of labor, or colonial freedom in which the facts of economic life still perpetuate the division of the world into haves and have-nots. Modern capitalism not only tolerates these challenges but converts them into essential cogs of its own expansion and perpetuation. It seeks to harness the sexual demands of youth by first distorting them and then by integrating them into the present system, in much the same way as working-class demands are integrated into the economy of the consumer society. From a potential liberating force, these demands tend thereby to be converted into a further mechanism of repression. What exploiting society will not long be able to tolerate, however, is the mass development of critical, demystified, self-reliant, sexually emancipated, autonomous, non-alienated persons, conscious of what they want and prepared to struggle for it. The assertion of the right to manage one's own life, in the realm of sex as in the realm of work, is helping to disintegrate the dominant ideology. It is producing less compulsive and obsessional individuals, and in this respect preparing the ground for libertarian revolution. In the long run, even the traditional revolutionaries, that repository of repressed Puritanism, will be affected. The incessant questioning and challenge to authority on the subject of sex and of the compulsive family can only complement the questioning and challenge to authority in other areas, for instance on the subject of who is to dominate the work process, or of the purpose of work itself. Both challenges stress the autonomy of individuals and their domination over important aspects of their lives. Both expose the alienated concepts which pass for rationality and which govern so much of our thinking and behavior. The task of the conscious revolutionary is to make both challenges explicit, to point out their deeply subversive content, and to explain their interrelation. To understand revolutionary psychoanalysis is to add a new dimension to the Marxist critique of ideologies and to the Marxist understanding of false consciousness. Only then will we have the tools to master our own history, will socialism, man's positive self-consciousness, be a real possibility, and will man be able to break once and for all with the irrational in politics and with the irrational in life. The Russian experience. In the years following the Russian Revolution, official thought and action concerning sexual matters were colored by four main facts. A. The novelty, depth, and vast scale of the problems which the Bolsheviks had inherited. The new tasks had to be tackled at a time when innumerable other problems claimed urgent attention. In the struggle for sexual freedom, classical Marxist teaching provided no blueprint as to what was to be done. Despite the vast social, intellectual and cultural turmoil, despite the widespread breaking up of families and despite the disintegration of many traditional values, there was no clear or coherent vision as to what ought eventually to follow. B. This lack of conscious purpose was associated with a widespread, false, and rather naive belief that the abolition of economic exploitation and the promulgation of new, progressive legislation were sufficient to ensure the liberation of women. It was thought that this liberation, often conceived of in the restrictive sense of equal rights, would automatically follow the changes in the ownership of property, and it was assumed that its growth would be guaranteed by the new laws and institutions of the workers' state. C. There was massive unawareness of the significance of sexual repression, and of the traditional morality based upon it, as a central factor in social conditioning. Only a small minority of revolutionaries saw a conscious sexual revolution as the indispensable means of deepening and completing the proposed social transformation, through changing the mental structure of the mass individual. D. Among many of the Bolshevik leaders there was a gross lack of insight as to their own repressive conditioning in matters of sex and as to the impact this could be having on their thoughts and actions. Many had had a fairly typical authoritarian upbringing. Later, deportation, imprisonment and struggle under conditions of persecution and illegality had prevented most of the old guard from enjoying a normal sex life. After the revolution, a retrospective virtue was made out of what had been a historical necessity, and this dedication was made an ideal not only for the vanguard but for the masses themselves. Many leading Bolsheviks considered propaganda for sexual freedom as a diversion from the real struggle. So do many would-be Bolsheviks today. Some of them were actively to oppose all attempts at such propaganda. These various factors were to play their part in the series of internal defeats that followed the great events of 1917. They were to undermine important areas of human freedom, conquered in the first few months of the revolution. The inhibition of the sexual revolution in Russia was to combine with other defeats, discussed at length elsewhere, 220 to reinforce the whole process of bureaucratic degeneration. Classical Marxism contained little from which the Bolsheviks could have sought practical guidance. True, Engels had written passages with which no libertarian could quarrel. 221 But there were other passages, more doctrinaire in nature. 222 Moreover, Engels's historical analyses had constantly emphasized the social background against which the sexual revolution was to take place but had rarely dealt with the content of the process. As for Marx, he had certainly stigmatized bourgeois marriage and the bourgeois family. He had mercilessly flayed the whole hypocrisy of bourgeois morality. But he had also denounced the movement counterpoising universal private property to private property, a movement which finds expression in the bestial form of counterpoising to marriage, certainly a form of exclusive private property, the community of women, in which a woman becomes a piece of communal and common property. If such a movement triumphed, the woman would pass from marriage to general prostitution, from the relationship of exclusive marriage with the owner of private property, to a state of universal prostitution with the community. 223 The terms are emotionally loaded and the antithesis suggested is a false one. Marx still formulates the alternative to individual property in terms of property, and not in terms of the free self-determination of both men and women. It is in much the same vein that Engels still speaks of surrender. However ambiguous or indistinct the guidelines may have been in 1917, the problems requiring solution were real and practical enough. The cultural heritage of Tsarism had to be uprooted. This was an enormous task. Tsarist laws had certainly protected the family. They decreed that the husband had to love his wife like his own body. The wife owed unlimited obedience to the husband. Men could call on the police to compel women to return to the happy home. Parents could have their children of either sex confined to prison for willfully disobeying parental power. Young people contracting marriage without parental consent were also liable to imprisonment. Only religious marriages were deemed legal. Divorces, which only the church could grant, were costly and only available to the rich. All this reactionary legislation was swept aside by the new marriage decrees of December 19 and 20, 1917. These proclaimed the total equality of the contracting parties, an end to the legal incapacity of women, and the end of indissoluble marriage through the ready availability of divorce. The husband was deprived of his prerogative of domination over the family. Women were given the right freely to determine their name, domicile, and citizenship. Any man over the age of 18, and any woman over the age of 16, could contract a marriage. As far as the offspring were concerned, no difference was recognized between natural parentage and legal parentage. Divorce was made very easy. The only criterion was mutual agreement between the parties. When a partner wanted to relinquish a sexual companionship, he did not have to give reasons. Marriage and divorce became purely private matters. The registration of a relationship was not mandatory. Even when a relationship was registered, sexual relationships with others were not prosecuted. Not telling the partner about another relationship was, however, considered fraud. The obligation to pay alimony persisted for 6 months only after a separation, and only came into force if the partner was unemployed or otherwise incapable of earning a living. A law of 1919 legalized abortion during the first 3 months of pregnancy. All the old legislation directed against homosexuality amongst adults was repealed. Aspirations in this whole area of personal freedom are summarized by the jurist Heuchbarg, who wrote in the preface to the Bolshevik Marriage Code of 1919 that the institution of marriage carried within itself the seeds of its own destruction, and that the family still persisted only because we are dealing with socialism in a nascent state. The newly proclaimed laws were radical indeed. Writing in Pravda on September 15, 1919, Lenin could truthfully state that in the Soviet Republic not a stone remains of the laws that confined women to an inferior status. Particularly degrading had been the laws which had deprived her of her rights and which have often humiliated her, that is to say the laws on divorce, the laws distinguishing natural from legitimate children, the laws demanding the determination of fatherhood before the upkeep of the child could be considered. Lenin also seems to have been aware of the fact that laws were not enough and that even when a full equality of rights has been achieved the oppression of women would continue. But he saw this persisting oppression solely in terms of the domestic chores which for a while would still be her lot. In most cases such chores were the least productive, the most barbarous and the heaviest to fall on women's shoulders. For women to be totally free and the real equal of man, household chores must be made a public responsibility and the women must participate in general production. 224. Communal kitchens, creches, and kindergartens, combined with access to all kinds of labor, were seen as the essential ingredients of woman's emancipation. The abolition of private property on the land and in the factories alone opens the road, wrote Lenin, to the total and emancipation of women. Along this road there would be a transition from the small individual household to the big socialist household. 225. This vision was undoubtedly shared by most of the leading Bolsheviks, who saw women's liberation as the summited freedoms from economic exploitation and from domestic slavery. The repressive mechanisms whereby female subjugation had become internalized in the minds of millions of women were not even suspected. The new laws, it is true, provided a framework within which future attempts might be made, free from external constraints, at constructing human relationships of a new type. It is also true that the Bolsheviks wished to break patriarchal power. But they were only dimly aware of the role of the patriarchal family as the structure-forming cell of class society. 226, as the structural and ideological place of reproduction of every social order based on authoritarian principles. 227. Still less did they realize the role of sexual repression in perpetuating such important aspects of the dominant ideology as the compliance with authority and the fear of freedom. Had they been more conscious of these facts, many practical problems would have been differently managed, many fruitless discussions bypassed, many retrogressive statements or acts avoided. The revolutionaries would have shown less tolerance with the spokesmen of the old ideology and morality, many of whom had been left in high positions, from where they were inflicting untold damage upon the developing cultural revolution. The Bolsheviks repeatedly stressed that the new laws were only the beginning. But a beginning of what? Wilhelm Reich points out that in the heated discussions of that period the conservatives seemed always to have the edge in all the arguments and the most ready access to all the proofs. The revolutionaries were prepared neither theoretically nor practically for the difficulties which the Cultural Revolution brought with it. 228. They knew little about the psychic structure of the generation they were seeking to win over from ideological allegiance to the Tsarist patriarchate. They were certainly trying to do something new, but they felt very clearly that they were not able to put the new thing into words. They fought valiantly, but finally tired and failed in the discussion, partly because they themselves were caught in old concepts, from which they were unable to shake loose. 229. The revolution encountered tremendous problems. The compulsive family had only been legally abolished. The attitudes on which it was based persisted. Economic difficulties persisted too. And as long as society could not guarantee security to all adults and adolescents, this guarantee remained the function of the family. 230. The family therefore continued to exist. Its demands conflicted more and more with the new social obligations and aspirations of the group. The life-affirmative sexual relationships in the collective struggled against the old family ties which pervaded every corner of everyday life and the psychic structure. 231. For instance, parents, proletarians included, did not like to see their adolescent daughters go to meetings. They feared that the girls would go wrong, that is, start a sexual life. Though the children ought to go to the collective, the parents still made their old possessive demands on them. They were horrified when the children began to look at them with a critical eye. 232. Even in the most radical circles girls could still be denounced as promiscuous, thereby revealing the deep-seated residual moral condemnation of female sexuality underlying all the revolutionary rhetoric. The economic whip hand of the patriarchal father over wife and children was certainly loosened. But the increased opportunities for sexual happiness did not as yet mean the psychic capacity to enjoy such happiness. The internalized constraints had barely been dented. Everything was still distorted by the legacy of the past. Infantile attitudes and pathological sexual habits persisted. Family members would drown out unconscious antagonisms to one another with a forced affection and sticky dependence. One of the main difficulties was the inability of the women, genitally crippled and unprepared for economic independence as they were, to give up their slave-like protection of the family 233 and the substitute gratification which they derived from their domination over the children. Those whose whole lives were sexually empty and economically dependent had made of the upbringing of children the be-all and end-all of their existence. It was difficult to combat these possessive tendencies and this misuse of power on the part of the mothers without real insight to their origin. The mothers fought bitterly against any restriction of these powers. Everyday life proved much more conservative than economy, mainly because it was a much less conscious process. The revolutionaries were not equipped either ideologically or in terms of their own upbringing to intervene effectively in the heated discussions that raged up and down the country on the sexual question. There was no theory of the sexual revolution. Trotsky's pamphlet Problems of Life 234, written in 1923, does not even mention the sexual question. Many Bolshevik leaders took refuge in the formula that sexuality was a private matter. This was unfortunate and essentially an expression of the inability of the members of the Communist Party to manage the revolution in their own personal lives. 235. There was undoubtedly considerable malaise, at least to begin with. Many young people felt that these were important questions which should be honestly and openly talked about. Kalontai gives some idea of what was being discussed. 236. A functionary, Koltsov, points out that the key questions are never discussed. It is as if for some reason they were being avoided. I myself have never given them serious thought. They are new to me. Another, Finkovsky, pinpoints the reasons for this avoidance. The subject is rarely talked about because it hits home too closely with everybody. The communists usually point to the golden future and thus avoid getting into acute problems. The workers know that in communist families things are even worse than in their own. Yet another official, Tsitlin, stressed that these were exactly the questions which interest the workers, male and female alike. When such questions were the topic of party meetings, people would hear about it and flock to attend them. They keep asking these questions and find no answers. Reich points out that ordinary people, without sexological training or knowledge, were describing exactly what is contended by sex economy, namely that the interest of the mass individual is not political but sexual. 237. Answers were in fact being provided. They were inadequate, incomplete, and sometimes positively harmful. Sex education was slipping into the hands of public hygienists, biologists, urologists, and professors of philosophy, ethics and sociology. The repercussions soon began to be felt. The Cultural Revolution began to wither at the roots. The heated discussions eventually died down. The impetus provided by the new legislation petered out, clearly revealing the obvious fact that a sexual revolution could not, like an economic revolution, be expressed through plans and laws. To be successful, it had to manifest itself in all the details of everyday personal life. But here it encountered major obstacles. The revolution in the ideological superstructure had not yet taken place. The bearer of this revolution, the psychic structure of human beings, was not yet changed. 238. Apart from the internalized inhibitions of the mass individual, a legacy of the past, change was also being inhibited from without, i.e. as a result of the internalized inhibitions of those now in authority. Lenin denounced the youth movement as being exaggeratedly interested in sex. 239. The youth had been attacked by the disease of modernity in its attitude towards sexual questions. All this was particularly harmful, particularly dangerous. The new flourishing sexual theories arose out of the personal need of people to justify personal abnormality in sexual life before bourgeois morality. They were being peddled by little yellow-beaked birds who had just broken from the egg of bourgeois ideas. Psychoanalysis was to be mistrusted, for it grew on the dirty soil of bourgeois society. All that was relevant in this new concern with sexual matters the workers had already read in Babel, long ago. The new sexual life young people were trying to create was an extension of bourgeois brothels. Within a short while every timid official, every repressed reactionary was to be found echoing Lenin's famous phrase, "Thirst must be satisfied, but will the normal man in normal circumstances lie down in the gutter and drink out of a puddle, or out of a glass with the rim greasy from many lips?" 240. The more far-sighted among the revolutionaries sensed the backsliding, but their prescription was an intensification of the calls for industrialization. The lack of purely economic prerequisites for radical social change was stressed again and again. But as Reich points out, the attitude, first the economic questions, then those of everyday life, was wrong and only the expression of the unpreparedness for the seemingly chaotic forms of the Cultural Revolution. True, a society which is exhausted by civil war, which is unable immediately to establish public kitchens, laundries, and kindergartens, must first of all think of the economic prerequisites. But it was not just a matter of lifting the masses to the level of the capitalist countries. It was also necessary to be clear as to the nature of the new culture. The Cultural Revolution posed infinitely more difficult problems than the political revolution. This is easy to understand. The political revolution requires essentially nothing but a strong trained leadership and the confidence of the masses in it. The Cultural Revolution, however, requires an alteration in the psychic structure of the mass individual. About this there was hardly any scientific, let alone practical, concept at that time. 241. It might perhaps be added that the dissemination of what little knowledge there was, instead of being actively encouraged, was being actively opposed by most of the Russian leaders. Attempts at establishing various kinds of counter-milieu, such as youth communes, were now also being actively discouraged by the authorities. It was naive indeed to expect progressive legislation plus new property relations to solve these fundamental problems. The change in property relations may have prepared the ground for a new society, but men alone were going to build it. For such a task a different kind of vision was necessary, and it was precisely such a vision that was lacking. Too many factors were combining to prevent the formal, legal changes that had been proclaimed from really influencing the course of events. As Reich was later to point out, an ideology or program can only become a revolutionary power of historical dimensions if it achieves a deep-reaching change in the emotions and instinctual life of the masses. It influenced the development of society either by passively tolerating despotism and suppression or by adjustment to the technical process of development instituted by the powers that be, or finally by actively taking part in social development, as for example in a revolution. No concept of historical development could be called revolutionary if it considers the psychic structure of the masses as nothing but the result of economic processes and not also as their motive power. 242 In the Russian Revolution, the psychic structure of the masses never became, and was never allowed to become, a revolutionary power of historical dimensions. Between 1920 and about 1933 the situation gradually regressed to the point where the sexual ideology of the leading groups in the USSR could no longer be distinguished from that of the leading groups in any conservative country. Summing up the whole process, Reich wrote that the leaders of the new Russian state could not be blamed for not knowing the solution to these problems. But they must be blamed for avoiding the difficulties, for taking the line of least resistance, for not asking themselves what it all meant, for talking about the revolution of life without looking for it in real life itself, for misinterpreting the existing chaos as a moral chaos, using the terms in the same sense as the political reaction, instead of comprehending it as chaotic conditions which were inherent in the transition to new forms, and last but not least for repudiating the contributions to an understanding of the problem which the German sex political movement had to offer. 243. In March 1934 the law punishing homosexuality was reintroduced into the Soviet Union. In June 1935 an editorial in Pravda wrote that only a good family man could be a good Soviet citizen. By early 1936 a Russian trade union paper, Trud, April 27, 1936, could write, "Abortion, which destroys life, is inadmissible in any country. Soviet woman has the same rights as Soviet man, but that does not absolve her from the great and honorable duty imposed on her by nature. She is to be a mother. She is to bear life." 244 And this is certainly not a private matter, but a matter of great social significance. 245. A decree of June 27, 1936, was to prohibit abortion. A further decree of July 8, 1944, established that only a legally recognized marriage entails rights and duties for both husband and wife. In other words, illegitimate children, or the offspring of non-registered relationships, reverted to their earlier inferior status. Unmarried couples living together were urged to regularize their relationship. Divorce would only be allowed in important cases and after full consideration of all the relevant facts by a special tribunal. The cult of motherhood was given official blessing. An official Stalinist publication 246 could boast that on June 1, 1949, in Soviet Russia, there were over 2 million mothers with families of 5 or 6 children who hold the maternity medal, 700,000 with families of 7, 8, or 9 children holding the Glory to Motherhood medal, and 30,000 mothers of 10 or more children entitled to the Medal of Heroine Mother. Enough to warm the heart of the most reactionary of popes. The author proclaims that Soviet legislation on the question of the family has always been inspired by Marxism-Leninism and that its evolution, over a 30-year period, had always had as its constant concern the wish to defend woman and to free her. This preoccupation had led the Soviet legislator from free divorce to regulated divorce and from legal abortion to the prohibition of abortion. From the middle 30s on, various critics of the bureaucracy became increasingly vocal. Trotsky's book The Revolution Betrayed, first published in 1936, contains an interesting chapter on family, youth, and culture. In it Trotsky stigmatized those who proclaimed that woman had to accept the joys of motherhood. This was the philosophy of the priest endowed also with the powers of a gendarme. Trotsky correctly points out that the problem of problems had not been solved. The 40 million Soviet families remained in their overwhelming majority nests of medievalism, female slavery and hysteria, daily humiliation of children, feminine and childish superstition. The most compelling motive of the present cult of the family was undoubtedly the need of the bureaucracy for a stable hierarchy of relations and for the disciplining of youth by means of 40 million points of support for authority and power. The description is excellent. What is lacking is any real understanding of how it all came about. Economic and cultural backwardness are still seen as the sole ingredients of the failure. A whole dimension is missing. The role of Bolshevik obscurantism in relation to sex is not even suspected. One would search in vain among Trotsky's voluminous writings for any criticism, however muted, of what Lenin had said on the subject. In the last 20 years, despite a steady development of the productive forces, the sexual counter-revolution has gained even further momentum. The distance traveled is perhaps best epitomized in a book by T.S. Adorov, physician emeritus of the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic. The book, published in Moscow in 1959, is called Problems of Sexual Education 247 and reveals the full extent of the sexual thermometer. The author proclaims that Soviet marriage is not only a private matter. It is a question involving society and the state. Young people are denounced who have premarital intercourse without even experiencing guilt. Unadapted elements in Russian society are denounced, who had even sought to give philosophical expression to their attitude, in other words who had sought to argue a coherent case against the sexually repressive ideology of the party leaders. Adorov bemoans the fact that young people don't seem to realize the difference between puberty and sexual maturity and that they seem to believe that the mere existence of sexual desire is a justification for its satisfaction. But there were also encouraging signs. Under Soviet conditions, masturbation is no longer the mass phenomenon it was in the past. But unfortunately it still persisted. According to Adorov, various factors tended to perpetuate this alarming state of affairs, factors such as tight-fitting clothing in the nether parts, the bad habits of boys who keep their hands in their pockets or under their blankets or who lie on their stomachs, constipation and full bladders, the reading of erotic books and the contemplation of the sexual activities of animals. How was one to fight this menace to the stability of Russian society? Yes. How did you guess? Regular meals, hard beds, exercise, walking, sport and gymnastics, in fact anything that deflect the child's attention from sexual preoccupations. 248 Discussing menstruation, Adorov is even more with it. Under no circumstances should any cotton or gauze appliance be inserted into the vagina as so many women do. The outer parts should be washed twice a day with warm boiled water. Our political spinster advises that young people should be forbidden from serving in cafes, restaurants, or bars, for the atmosphere in these places encourages them to indulge in premarital relations. No illness, he stresses, was ever caused through abstinence, which is quite harmless for young and less young alike. In a frightening phrase, Adorov sums up the spirit of his book. The law cannot concern itself with every case of immoral conduct. The pressure of public concern must continue to play the leading role against all forms of immorality. The vice squad and public opinion were again to be the pillars of the sexual establishment. Readers will grasp the deeply reactionary significance of Adorov's pronouncements, particularly when endorsed by the full might of the Russian educational establishment. Over 100,000 copies of Adorov's book were sold within a few days of the publication of the first edition. The public opinion which Adorov refers to is the one which had sought emancipation for a short while in 1917, but had soon been dragged back into the old rut of bigotry and repression. It could now be used again for censorious ends, as it had been for generations in the past. Official Russian sexual morality, as seen through other official works, today resembles the kind of advice to parents dished out about 1890 by the bourgeois do-gooders of that time. 249 One finds in it all the fetishes of bourgeois sexual morality, or more generally of all systems of morality characterizing class societies of patriarchal type. Everything is there, all the reactionary anti-life ideas pompously disguised as science, every backward prejudice, all the hypocritical bad faith of screwed-up and repressed Puritans. But these irrational ideas not only have definite social roots, which we have sought to expose. They also have a precise significance and a specific function. In this they closely resemble the repressive morality which still prevails, although on a diminishing scale, in some church-dominated Western countries. Both East and West, these ideologies aim at denying to individuals the autonomous, i.e. the conscious and self-managing, exercise of their own activities. They aim at depriving people of freedom and responsibility in a fundamental realm and at obliging them to conform to externally imposed norms and to the pressures of public opinion rather than to criteria determined by each person according to his own needs and experience. The objective of these repressive and alienating moralities is the mass creation of individuals whose character structure complements and reinforces the hierarchical structure of society. Such individuals will revert to infantile attitudes when confronted with those who symbolize authority, with those who incarnate, at the scale of society, the image of their parents, i.e. rulers of the state, managers of industry, priests, political pundits, etc. In the Russian context they will comply with the edicts of the Central Committee, obediently follow the zigzags of the party line, develop religious attitudes to the holy writings, etc. Such individuals will also react in an anxiety-laden manner when confronted with deviants of all kinds, perceptive writers, poets, cosmopolitans, the apostles of modernity, those with long hair and those with long ideas. Is it really surprising that the most sexually repressed segment of the Russian population, obese, middle-aged women, still seem to be the main vehicle for the dissemination of public opinion and of the prevailing Kulturnost 250 despite the creches, despite the kitchens, despite the kindergartens, and despite the nationalization, nearly 2 generations ago, of the vast majority of the means of production? Appendix, Clara Zetkin, Reminiscences of Lenin. Lenin seldom talked about sex. Stripped of their revolutionary rhetoric, his occasional pronouncements on the subject were those of a Puritan bigot. Because of Lenin's eminence and authority in other fields, his views on sex exerted considerable influence. They were seized upon and repeated ad nauseum by all those opposed to any radical change in the field of sex relations. In this sense they played a significant role in the sexual counter-revolution which we have sought to outline in the previous essay. We here publish an excerpt from the chapter Women, Marriage, and Sex of Clara Zetkin's book Reminiscences of Lenin, New York, International Publishers, 1934. This book was written in 1924, shortly after Lenin's death. Zetkin, a founding member of the German Communist Party, is speaking to Lenin in the Kremlin, in the summer of 1920. Lenin continued, "Your list of sins, Clara, is still longer. I was told that questions of sex and marriage are the main subjects dealt with in the reading and discussion evenings of women comrades. They are the chief subject of interest, of political instruction and education." I could scarcely believe my ears when I heard it. The first country of proletarian dictatorship surrounded by the counter-revolutionaries of the whole world, the situation in Germany itself requires the greatest possible concentration of all proletarian, revolutionary forces to defeat the ever-growing and ever-increasing counter-revolution. But working women comrades discuss sexual problems and the question of forms of marriage in the past, present, and future. They think it their most important duty to enlighten proletarian women on these subjects. The most widely read brochure is, I believe, the pamphlet of a young Vietnamese woman comrade on the sexual problem. What a waste! What truth there is in it the workers have already read in Babel, long ago. Only not so boringly, not so heavily written as in the pamphlet, but written strongly, bitterly, aggressively, against bourgeois society. The extension of Freudian hypotheses seems educated, even scientific, but it is ignorant bungling. Freudian theory is the modern fashion. I mistrust the sexual theories of the articles, dissertations, pamphlets, etc., in short, of that particular kind of literature which flourishes luxuriantly in the dirty soil of bourgeois society. I mistrust those who are always contemplating the several questions, like the Indian saint his navel. It seems to me that these flourishing sexual theories, which are mainly hypothetical, and often quite arbitrary hypotheses, arise from the personal need to justify personal abnormality or hypertrophy in sexual life before bourgeois morality, and to entreat its patience. This masked respect for bourgeois morality seems to me just as repulsive as poking about in sexual matters. However wild and revolutionary the behavior may be, it is still really quite bourgeois. It is, mainly, a hobby of the intellectuals and of the sections nearest them. There is no place for it in the party, in the class-conscious, fighting proletariat. I interrupted here, saying that the questions of sex and marriage, in a bourgeois society of private property, involve many problems, conflicts, and much suffering for women of all social classes and ranks. The war and its consequences had greatly accentuated the conflicts and sufferings of women in sexual matters, had brought to light problems which were formerly hidden from them. To that were added the effects of the revolution. The old world of feeling and thought had begun to totter. Old social ties are entangling and breaking, there are tendencies towards new ideological relationships between man and woman. The interest shown in these questions is an expression of the need for enlightenment and reorientation. It also indicates a reaction against the falseness and hypocrisy of bourgeois society. Forms of marriage and of the family, in their historical development and dependence upon economic life, are calculated to destroy the superstition existing in the minds of working women concerning the external character of bourgeois society. A critical, historical attitude to those problems must lead to a ruthless examination of bourgeois society, to a disclosure of its real nature and effects, including condemnation of its sexual morality and falseness. All roads lead to Rome. And every real Marxist analysis of any important section of the ideological superstructure of society, of a predominating social phenomenon, must lead to an analysis of bourgeois society and of its property basis, must lead to the realization, this must be destroyed. Lenin nodded laughingly, there we have it. You are defending counsel for your women comrades and your party. Of course what you say is right. But it only excuses the mistakes made in Germany, it does not justify them. They are, and remain, mistakes. Can you really seriously assure me that the questions of sex and marriage were discussed from the standpoint of a mature, living, historical materialism? Deep and many-sided knowledge is necessary for that, the clearest Marxist mastery of a great amount of material. Where can you get the forces for that now? If they existed, then pamphlets like the one I mentioned would not be used as material for study in the reading and discussion circles. They are distributed and recommended, instead of being criticized. And what is the result of this futile, un-Marxist dealing with the question? That questions of sex and marriage are understood not as part of the large social question? No, worse. The great social question appears as an adjunct, a part, of sexual problems. The main thing becomes a subsidiary matter. That does not only endanger clarity on that question itself, it muddles the thoughts, the class consciousness of proletarian women generally. Last and not least, even the wise Solomon said that everything has its time. I ask you, is now the time to amuse proletarian women with discussions on how one loves and is loved, how one marries and is married? Now all the thoughts of women comrades, of the women of the working people, must be directed towards the proletarian revolution. It creates the basis for a real renovation in marriage and sexual relations. At the moment other problems are more urgent than the marriage forms of Maurice or incest in olden times. The question of Soviets is still on the agenda for the German proletariat. The Versailles Treaty and its effect on the life of the working woman, unemployment, falling wages, taxes, and a great deal more. In short, I maintain that this kind of political, social education for proletarian women is false, quite false. How could you be silent about it? You must use your authority against it. I have not failed to criticize and remonstrate with leading women comrades in the separate districts, I told my angry friend. He himself knew that a prophet is never recognized in his own country or family. By my criticism I had laid myself open to the charge of strong survivals of social democratic ideology and old-fashioned Philistinism. But at last my criticism had begun to take effect. Questions of sex and marriage were no longer the central feature of discussion. But Lenin continued the thread of thought further. I know, he said. I have also been accused by many people of Philistinism in this matter, although that is repulsive to me. There is much hypocrisy and narrow-mindedness in it. Well, I'm bearing it calmly. The little yellow-beaked birds who have just broken from the egg of bourgeois ideas are always frightfully clever. We shall have to let that go. The youth movement too is attacked with the disease of modernity in its attitude towards sexual questions and in being exaggeratedly concerned with them. Lenin gave an ironic emphasis to the word modernity and grimaced as he did so. I have been told that sexual questions are the favorite study of your youth organizations, too. There is supposed to be a lack of sufficient orators on the subject. Such misconceptions are particularly harmful, particularly dangerous in the youth movement. They can very easily contribute towards overexcitement and exaggeration in the sexual life of some of them, to a waste of youthful health and strength. You must fight against that, too. There are not a few points of contact between the women's and youth movements. Our women comrades must work together systematically with the youth. That is a continuation, an extension, an exaltation of motherliness from the individual to the social sphere. And all the awakening social life and activity of women must be encouraged, so that they can discard the limitations of their Philistine individualist home and family psychology. But we'll come to that later. With us, too, a large part of the youth is keen on revising bourgeois conceptions and morality concerning sexual questions. And, I must add, a large part of our best, our most promising young people. What you said before is true. In the conditions created by the war and the revolution, the old ideological values disappeared or lost their binding force. The new values are crystallizing slowly, in struggle. In the relations between man and man, between man and woman, feelings and thoughts are becoming revolutionized. New boundaries are being set up between the rights of the individual and the rights of the whole in the duties of individuals. The matter is still in a completely chaotic ferment. The direction, the forces of development in the various contradictory tendencies are not yet clearly defined. It is a slow and often a very painful process of decay and growth. And particularly in the sphere of sexual relationships, of marriage and the family. The decay, the corruption, the filth of bourgeois marriage, with its difficult divorce, its freedom for the man, its enslavement for the woman, the repulsive hypocrisy of sexual morality and relations fill the most active-minded and best people with deep disgust. The changed attitude of the young people to questions of sexual life is of course based on a principle and a theory. Many of them call their attitude revolutionary and communistic. And they honestly believe that it is so. That does not impress us old people. Although I am nothing but a gloomy ascetic, the so-called new sexual life of the youth, and sometimes of the old, often seems to me to be purely bourgeois, an extension of bourgeois brothels. That has nothing whatever in common with freedom of love as we communists understand it. You must be aware of the famous theory that in communist society the satisfaction of sexual desires, of love, will be as simple and unimportant as drinking a glass of water. This glass of water theory has made our young people mad, quite mad. It has proved fatal to many young boys and girls. Its adherents claim that it is Marxist. But thanks for such Marxism, which directly and immediately attributes all phenomena and changes in the ideological superstructure of society to its economic basis. Matters aren't quite as simple as that. A certain Frederick Engels pointed that out a long time ago with regard to historical materialism. I think this glass of water theory is completely un-Marxist, and moreover, antisocial. Of course, thirst must be satisfied. But will the normal man in normal circumstances lie down in the gutter and drink out of a puddle, or out of a glass with the rim greasy from many lips? But the social aspect is most important of all. Drinking water is of course an individual affair. But in love two lives are concerned, and a third, a new life, arises. It is that which gives it its social interest, which gives rise to a duty towards the community. As a communist I have not the least sympathy for the glass of water theory, although it bears the fine title satisfaction of love. In any case, this liberation of love is neither new nor communist. You will remember that about the middle of the last century it was preached as the emancipation of the heart in romantic literature. In bourgeois practice it became the emancipation of the flesh. At that time the preaching was more talented than it is today, and as for the practice, I cannot judge. I don't mean to preach asceticism by my criticism. Not in the least. Communism will not bring asceticism, but joy of life, power of life, and a satisfied love life will help to do that. But in my opinion the present widespread hypertrophy in sexual matters does not give joy and force to life, but takes it away. In the age of revolution that is bad, very bad. Young people, particularly, need the joy and force of life. Healthy sport, swimming, racing, walking, bodily exercises of every kind, and many-sided intellectual interests. Learning, studying, inquiry, as far as possible in common. That will give young people more than eternal theories and discussions about sexual problems and the so-called living to the full. Healthy bodies, healthy minds. Neither monk nor Don Juan, nor the intermediate attitude of the German Philistines. You know young comrade? A splendid boy, and highly talented. And yet I fear that nothing good will come out of him. He reels and staggers from one love affair to the next. That won't do for the political struggle, for the revolution. And I wouldn't bet on the reliability, the endurance in struggle of those women who confuse their personal romances with politics. Nor of the men who run after every petticoat and get entrapped by every young woman. No, no. That does not square with the revolution. Lenin sprang up, banged his hand on the table, and paced the room for a while. The revolution demands concentration, increase of forces. From the masses, from individuals. It cannot tolerate orgiastic conditions, such as are normal for the decadent heroes and heroines of D'Annunzio. Dissoluteness in sexual life is bourgeois, is a phenomenon of decay. The proletariat is a rising class. It doesn't need intoxication as a narcotic or a stimulus. Intoxication as little by sexual exaggeration as by alcohol. It must not and shall not forget the shame, the filth, the savagery of capitalism. It receives the strongest to fight from a class situation, from the communist ideal. It needs clarity, clarity, and again clarity. And so I repeat, no weakening, no waste, no destruction of forces. Self-control, self-discipline is not slavery, not even in love. But forgive me, Clara, I have wandered far from the starting point of our conversation. Why didn't you call me to order? My tongue has run away with me. I am deeply concerned about the future of our youth. It is a part of the revolution. And if harmful tendencies are appearing, creeping over from bourgeois society into the world of revolution, as the roots of many weeds spread, it is better to combat them early. Such questions are part of the women question. Introduction to the 1975 edition. We first published this text in June 1970. A great deal has happened since then. The works of Wilhelm Reich have become available in many cheap editions and his ideas are widely known among revolutionaries. 251 The rise of the women's liberation movement has ensured that many of the notions rather tentatively put forward in this pamphlet are now widely accepted. The debate about sexual liberation and about sexual politics in general has in fact gone a lot further than was envisaged in these pages. What is striking, however, is the disparity between radical attitudes in this area, now shared by many, and the continued acceptance by most so-called revolutionaries, Stalinists, Trotskyists, Maoists, etc., of authoritarian practices and institutions. Whether we like it or not, these groups and the ideas they peddle still dominate the political scene. We hope our pamphlet may contribute to subverting their orthodoxies and incidentally help some of them come to libertarian politics. The author has two main criticisms of the original text. The first is that it was insufficiently critical of Reich's concept of the centrality of sexual repression in the genesis of authoritarian conditioning. Reich undoubtedly achieved many valid insights in this field, but other factors are also clearly involved, and an overwhelmingly unidimensional approach, such as Reich's, in the long run creates more problems, both practical and theoretical, than it solves. Secondly, the original text, while correctly stressing the social dimension of the problem of sexual liberation, was probably too optimistic in its hopes that it would prove easy for individuals to break with a process of conditioning as old as class society itself, and to live as rational, emancipated human beings, free of sexual inhibitions, yet considerate of the feelings of others. 252. These two considerations do not detract, however, from the relevance of this area. They should, on the contrary, be seen as a spur to further investigation into the roots of human belief and behavior. If socialism is, in the phrase of the young Marx, man's positive self-consciousness, then all endeavors to deepen our understanding of how people think, and why they think and feel certain things, seem both worthwhile and necessary. The Bolsheviks and Workers' Control, 1917 to 1921, The State and Counter-Revolution. Introduction. This pamphlet has two aims. It seeks to contribute new factual material to the current discussion on workers' control. And it attempts a new kind of analysis of the fate of the Russian Revolution. The two objectives, as will be shown, are interrelated. Workers' control. Workers' control is again being talked about. Nationalization, whether of the Western or Eastern variety, and the rule of the party of the working class, whether of the Eastern or Western variety, have manifestly failed. They have not satisfied the hopes and expectations of ordinary people, or given them any real say in determining the conditions under which they live. This has created new interest in the subject of workers' control and in ideas which, in a different context, were common currency at the beginning of the century. Today people as different as young liberals and labor lefts, tired trade union officials and Trotskyists of one kind or another, not to mention anarcho-syndicalists and libertarian Marxists, all talk about workers' control. This suggests one of two things. Either these people have common objectives, which seems unlikely, or the words serve to mask as much as they convey. We hope to dispel some of the confusion by recalling how, at a critical stage of history, the advocates of different conceptions of workers' control confronted one another, and by showing who won, why they won, and what the consequences were to be. This return to the historical roots of the controversy is not motivated by an addiction to archivism or by a partiality for the esoteric. The revolutionary movement in Britain, unlike that in several European countries, has never been much concerned with theory, preferring on the whole an empirical, suck-it-and-see kind of approach. This may at times have helped it avoid becoming bogged down in the swamps of metaphysical speculation, but the overhead costs, in terms of clarity and consistency, have been heavy. Without a clear understanding of objectives and of the forces, including ideological forces, impeding advance, in short without a sense of history, the revolutionary struggle tends to become all movement and no direction. Without clear perspectives, revolutionaries tend to fall into traps, or be diverted into blind alleys, which, with a little knowledge of their own past, they could easily have avoided. The confusion about workers' control, at least in Britain, is partly terminological. In the British movement, and to a lesser extent in the English language, a clear-cut distinction is seldom made between control and management, functions which may occasionally overlap but are usually quite distinct. In French, Spanish, or Russian political literature, two separate terms, control and gestion, control and garancia, kontrolia and upravlnaya, refer respectively to partial or total domination of the producers over the productive process. A moment's reflection will make it obvious why one must make this distinction. Two possible situations come to mind. In one, the working class, the collective producer, takes all the fundamental decisions. It does so directly, through organisms of its own choice with which it identifies itself completely or which it feels it can totally dominate, factory committees, workers' councils, etc. These bodies, composed of elected and revocable delegates, probably federate on a regional and national basis. They decide, allowing the maximum possible autonomy for local units, what to produce, how to produce it, at what cost to produce it, at whose cost to produce it. The other possible situation is one in which these fundamental decisions are taken elsewhere, from the outside, i.e. by the state, by the party, or by some other organism without deep and direct roots in the productive process itself. The separation of the producers from the means of production, the basis of all class society, is maintained. The oppressive effects of this type of arrangement soon manifest themselves. This happens whatever the revolutionary good intentions of the agency in question, and whatever provisions it may, or may not, make for policy decisions to be submitted from time to time for ratification or amendment. There are words to describe these two states of affairs. To manage is to initiate the decisions oneself, as a sovereign person or collectivity, in full knowledge of all the relevant facts. To control is to supervise, inspect, or check decisions initiated by others. Control implies a limitation of sovereignty or, at best, a state of duality of power, wherein some people determine the objectives while others see that the appropriate means are used to achieve them. Historically, controversies about workers' control have tended to break out precisely in such conditions of economic dual power. Like all forms of dual power, economic dual power is essentially unstable. It will evolve into a consolidation of bureaucratic power, with the working class exerting less and less of the control. or it will evolve into workers' management, with the working class taking over all managerial functions. Since 1961, when Solidarity started advocating workers' management of production, others have begun to call for workers' direct control, workers' full control, etc. So many tacit admissions of the inadequacy, or at least ambiguity, of previous formulations. It would be a short-sighted view to see in all this a question of linguistic purism, a terminological or doctrinal quibble. We have to pay a ransom to both the past and the present. We have not appeared on the political scene from nowhere. We are part of a revolutionary libertarian tradition for whom these concepts had deep significance. And we are not living in a political vacuum. We are living in a specific historical context, in which a constant struggle is taking place. In this struggle, the conflicting interests of different social strata, bourgeoisie, bureaucracy, and proletariat, are expressed in different types of demands, more or less clearly formulated. Different ideas about control and management figure prominently in these controversies. Unlike Humpty Dumpty, we cannot make words mean exactly what we choose. The revolutionary movement itself, moreover, is one of the forces on this social arena. Whether we like it or not, and whether it fully appreciates it or not, most of the revolutionary movement is impregnated with the ethos, traditions, and organizational conceptions of Bolshevism. And in the history of the Russian Revolution, particularly between 1917 and 1921, the issue of workers' control versus workers' management loomed large. From 1917 to 1921, the issue of industrial administration was the most sensitive indicator of the clash of principles about the shaping of the new social order. It was the most continuous and provocative focus of actual conflict between the communist factions. 253 and, it should be stressed, between the Bolsheviks and other tendencies in the revolutionary movement. Thousands of revolutionaries were to be killed and hundreds of thousands incarcerated, fighting it out. Most of those now entering the revolutionary movement will be unfamiliar with these controversies. A virtue should not, however, be made of the state of affairs. Clarification is essential, but here new problems arise. The methodological poverty, ahistoricism, at times even anti-intellectualism, among so many of those revolutionaries who do have some knowledge as to what actually happened is a first tragic obstacle. And it is one of the ironies of the present situation that those others, the residual legatees of Bolshevism, who talk loudest about the need for theory and the need to study history, should be those with the most to hide, should their own historical antecedents really be unearthed, and with the most to lose, should a coherent alternative emerge to challenge their ossified beliefs. Some of the confusion about workers' control is neither terminological nor due to ignorance concerning past controversies. It is deliberate. Today, for instance, one finds some hardened, old-time Leninists or Trotskyists, in the Socialist Labor League, International Marxist Group, or in the leadership of International Socialism, for instance, advocating workers' control without batting an eyelid. Seeking to capitalize on the confusion now rampant in the movement, these people talk of workers' control as if, they meant by these words what the politically unsophisticated might think they mean, i.e. that working people should themselves decide about the fundamental matters relating to production, and, b. as if they, and the Leninist doctrine to which they claim to adhere, had always supported demands of this kind, or as if Leninism had always seen in workers' control the universally valid foundation of a new social order, rather than just a slogan to be used for manipulatory purposes in specific and very limited historical contexts. 254. The question of self-management is not esoteric. Its discussion, in the sharpest possible terms, is not sectarian. Self-management is what the revolution of our time is all about. This in itself would justify a pamphlet such as the present one. A study of this period, Russia, 1917 to 1921, has, however, deeper implications. It could provide the basis for a new kind of analysis of the fate of the Russian Revolution, a task to which we will now briefly turn. The Russian Revolution. To propose a new way of looking at what happened in Russia in 1917, and after, is synonymous with an invitation to be misunderstood. If moreover the questions asked and the methodology suggested happen to differ from those in current use, the proposal almost becomes a guarantee. As we have had occasion to mention before, misrepresentation is a way of life on the traditional left, for whom nothing is quite as painful as a new idea. Over the last 50 years all the existing organizations of the left have elaborated a whole mythology, and even a whole anti-mythology, about the Russian Revolution. The parliamentary fetishists of social democracy see the failure of Bolshevism in its anti-democratic practices. The original sin, for them, was the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly. The self-styled communist movement, Stalinists, Trotskyists, Maoists, etc., talks with filial pride of the glorious, socialist, October Revolution. They seek to vaunt and popularize its original achievements while differing in their appreciations of what happened subsequently, when it happened, why it happened and to whom it happened. For various anarchists the fact that the state or political power was not immediately abolished is the ultimate proof and yardstick that nothing of fundamental significance really occurred. 255 The SPGB, Socialist Party of Great Britain, draw much the same conclusion, although they attribute it to the fact that the wages system was not abolished, the majority of the Russian population not having had the benefit of hearing the SPGB viewpoint, as put by spokesmen duly sanctioned by their executive committee, and not having then sought to win a parliamentary majority in the existing Russian institutions. On all sides people seek to use the Russian Revolution with a view to integrating it into their own propaganda, only retaining of it those aspects which happen to conform with their own particular analysis of history, or their own particular prescriptions for the present. Whatever was new, whatever seemed to contradict established theories or break out of established categories, has been systematically forgotten, minimized, distorted, denied. Any attempt to re-evaluate the crucial experience of 1917 to 1921 is bound to evoke opposition. The first to react will be the apparatchiks who for years have been protecting revolutionary organizations, and revolutionary ideology, from the dual threats of subversion and renewal. Opposition will also be found however in the minds of many honest militants, seeking the road to genuinely revolutionary politics. One isn't dealing here with a simple psychological resistance but with a much deeper phenomenon which cannot be explained away by reference to the reactionary role and influence of various leaderships. If the average militant has difficulty in understanding the full significance of some of the problems raised in the early stages of the Russian Revolution, it is because these problems are amongst the most important and difficult, if not the most important and difficult, ever to have confronted the working class. The working class made a revolution that went beyond a mere change in the political personnel at the top. It was able to expropriate the former owners of the means of production, thereby profoundly altering the existing property relations. But to what extent was it able to go beyond even this? To what extent was it able, or prepared, to revolutionize the relations of production? Was it willing to destroy the authority structure which the relations of production embody and perpetuate in all class societies? To what extent was it prepared itself to manage production, and thereby the whole of society, or to what extent was it inclined to delegate this task to others? And to what extent was the dominant ideology to triumph, compelling the working class to substitute for its avowed enemies a party that claimed to speak on its behalf? To answer these questions is a major task beset with pitfalls. One of the dangers confronting anyone seeking dispassionately to analyze the heroic period of the Russian Revolution is the danger of retrospective identification with this or that tendency or individual then active on the political scene, Osinski, Kollontai, Maximov, Makhno, or Myasnikov, for instance. This is a pointless political pastime. It leads rapidly to a state of mind where instead of seeking to understand the broad course of events, which is a relevant preoccupation, revolutionaries find themselves asking such questions as what should have been done at this or that moment, was this or that action premature, who was right at this or that Congress, etc. We hope to have avoided the snare. When, for instance, we study the struggle of the workers' opposition against the leadership of the party, In 1920 and 1921, it is not for us a question of taking sides. It is a question of understanding what the forces in conflict really represented. What, for instance, were the motives, and the ideological and other limitations, of those who appeared to be challenging the drift to bureaucratization in every aspect of social life. Another danger, or another form of the same danger, threatens those venturing into this field for the first time, while still befuddled by the official mythology. It is the danger of becoming entangled in the very legend one is seeking to destroy. Those, for instance, seeking to demolish Stalin, or Trotsky, or Lenin, may successfully achieve their immediate objective. But they may succeed at the expense of not seeing, sensing, or recording the most fundamental new features of this period, the autonomous action of the working class seeking totally to alter the conditions of its existence. We hope to have avoided this trap. If we have quoted at some length the statements of prominent individuals, it is only insofar as they epitomize the ideologies which, at a given point in history, guided the actions and thoughts of men. Throughout the account, moreover, we have felt that the only way seriously to deal with what the Bolsheviks said or did was to explain the social role of their utterances and actions. We must now state our own methodological premises. We hold that the relations of production, the relations which individuals or groups enter into with one another in the process of producing wealth, are the essential foundations of any society. A certain pattern of relations of production is the common denominator of all class societies. This pattern is one in which the producer does not dominate the means of production, but on the contrary both is separated from them and from the products of his own labor. In all class societies the producer is in a position of subordination to those who manage the productive process. Workers' management of production, implying as it does the total domination of the producer over the productive process, is not for us a marginal matter. It is the core of our politics. It is the only means whereby authoritarian, order-giving, order-taking, relations in production can be transcended and a free, communist or anarchist, society introduced. We also hold that the means of production may change hands, passing for instance from private hands into those of a bureaucracy, collectively owning them, without this revolutionizing the relations of production. Under such circumstances, and whatever the formal status of property, the society is still a class society, for production is still managed by an agency other than the producers themselves. Property relations, in other words, do not necessarily reflect the relations of production. They may serve to mask them, and in fact they often have. 256. This much of the analysis is fairly widely accepted. What has not been hitherto attempted is to relate the history of the Russian Revolution to this overall conceptual framework. Here we can only indicate the broad lines of such an approach. 257. Seen in this light, the Russian Revolution represents an unsuccessful attempt by the Russian working class to break out of relations of production that were proving increasingly oppressive. The massive upsurge of 1917 proved strong enough to smash the political supremacy of the bourgeoisie, by shattering the economic base on which it was founded, the private ownership of the means of production. It altered the existing system of property relations. But it did not prove strong enough, despite heroic attempts in this direction, to alter the authoritarian relations of production characteristic of all class societies. Sections of the working class, those most active in the factory committee movement, certainly attempted to influence the revolution in this direction. But their attempt failed. It is worth analyzing the causes of this failure, and seeing how new masters came to replace the old ones. What were the forces pitted against those seeking a total transformation of the conditions of industrial life? First, of course, there was the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie had everything to lose in such a total social upheaval. Confronted with workers' management, it stood to lose not only its ownership of the means of production but also the possibility of privileged positions vested in expertise and in the exercise of decisional authority. No wonder the bourgeois breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the leaders of the revolution would go no further than nationalization and were keen to leave intact the order-giver/order-taker relationship in industry and elsewhere. True, large sections of the bourgeoisie fought desperately to regain their lost property. The Civil War was a protracted and bloody affair. But thousands of those who, through custom and culture, were more or less closely attached to the expropriated bourgeoisie were very soon offered the opportunity to re-enter the revolutionary stronghold, by the back door as it were, and to resume their role as managers of the labor process in the workers' state. They seized this unexpected opportunity eagerly. In droves they either joined the party, or decided to cooperate with it, cynically welcoming every utterance by Lenin or Trotsky in favor of labor discipline or one-man management. Many were soon to be appointed, from above, to leading positions in the economy. Merging with the new political administrative elite, of which the party itself formed the nucleus, the more enlightened and technologically skilled sections of the expropriated class soon resumed dominant positions in the relations of production. Secondly, the factory committee movement had to cope with openly hostile tendencies on the left, such as the Mensheviks. The Mensheviks repeatedly stressed that as the revolution could only be of bourgeois democratic type, there could be no future in attempts by the workers to manage production. All such endeavors were denounced as anarchist and utopian. In places the Mensheviks proved a serious obstacle to the factory committee movement, but the opposition was anticipated, principled and consistent. Thirdly, and far more difficult to see through, was the attitude of the Bolsheviks. Between March and October the Bolsheviks supported the growth of the factory committees, only to turn viciously against them in the last few weeks of 1917, seeking to incorporate them into the new union structure, the better to emasculate them. This process, which is fully described in the pamphlet, was to play an important role in preventing the rapidly growing challenge to capitalist relations of production from coming to a head. Instead, the Bolsheviks canalized the energies released between March and October into a successful onslaught against the political power of the bourgeoisie, and against the property relations on which that power was based. At this level the revolution was successful. But the Bolsheviks were also successful in restoring law and order in industry, a law and order that reconsolidated the authoritarian relations in production, which for a brief period had been seriously shaken. Why did the party act in this manner? To answer this question would require a much fuller analysis of the Bolshevik party and of its relation to the Russian working class than we can here attempt. Again, one would have to steer clear both of mythology, the great Bolshevik party, the weapon forged by Lenin, the spearhead of the revolution, etc., and of anti-mythology, the party as the embodiment of totalitarianism, militarism, bureaucracy, etc., seeking constantly to understand rather than to rant or rave. At the superficial level both the party's ideology and its practice were firmly rooted in the specific historical circumstances of Tsarist Russia, in the first decade of this century. Illegality and persecution partly explain, although they do not justify, the party's organizational structure and its conception of its relationship to the class. 258 What is more difficult to understand is the naivete of the Bolshevik leaders who don't seem to have appreciated the effects that this type of organization and this type of relationship to the class would inevitably have on the subsequent history of the party. Writing of the early history of the party, no lesser an exponent of Bolshevik orthodoxy than Trotsky was to state. The habits peculiar to a political machine were already forming in the underground. The young revolutionary bureaucrat was already emerging as a type. The conditions of conspiracy, true enough, offered rather meager scope for such formalities of democracy as elections, accountability, and control. Yet undoubtedly the committee men narrowed these limitations considerably more than necessity demanded. They were far more intransigent and severe with the revolutionary working men than with themselves, preferring to domineer even on occasions that called imperatively for lending an attentive ear to the voice of the masses. Krupskaya notes that, just as in the Bolshevik committees, so at the Congress itself, there were almost no working men. The intellectuals predominated. The committee man, writes Krupskaya, was usually quite a self-confident person. As a rule he did not recognize any internal party democracy, did not want any innovations, did not desire and did not know how to adapt himself to rapidly changing conditions. 259. What all this was to lead to was first hinted at in 1905. Soviets had appeared in many places. The Petersburg Committee of the Bolsheviks was frightened at first by such an innovation as a nonpartisan representation of the embattled masses. It could find nothing better to do than to present the Soviet with an ultimatum: immediately adopt a social democratic program or disband. The Petersburg Soviet as a whole, including the contingent of Bolshevik working men as well, ignored this ultimatum without batting an eyelid. 260. Brouet, one of the more sophisticated apologists of Bolshevism, was to write that those in the Bolshevik party who were the most favorable to the Soviets only saw in them, in the best of cases, auxiliaries for the party. Only belatedly did the party discover the role it could play in the Soviets, and the interest that the Soviets presented for increasing the party's influence with a view to leading the masses. 261 The problem is put here in a nutshell. The Bolshevik cadres saw their role as the leadership of the revolution. Any movement not initiated by them or independent of their control could only evoke their suspicion. 262 It has often been said that the Bolsheviks were surprised by the creation of the Soviets. This euphemism should not mislead us. The reaction of the Bolsheviks was of far deeper significance than mere surprise. It reflected a whole concept of revolutionary struggle, a whole concept of the relationship between workers and revolutionaries. The action of the Russian masses themselves, as far back as 1905, was already to condemn these attitudes as outdated. This separation between the Bolsheviks and the masses was to be revealed repeatedly during 1917. It was first witnessed during the February Revolution, again at the time of the April Theses, and later still at the time of the July Days. 263 It has repeatedly been admitted that the party made mistakes both in 1905 and in 1917. But this explanation explains nothing. What one should be asking is what made these mistakes possible. And one can answer only if one understands the type of work undertaken by the party cadres, from the creation of the party right up to the time of the revolution. The party leaders, from those on the Central Committee down to those in charge of local groups, had been placed, through the combined effects of the conditions of the struggle against Tsarism and of their own organizational conceptions, in a situation which allowed them only tenuous links with the real workers' movement. A worker agitator, wrote Lenin, who shows any talent and is at all promising should not work in the factory. We must see to it that he lives on party support, and goes over to an underground status. 264 No wonder the few Bolshevik cadres of working class origin soon lost real contacts with the class. The Bolshevik Party was torn by a contradiction which helps explain its attitude before and after 1917. Its strength lay in the advanced workers who supported it. There is no doubt that this support was at times widespread and genuine. But these workers could not control the party. The leadership was firmly in the hands of professional revolutionaries. In a sense this was inevitable. A clandestine press and the dissemination of propaganda could only be kept going regularly by militants constantly on the move and at times compelled to seek refuge overseas. A worker could only become a Bolshevik cadre on condition he ceased work and placed himself at the disposal of the party, which would then send him on special missions, to this or that town. The apparatus of the party was in the hands of revolutionary specialists. The contradiction was that the real living forces that provided the strength of the party could not control it. As an institution, the party totally eluded control by the Russian working class. The problems encountered by the Russian Revolution after 1917 did not bring about this contradiction, they only served to exacerbate it. The attitude of the party in 1917 and after are products of its history. This is what rendered so futile most of the attempts made within the party by various oppositions between 1918 and 1921. They failed to perceive that a given ideological premise, the preordained hegemony of the party, led necessarily to certain conclusions in practice. But even this is probably not taking the analysis far enough. At an even deeper level, the very conception of this kind of organization and this kind of relationship to the mass movement reflect the unrecognized influence of bourgeois ideology, even on the minds of those who were relentlessly seeking to overthrow bourgeois society. The concept that society must necessarily be divided into leaders and led, the notion that there are some born to rule while others cannot really develop beyond a certain stage have from time immemorial been the tacit assumptions of every ruling class in history. For even the Bolsheviks to accept them shows how correct Marx was when he proclaimed that the ruling ideas of each epoch are the ideas of its ruling class. Confronted with an efficient, tightly knit organization of this kind, built on ideas of this kind, it is scarcely surprising that the emerging factory committees were unable to carry the revolution to completion. The final difficulty confronting the committees was inherent in the committee movement itself. Although certain individuals showed extraordinary lucidity, and although the committee movement represents the highest manifestation of the class struggle achieved in 1917, the movement as a whole was unable to understand what was happening to it and to offer any serious resistance. It did not succeed in generalizing its experience, and the record it left is, unfortunately, very fragmentary. Unable to proclaim its own objectives, workers' self-management, in clear and positive terms, it was inevitable that others would step into the vacuum. With the bourgeoisie in full disintegration, and the working class as yet insufficiently strong or conscious to impose its own solutions to the problems tearing society apart, the triumphs of Bolshevism and of the bureaucracy were both inevitable. An analysis of the Russian Revolution shows that in allowing a specific group, separate from the workers themselves, to take over the function of managing production, the working class loses all possibility of even controlling the means of producing wealth. The separation of productive labor from the means of production results in an exploiting society. Moreover, when institutions such as the Soviets could no longer be influenced by ordinary workers, the regime could no longer be called a Soviet regime. By no stretch of the imagination could it still be taken to reflect the interests of the working class. The basic question, who manages production after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, should therefore now become the center of any serious discussion about socialism. Today the old equation, liquidation of the bourgeoisie equals workers' state, popularized by countless Leninists, Stalinists, and Trotskyists, is just not good enough. In 1917 the Russian workers created organs, factory committees and Soviets, that might have ensured the management of society by the workers themselves. But the Soviets passed into the hands of Bolshevik functionaries. A state apparatus, separate from the masses, was rapidly reconstituted. The Russian workers did not succeed in creating new institutions through which they would have managed both industry and social life. This task was therefore taken over by someone else, by a group whose specific task it became. The bureaucracy organized the work process in a country of whose political institutions it was also master. All this necessitates a serious re-evaluation of several basic concepts. Workers' power cannot be identified or equated with the power of the party, as it repeatedly was by the Bolsheviks. In the words of Rosa Luxemburg, workers' power must be implemented by the class, not by a minority, managing things in the name of the class. It must emanate from the active involvement of the masses, remain under their direct influence, be submitted to control by the entire population, result from the increasing political awareness of the people. As for the concept of taking power, it cannot mean a semi-military putsch, carried out by a minority, as it obviously does for so many who still seem to be living in the Petrograd of 1917. Nor can it only mean the defense, however necessary, of what the working class has won against attempts by the bourgeoisie to win it back. What taking power really implies is that the vast majority of the working class at last realizes its ability to manage both production and society, and organizes to this end. This text is in no sense an economic history of Russia between 1917 and 1921. It is, at best, a selective industrial chronology. In most instances the facts speak for themselves. In a few places, we have taken the opportunity of describing our own views, particularly when we felt that all the protagonists in the great historical debates were wrong, or trapped in a system of ideas that prevented them from appreciating the real significance of what was happening. Events such as the stages of the Civil War are only mentioned in order to place various controversies in context, and to nail once and for all the allegation that many of the measures described were taken as a result of the Civil War. It will probably be objected that, throughout the narrative, greater stress has been placed on various struggles within the party than on the actions of the millions who, for one reason or another, never joined the party or who, from the beginning, saw through what it was endeavoring to do. The charge is true, but the shortcoming almost unavoidable. The aspirations of thousands of people, their doubts, their hesitations, their hopes, their sacrifices, their desire to transform the conditions of their daily life and their struggles to do so are undoubtedly as much a molding force of history as the resolutions of party congresses or the speeches of party leaders. Yet an activity that has neither rules nor statutes, neither tribunes nor troubadours, belongs almost by definition to what history suppresses. An awareness of the problem, however acute, will not generate the missing material. And an essay such as this is largely a question of documentation. The masses make history, they do not write it. And those who do write it are nearly always more concerned with ancestor worship and retrospective justification than with a balanced presentation of the facts. Other charges will also be made. The quotations from Lenin and Trotsky will not be denied, but it will be stated that they are selective and that other things, too, were said. Again, we plead guilty. But we would stress that there are hagiographers enough in the trade whose objectivity, like Deutschers for instance, is but a cloak for sophisticated apologetics. There is moreover another reason for unearthing this material. 50 years after the revolution, and long after its isolation has been broken, the bureaucratic system in Russia clearly bears little resemblance to the model of the Paris Commune, elected and revocable delegates, none receiving more than a working man's wage, etc., etc. In fact, Russia's social structure has scarcely any anticipation in the whole corpus of Marxist theory. It therefore seems more relevant to quote those statements of the Bolshevik leaders of 1917 which helped determine Russia's evolution rather than those other statements which, like the May Day speeches of labor leaders, were forever to remain in the realm of rhetoric. Note on dates. On February 14, 1918, Russia abandoned the old Julian calendar and adopted the Gregorian one in use in Western Europe. February 1 became February 14. Old-style dates have been observed up to this point. New-style dates thereafter. 1917. February. Strikes and bread riots in Petrograd. Angry street demonstrations against the government. Troops, sent to restore order, fraternize with demonstrators. Soviets reappear in several cities, for the first time since 1905. February 27. Abdication of Nicholas II. Formation of provisional government, Prince Lvov as Prime Minister. March. Factory and shop committees, 265 workers' councils and councils of elders. Appear in every major industrial center of European Russia. From the onset, their demands are not limited to wages or hours but challenge many managerial prerogatives. In several instances, factory committees were set up because the previous owners or managers had disappeared during the February turmoil. Most of those who later drifted back were allowed to resume their positions, but had to accept the factory committees. The proletariat, wrote Pankratova 266, without legislative sanction, started simultaneously to create all its organizations, Soviets of workers' deputies, trade unions, and factory committees. 267 A tremendous working class pressure was developing all over Russia. March 10. First formal capitulation by a significant body of employers. Agreement signed between Executive Committee of the Petrograd Soviet and Petrograd Manufacturers Association, granting the 8-HR day in some enterprises and recognizing some of the committees. Most other employers refused to follow suit. For instance, on March 14 the Committee for Commerce and Industry declared that the question of the 8-HR day cannot be resolved by reciprocal agreement between workers and employers, because it is a matter of state importance. The first major fight of the factory committees took place on this issue. The 8-hour day was soon imposed in Petrograd, either with the reluctant consent of the employers or unilaterally by the workers. The recognition of the factory committees proved much more difficult to impose, both employers and state recognizing the threat to them inherent in this form of organization. April 2. Exploratory Conference of Factory Committees of Petrograd War Industries, convened on the initiative of the workers of the Artillery Department. This conference was to proclaim what were, at that time, the most advanced terms of reference for any factory committee. Paragraphs 5 to 7 of the proclamation stipulated: from the factory committee should emanate all instructions concerning internal factory organization, i.e. instructions concerning such matters as hours of work, wages, hiring and firing, holidays, etc. The factory manager to be kept notified. The whole administrative personnel, management at all levels and technicians, is taken on with the consent of the factory committee, which has to notify the workers of its decisions at mass meetings of the whole factory or through shop committees. The factory committee controls managerial activity in the administrative, economic, and technical fields. Representatives of the factory committee must be provided, for information, with all official documents of the management, production budgets, and details of all items entering or leaving the factory. 268. April 7. Publication of April Theses, shortly after Lenin had returned to Petrograd from abroad. Only reference to workers' control is in Thesis 8, our immediate task shall not be the introduction of socialism but to bring social production and distribution of products, under the control of the Soviet of Workers' Deputies. April 23. The new government had to make some verbal concessions. It passed a law partially recognizing the committees but carefully restricting their influence. All the key issues were left to the mutual agreement of the parties concerned. In other words, there was no statutory obligation on the employers to deal directly with the committees. The workers, however, showed little concern about the provisions of the law. They commented, in their own fashion, on the law of April 23, they determined their own terms of reference, in each factory, steadily expanding their prerogatives and decided on what their representatives might do, according to the relation of forces in each particular instance. 269. Lenin writes, such measures as the nationalization of the land and of the banks and syndicates of capitalists, or at least the immediate establishment of the control of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies over them, measures which do not in any way imply the introduction of socialism, must be absolutely insisted on and whenever possible introduced by revolutionary means. Such measures were entirely feasible economically, and without them it would be impossible to heal the wounds of the war and prevent the impending collapse. 270. To Lenin's basic ideas of workers' control as a curb on the capitalists and a means of preventing collapse, a third was soon to be added which recurs in much of Lenin's writing of this period. It is the concept of workers' control as a prelude to nationalization. For instance, we must at once prepare the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, the Soviet of Deputies of Bank Employees, etc., to proceed to the adoption of feasible and practicable measures for the merging of all the banks into one single national bank, to be followed by the establishment of the control of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies over the banks and syndicates, and then by their nationalization. 271. May. More and more employers were having to cope with factory committees. The bourgeois press launched a massive campaign against the 8-hour day and the committees, trying to smear the workers in the eyes of the soldiers as lazy, greedy good-for-nothings, leading the country to ruin through their excessive demands. The workers' press patiently explains the real causes of industrial stagnation and the real conditions of working-class life. At the invitation of various factory committees, army delegates were sent to verify conditions at the rear. Then they publicly testified as to the truth of what the workers were saying. May 17. In Pravda, Lenin explicitly endorses the slogan of workers' control, declaring that the workers must demand the immediate realization of control, in fact, and without fail, by the workers themselves. 272. May 20. Lenin produces draft for a new party program. The party fights for a more democratic workers' and peasants' republic, in which the police and standing army will be completely abolished and replaced by the universally armed people, by a universal militia. All official persons will not only be elected but also subject to recall at any time upon the demand of a majority of the electors. All official persons, without exception, will be paid at a rate not exceeding the average wage of a competent worker. At the same time, Lenin calls for the unconditional participation by emphasis of the workers in the control of the affairs of the trusts, which could be brought about by a decree requiring but a single day to draft. 273 The concept that workers' participation should be introduced by legislative means, i.e. from above, clearly has an illustrious ancestry. May 29. Kharkov Conference of Factory Committees. In certain respects the provinces were in advance of Petrograd and Moscow. The Kharkov Conference demanded that the factory committees become organs of the revolution, aiming at consolidating its victories. The factory committees must take over production, protect it, develop it. They must fix wages, look after hygiene, control the technical quality of products, decree all internal factory regulations and determine solutions to all conflicts. 274 Some non-Bolshevik delegates even proposed that the committees should take over the factories directly and exercise all managerial functions. May 30 to June 5. First full conference of Petrograd Factory Committees. The conference met in the Tauride Palace, in the same hall where 3 months earlier the State Duma, Parliament, had assembled. At least half the committee represented were from the engineering industry. The long and flowery speeches of the bourgeois parliamentarians had given way to the sincere, simple, and usually concise contributions of deputies who had just left their tools or their machines, to express for the first time in public their humiliations, their class needs and their needs as human beings. 275. Bolshevik delegates were in a majority. Although most of their contributions centered on the need to introduce workers' control as a means of restoring order and maintaining production, other viewpoints were also voiced. Nemtsov, a Bolshevik metal worker, proclaimed that the working of the factories is now in the exclusive hands of higher management. We must introduce the principle of election. To assess work, we don't need the individual decisions of foremen. By introducing the elective principle we can control production. Namuov, another delegate, claimed that by taking into our own hands the control of production we will learn about its practical aspects and raise it to the level of future socialist production. 276 We are a long way here from the later Bolshevik advocacy of the efficiency of one-man management and from their later practice of appointments from above. The conference was widely attended. Even M.I. Skobelev, Menshevik Minister of Labor in the Provisional Government, was to address it. His contribution was of interest as a sort of anticipation of what the Bolsheviks would be saying before the year was up. Skobelev asserted that the regulation and control of industry was a task for the state. Upon the individual class, especially the working class, lies the responsibility for helping the state in its organizational work. He also stated that the transfer of enterprises into the hands of the people at the present time would not assist the revolution. The regulation of industry was the function of government, not of autonomous factory committees. The committees would best serve the workers' cause by becoming subordinate units in a statewide network of trade unions. 277. A similar viewpoint was put by Rozanov, one of the founders of the Professional Workers' Union. His assertions that the functions of the factory committees were ephemeral and that factory committees should constitute the basic elements of the unions were sharply criticized. Yet this is exactly the role to which, within a few months, the factory committees were to be relegated by Bolshevik practice. At this stage, however, the Bolsheviks were critical of the idea, the unions were still largely under Menshevik influence. Lenin's address to the conference contained a hint of things to come. He explained that workers' control meant that the majority of workers should enter all responsible institutions and that the administration should render an account of its actions to the most authoritative workers' organizations. 278 Under workers' control, Lenin clearly envisaged an administration other than the workers themselves. The final resolution, supported by 336 of the 421 delegates, proclaimed the factory committees fighting organizations, elected on the basis of the widest democracy and with a collective leadership. Their objectives were the creation of new conditions of work. The resolution called for the organization of thorough control by labor over production and distribution and for a proletarian majority in all institutions having executive power. 279. The next few weeks witnessed a considerable growth of the factory committees. Wherever they were strong enough, both before but especially after the October Revolution, when they were abetted by local Soviets, the committees boldly ousted the management and assumed direct control of their respective plants. 280. June 16. First All-Russian Congress of Soviets. June 20 to 28. A trade union conference held in Petrograd passed a resolution which stipulated that the trade unions, defending the rights and interests of hired labor, cannot take upon themselves administrative economic functions in production. 281 The factory committees were relegated to the role of seeing to it that laws for the defense of labor were observed and that collective agreements concluded by the unions were also observed. The factory committees were to agitate for the entrance of all workers of the enterprise into the union. They should work to strengthen and extend the trade unions, contribute to the unity of their fighting action and increase the authority of the unions in the eyes of unorganized workers. 282. This conference, dominated by Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, had considerable misgivings concerning the factory committees. It expressed these by advocating that the committees should be elected on the basis of lists drawn up by the trade unions. The Bolshevik theses, presented to the conference by Glebov-Vavilov, suggested that for the conduct of workers' control economic control commissions should be attached to the central administration of the unions. These commissions were to be made up of members of the factory committees and were to cooperate with the latter in each individual enterprise. The factory committees were not only to perform control functions for the trade unions but were also to be financially dependent upon the union. 283. The conference set up an all-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, to which representatives were elected in proportion to the numerical strength of the various political tendencies present at the conference. At this stage the Bolsheviks were riding two horses, seeking to gain the ascendancy in both the unions and the committees. They were not averse to a considerable amount of double talk in the pursuit of this double objective. In unions under strong Menshevik control, the Bolsheviks would press for considerable autonomy for the factory committees. In unions under their own control, they would be far less enthusiastic about the matter. It is necessary at this stage to say a few words about the role of the unions before and immediately after the February Revolution. Before 1917, the unions had been relatively unimportant in Russian labor history. Russian industry was still very young. Under Tsardom, at least until the turn of the century, trade union organization had been illegal and persecuted. In suppressing trade unionism, Tsardom unwittingly put a premium upon revolutionary political organization. Only the most politically minded workers, those prepared to pay for their conviction with prison and exile, could be willing to join trade unions in these circumstances, whereas in Britain the Labour Party was created by the trade unions. The Russian trade unions from their beginning led their existence in the shadow of the political movement. 284. The analysis is correct, and moreover of much deeper significance than Deutscher probably realized. The Russian trade unions of 1917 reflected this peculiar development of the Russian working class movement. On the one hand, the unions were the auxiliaries of the political parties, which utilized them for recruiting purposes and as a mass to be maneuvered. 285. On the other hand, the union movement, reborn in a sense after February 1917, was pushed forward by the more educated workers. The leadership of the various unions reflected the predominance of a sort of intellectual elite, favorable at first to the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries, but later won over, in varying proportions, to the Bolsheviks. It is important to realize that from the beginning of the revolution the unions were tightly controlled by political organizations, which used them to solicit support for their various actions. This explains the ease with which the party was able, at a later date, to manipulate the unions. It also helps one understand the fact that the unions, and their problems, were often to prove the battleground on which political differences between the party leaders were again and again to be fought out. Taken in conjunction with the fact that the party's whole previous development, including its tightly centralized structure and hierarchical organizational conceptions, had tended to separate it from the working class, one can understand how heavily the cards were stacked against any autonomous expression or even voicing of working class aspirations. In a sense, these found a freer expression in the Soviets than in either the party or the trade unions. Be that as it may, trade union membership increased rapidly after February, workers taking advantage of their newly won freedom. During the first months of 1917, union membership rose from a few scores of thousands to 1.5 million, but the practical role of the trade unions did not correspond to their numerical strength. In 1917, strikes never assumed the scale and power they had in 1905. The economic ruin of Russia, the galloping inflation, the scarcity of consumers' goods, and so on, made normal bread and butter struggle look unreal. In addition, the threat of mobilization hung over would-be strikers. The working class was in no mood to strive for limited economic advantage and partial reforms. The entire social order of Russia was at stake. 286. June, July. Persistent efforts of Mensheviks fully to subordinate the factory and plant committees to the trade unions. These were successfully resisted by a temporary alliance of anarchists, objecting on grounds of principle, and of Bolsheviks acting on the basis of tactical considerations. The autonomous factory committee movement found its highest development and most militant expression in the engineering industry. 287. This is of particular relevance as it explains the drastic measures the Bolsheviks had to resort to, in 1922, to break the independent organizations of the engineering workers. July 26 to August 3. 6th Party Congress. Milyutin declares, "We will ride on the crest of the economic wave of the movement of the workers, and we will turn this spontaneous movement into a conscious political movement against the existing state power." 288. August 7 to 12. Second Conference of Factory Committees of Petrograd, its environs, and neighboring provinces, held at the Smolny Institute. The conference resolved that 1/4% of the wages of all workers represented should go to support a Central Soviet of Factory Committees, thus made financially independent of the unions. 289. Rank and file supporters of the factory committees viewed the setting up of this Central Soviet with mixed feelings. On the one hand, they sensed the need for coordination. On the other hand, they wanted this coordination to be carried out from below, by themselves. Many were suspicious of the motives of the Bolsheviks, on whose initiative the Central Soviet had been bureaucratically set up. The Bolshevik Skripnik spoke of the difficulties of the Central Soviet of Factory Committees, attributing them in part to the workers themselves. Factory committees had been reluctant to free their members for work in the center. Some of the committees refrained from participation in the Central Soviet because of Bolshevik predominance in it. 290. V.M. Levin, another Bolshevik, was to complain that the workers didn't distinguish between the conception of control and the conception of taking possession. 291. The Second Conference adopted a whole number of statutes, regulating the work of the committees, the duties of the management, procedures for electing the committees, etc. 292. All decrees of factory committees were declared compulsory for the factory administration as well as for the workers and employees, until such time as those decrees were abolished by the committee itself, or by the Central Soviet of Factory Committees. The committees were to meet regularly during working hours. Meetings were to be held on days designated by the committees themselves. Members of the committees were to receive full pay, from the employers, while on committee business. Notice to the appropriate administrative personnel was to be deemed sufficient to free a member of the factory committee from work so that he might fulfill his obligations to the committee. In the periods between meetings, selected members of the factory committees were to occupy premises, within the factory, at which they could receive information from the workers and employees. Factory administrations were to provide funds for the maintenance of the committees and the conduct of their affairs. Factory committees were to have control over the composition of the administration and the right to dismiss all those who could not guarantee normal relations with the workers or who were incompetent for other reasons. All administrative factory personnel can only enter into service with the consent of the factory committee, which must declare its sick hirings at a general meeting of all the factory or through departmental or workshop committees. The internal organization of the factory, working time, wages, holidays, etc., was also to be determined by the factory committees. Factory committees were to have their own press and were to inform the workers and employees of the enterprise concerning their resolutions by posting an announcement in a conspicuous place. But as the Bolshevik Skripnik realistically reminded the conference, we must not forget that these are not normal statutes confirmed by the government. They are our platform, on the basis of which we will fight. The basis of the demands was customary revolutionary right. August 3. Campaign launched by provisional government against factory committees in the railways. Kukel, Vice Minister for the Navy, proposes proclamation of martial law on the railways and the creation of commissions entitled to dissolve the committees. This is the voice of the bourgeoisie in August 1917, not of Trotsky, in August 1920. See August 1920. At a government-sponsored consultation with the rank and file held in Moscow on August 10, the catastrophic condition of the railways was to be attributed to the existence of the railway committees. According to an inquiry conducted at a meeting of railway managers, 5,531 workers had been nominated to participate in these committees on the 37 main lines. These people were absolved of all commitments to work. On the basis of an average minimum of 2,000 rubles, this little business was costing the government 11 million rubles. And this only concerned 37 of the 60 main lines, 293. At about the same time Struve, a well-known bourgeois ideologist and economist, was writing that just as in the military field the elimination of officers by soldiers leads to the destruction of the army, because it implies a legalization of revolt incompatible with the very existence of the army, so in the economic field, the substitution of managerial power by workers' management implies the destruction of normal economic order and life in the enterprises. 294. A little later in the month a conference of employers was held in Petrograd. It set up a union of employers' associations. The main function of the new organization was described by its president Bimanov as the elimination of interference by the factory committees in what are managerial functions. August 11. First issue of Golos Truda, published in Russia under banner of the Union of Anarcho-Syndicalist Propaganda. August 25. Golos Truda, in a famous article headed Questions of the Hour, wrote: "We say to the Russian workers, peasants, soldiers, revolutionists, above all, continue the revolution. Continue to organize yourselves solidly and to unite your new organizations, your communes, your unions, your committees, your Soviets. Continue, with firmness and perseverance, always and everywhere to participate more and more extensively and more effectively in the economic life of the country. Continue to take into your hands, that is into the hands of your organizations, all the raw materials and all the instruments indispensable to your labor. Continue the revolution. Do not hesitate to face the solution of the burning questions of the present. Create everywhere the necessary organizations to achieve these solutions. Peasants, take the land and put it at the disposal of your committees. Workers, proceed to put in the hands of and at the disposal of your own social organizations, everywhere on the spot, the mines and the subsoil, the enterprises and the establishments of all sorts, the works and factories, the workshops and the machines." A little later, issue number 15 of the same paper urged its readers to begin immediately to organize the social and economic life of the country on new bases. Then a sort of dictatorship of labor will begin to be achieved, easily and in a natural manner. And the people would learn, little by little, to do it. During this period there were a number of important strikes: tannery and textile workers in Moscow, engineering workers in Petrograd, petrol workers in Baku, miners in the Donbass. There was a common feature to these struggles: the employers were prepared to make concessions through increased wages but categorically refused to recognize any rights to the factory committees. The workers in struggle were prepared to fight to the bitter end, not so much on the question of wage increases as on the question of the recognition of their factory organizations. 295 One of the main demands was the transfer to the committees of the rights of hiring and firing. The inadequacies of the law of April 23 were by now widely realized. Demands for the Soviets to take the power were beginning to evoke an echo. During its struggle for a factory constitution, the working class had become aware of the need itself to manage production. 296. August 28. In response to an increasing campaign in the bourgeois journals against the factory committees and working class anarchism, the Menshevik Minister of Labor Skobelev issued his famous Circular No. 421 forbidding meetings of the factory committees during working hours, because of the need to devote every energy and every second to intensive work. The circular authorized management to deduct from wages time lost by workers in attending committee meetings. This was at a time when Kornilov was marching on Petrograd, and when the workers were rising, threatening, to the defense of the revolution without considering whether they were doing so during working hours or not. 297. September. Bolshevik Party wins majorities in both Petrograd and Moscow Soviets. September 10. Third Conference of Factory Committees. On September 4, another circular from the Ministry of Labor had stated that the right of hiring and firing of workers belonged to the owners of the enterprise. The provisional government, by now very alarmed at the growth of the factory committees, was striving desperately to curtail their power. The Menshevik Kolokonikov attended the conference as the representative of the Ministry of Labor. He defended the circulars. He explained that the circulars did not deprive the workers of the right of control over hiring and firing, but only of the right to hire and fire. As the Bolsheviks were themselves to do later, Kolokonikov defined control as supervision over policy, as opposed to the right of making policy. 298. At the conference, a worker called Afanagina asserted that all parties, not excluding the Bolsheviks, entice the workers with the promise of the kingdom of God on earth 100 years from now. We don't need improvement in 100 years' time, but now, immediately. 299 The conference, which only lasted 2 sessions, decreed that it would seek the immediate abolition of the circulars. September 14. Meeting of the government-sponsored Democratic Conference. Emphasizing that the tasks of the factory committees were essentially different from those of the trade unions, the Bolsheviks requested 25 seats for the factory committees. The same number had been allocated by the government to the unions. September 26. Lenin writes, the Soviet government must immediately introduce throughout the state workers' control over production and distribution. Failing such control, famine and catastrophe of unprecedented dimensions threaten the country from week to week. 300. For several weeks the employers had been resorting to lockouts on an increasing scale in an attempt to break the power of the committees. Between March and August 1917, 586 enterprises employing over 100,000 workers had been closed down. 301 Sometimes because of the lack of fuel or raw materials, but often as a deliberate attempt by the employers to evade the increasing power of the committees. One of the functions of workers' control was seen as putting an end to such practices. October 1. Publication of Lenin's Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power? This text contains certain passages which help one understand many subsequent events. When we say workers' control, always associating that slogan with the dictatorship of the proletariat, and always putting it after the latter, we thereby make plain what state we have in mind. If it is a proletarian state we are referring to, i.e. the dictatorship of the proletariat, then workers' control can become a national, all-embracing, omnipresent, extremely precise, and extremely scrupulous accounting emphasis in original of the production and distribution of goods. In the same pamphlet Lenin defines the type of socialist apparatus, or framework, within which the function of accountancy, workers' control, will be exercised. Without big banks socialism would be impossible of realization. The big banks are a stable apparatus we need for the realization of socialism and which we shall take from capitalism ready-made. Our problem here is only to lop away that which capitalistically disfigures this otherwise excellent apparatus and to make it still bigger, still more democratic, still more comprehensive, a single huge state bank, with branches in every rural district and in every factory, that will already be 9/10 of a socialist apparatus. According to Lenin, this type of apparatus would allow general state bookkeeping, general state accounting of the production and distribution of goods, and would be something in the nature, so to speak, of the skeleton of a socialist society. 302. No one disputes the importance of keeping reliable records, but Lenin's identification of workers' control in a workers' state with the function of accountancy, i.e. checking the implementation of decisions taken by others, is extremely revealing. Nowhere in Lenin's writings is workers' control ever equated with fundamental decision-taking, i.e. with the initiation of decisions, relating to production, how much to produce, how to produce it, at what cost, at whose cost, etc. Other writings by Lenin in this period reiterate that one of the functions of workers' control is to prevent sabotage by the higher bureaucrats and functionaries. As for the higher employees, we shall have to treat them as we treat the capitalists, roughly. They, like the capitalists, will offer resistance. We may succeed with the help of workers' control in rendering such resistance impossible. 303. Lenin's notions of workers' control, as a means of preventing lockouts, and his repeated demands for the opening of the books, as a means of preventing economic sabotage, referred both to the immediate situation, and to the months which were to follow the revolution. He envisaged a period during which, in a workers' state, the bourgeoisie would still retain the formal ownership and effective management of most of the productive apparatus. The new state, in Lenin's estimation, would not be able immediately to take over the running of industry. There would be a transitional period during which the capitalists would be coerced into cooperation. Workers' control was seen as the instrument of this coercion. October 10. Fourth Conference of Factory Committees of Petrograd and its environs. The main business on the agenda was the convocation of the First All-Russian Conference of Factory Committees. October 13. Golostruda calls for total workers' control, embracing all plant operations, real and not fictitious control, control over work rules, hiring and firing, hours and wages and the procedures of manufacture. Soviets and factory committees were appearing everywhere at a phenomenal rate. Their growth can be explained by the extremely radical nature of the tasks confronting the working class. Soviets and committees were far more closely associated with the realities of everyday life than were the unions. They therefore proved far more effective mouthpieces of fundamental popular aspirations. During this period, intensive propaganda was conducted for libertarian ideas. Not a single newspaper was closed, not a single leaflet, pamphlet, or book confiscated, not a single rally or mass meeting forbidden. True, the government at that period was not averse to dealing severely with both anarchists and Bolsheviks. Kerensky threatened many times to burn them out with red-hot irons. But the government was powerless, because the revolution was in full swing. 304. As already pointed out, the Bolsheviks at this stage still supported the factory committees. They saw them as the battering ram that would deal blows to capitalism, organs of class struggle created by the working class on its own ground. 305. They also saw in the slogan of workers' control a means of undermining Menshevik influence in the unions. But the Bolsheviks were being carried along by a movement which was in many respects embarrassing to them, but which, as a main driving force of the revolution, they could not fail to endorse. 306. During the middle of 1917, Bolshevik support for the factory committees was such that the Mensheviks were to accuse them of abandoning Marxism in favor of anarchism. Actually, Lenin and his followers remained firm upholders of the Marxist conception of the centralized state. Their immediate objective, however, was not yet to set up the centralized proletarian dictatorship, but to decentralize as much as possible the bourgeois state and the bourgeois economy. This was a necessary condition for the success of the revolution. In the economic field, therefore, the factory committee, the organ on the spot, rather than the trade union, was the most potent and deadly instrument of upheaval. Thus the trade unions were relegated to the background. 307. This is perhaps the most explicit statement of why the Bolsheviks at this stage supported workers' control and its organizational vehicle, the factory committees. Today only the ignorant or those willing to be deceived can still kid themselves into believing that proletarian power, at the point of production, was ever a fundamental tenet or objective of Bolshevism. October 17 to 22. First All-Russian Conference of Factory Committees, convened by Novy Put, New Path, a paper strongly colored with a new kind of anarcho-syndicalism, though no anarcho-syndicalists were on its staff. 308. According to later Bolshevik sources, of the 137 delegates attending the conference there were 86 Bolsheviks, 22 social revolutionaries, 11 anarcho-syndicalists, 8 Mensheviks, 6 Maximalists and 4 non-party. 309. The Bolsheviks were on the verge of seizing power, and their attitude to the factory committees was already beginning to change. Schmidt, future Commissar for Labor in Lenin's government, described what had happened in many areas. At the moment when the factory committees were formed, the trade unions actually did not yet exist. The factory committees filled the vacuum. 310. Another Bolshevik speaker stated the growth of the influence of the factory committees has naturally occurred at the expense of centralized economic organizations of the working class such as the trade unions. This of course is a highly abnormal development which has in practice led to very undesirable results. 311. A different viewpoint was stressed by a delegate from Odessa. He declared that the control commissions must not be mere checking commissions but must be the cells of the future, which even now are preparing for the transfer of production into the hands of the workers. 312. An anarchist speaker argued the trade unions wish to devour the factory committees. There is no popular discontent with the factory committees, but there is discontent with the trade unions. To the worker the trade union is a form of organization imposed from without. The factory committee is closer to them. Returning to a theme that was to recur repeatedly, he also emphasized that the factory committees were cells of the future. They, not the state, should now administer. 313. Lenin at this stage saw the tremendous importance of the factory committees, as a means of helping the Bolshevik party to seize power. According to Ordzhonikidze, he asserted we must shift the center of gravity to the factory committees. The factory committees must become the organs of insurrection. We must change our slogan, and instead of saying all power to the Soviets we must say all power to the factory committees. 314. A resolution was passed at the conference proclaiming that workers' control, within the limits assigned to it by the conference, was only possible under the political and economic rule of the working class. It warned against isolated and disorganized activities and pointed out that the seizure of factories by the workers and their operation for personal profit was incompatible with the aims of the proletariat. 315. October 25. Overthrow of Kerensky's provisional government. Proclamation of Council of People's Commissars, Sovnarkom, during opening session of Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. October 26. At Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Bolshevik spokesman proclaimed, "The revolution has been victorious. All power has passed to the Soviets. New laws will he proclaimed within a few days dealing with workers' problems. One of the most important will deal with workers' control of production and with the return of industry to normal conditions. Strikes and demonstrations are harmful in Petrograd. We ask you to put an end to all strikes on economic and political issues, to resume work and to carry it out in a perfectly orderly manner. Every man to his place. The best way to support the Soviet government these days is to carry on with one's job." 316. Without apparently batting an eyelid, Pankratova could write that the first day of workers' power was ushered in by this call to work and to the edification of the new kind of factory. 317. Publication of decree on the land. Lands of nobility, church, and crown transferred to custody of peasants. November 3. Publication in Pravda of Lenin's draft decree on workers' control. 318. This provided for the introduction of workers' control of the production, warehousing, purchase, and sale of all products and raw materials in all industrial, commercial, banking, agricultural and other enterprises employing a total of not less than 5 workers and employees, or with a turnover of not less than 10,000 rubles per annum. Workers' control was to be carried out by all the workers and employees in a given enterprise, either directly if the enterprise is small enough to permit it, or through delegates to be immediately elected at mass meetings. Elected delegates were to have access to all books and documents and to all warehouses and stocks of material, instruments, and products, without exception. These excellent, and often quoted, provisions in fact only listed and legalized what had already been achieved and implemented in many places by the working class in the course of the struggles of the previous months. They were to be followed by 3 further provisions, of ominous import. It is amazing that these are not better known. In practice they were soon to nullify the positive features of the previous provisions. They stipulated, point 5, that the decisions of the elected delegates of the workers and employees were legally binding upon the owners of enterprises but that they could be annulled by trade unions and congresses, our emphasis. This was exactly the fate that was to befall the decisions of the elected delegates of the workers and employees. The trade unions proved to be the main medium through which the Bolsheviks sought to break the autonomous power of the factory committees. The draft decree also stressed, point 6, that in all enterprises of state importance all delegates elected to exercise workers' control were to be answerable to the state for the maintenance of the strictest order and discipline and for the protection of property. Enterprises of importance to the state were defined, point 7, and this has a familiar tone for all revolutionaries, as all enterprises working for defense purposes, or in any way connected with the production of articles necessary for the existence of the masses of the population, our emphasis. In other words, practically any enterprise could be declared by the new Russian state as of importance to the state. The delegates from such an enterprise, elected to exercise workers' control, were now made answerable to a higher authority. Moreover, if the trade unions, already fairly bureaucratized, could annul the decisions of rank-and-file delegates, what real power in production had the rank-and-file? The decree on workers' control was soon proved, in practice, not to be worth the paper it was written on. Point 319. November 9. Decree dissolving Soviet in the People's Commissariat of Posts and Telegraphs. Point 320. The concept of workers' control had spread even to the civil service. A Soviet of employees had taken control of the People's Commissariat of Posts and Telegraphs and another had established itself in the Admiralty. On November 9 an appeal was issued by the People's Commissar for the Ministry, of Posts and Telegraphs which concluded, I declare that no so-called initiatory groups or committees for the administration of the Department of Posts and Telegraphs can usurp the functions belonging to the central power and to me as People's Commissar. Point 321. November 14. Lenin expected his draft statutes on workers' control to be ratified, with only minor modifications, by the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, v.ts.I.k, and by the Council of People's Commissars, Sovnarkom. In fact, his proposals were to give rise to heated discussion and to be criticized from both right and left. Lazovsky, a Bolshevik trade unionist, was to write, to us, it seemed that the basic control units should only act within limits rigorously determined by higher organs of control. But the comrades who were for the decentralization of workers' control were pressing for the independence and autonomy of these lower organs, because they felt that the masses themselves would incarnate the principle of control. Point 322. Lazovsky believed that the lower organs of control must confine their activities within the limits set by the instructions of the proposed All-Russian Council of Workers' Control. We must say it quite clearly and categorically, so that workers in various enterprises don't go away with the idea that the factories belong to them. Despite heated protests from the rank and file, and after nearly 2 weeks of controversy, a compromise was adopted in which the trade unions, now the unexpected champions of order, discipline, and centralized direction of production 323, had clearly won the upper hand. The new text was adopted by the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, v.ts.I.k, on November 14, by 24 votes to 10, ratified by the Council of People's Commissars on November 15 and released the following day. Milutin, who presented the revised decree to the V.Ts.I.K., explained somewhat apologetically that life overtook us and that it had become urgently necessary to unite into one solid state apparatus, the workers' control, which was being operated on the spot. Legislation on workers' control, which should logically have fitted into the framework of an economic plan, had to precede legislation on the plan itself. 324 There could be no clearer recognition of the tremendous pressures from below and of the difficulties the Bolsheviks were experiencing in their attempts to canalize them. In the revised decree, Lenin's 8 original points had now increased to 14.325. The new decree started with the ingenious statement that, in the interests of a planned regulation of the national economy, the new government recognized the authority of workers' control throughout the economy. But there had to be a firm hierarchy of control organs. Factory committees would be allowed to remain the control organ of each individual enterprise. But each committee was to be responsible to a regional council of workers' control, subordinated in turn to an all-Russian council of workers' control. 326 The composition of these higher organs was decided by the party. The trade unions were massively represented in the middle and higher strata of this new pyramid of institutionalized workers' control. For instance, the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control was to consist of 21 representatives, 5 from the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, 5 from the Executive of the All-Russian Council of Trade Unions, 5 from the Association of Engineers and Technicians, 2 from the Association of Agronomists, 2 from the Petrograd Trade Union Council, 1 from each All-Russian Trade Union Federation numbering fewer than 100,000 members, 2 for federations of over this number, and 5 from the All-Russian Council of Factory Committees. The factory committees, often under anarcho-syndicalist influence, had been well and truly cut down to size. Long gone were the days when Lenin had asserted the source of power is not a law previously discussed and passed by parliament, but the direct initiative of the masses from below, in their localities, Outreitseizure, to use a popular expression. 327. The very mention, however, in the decree of an all-Russian council of factory committees meant that side by side with the official structure of organs of workers' control, another structure was still present, almost inevitably antagonistic, the pyramid of organs representing the factory committees. It also shows that the factory committee movement was still seeking to coordinate its activities on a nationwide basis. Even this minor representation for the factory committees had been a tactical concession on Lenin's part, and events were soon to show that the leaders of the Russian government had no intention of accepting for long this potential threat to the hegemony of the party and of its supporters within the unions. The party got to work. Those who had paid most lip service to workers' control and purported to expand it were in fact engaged in a skillful attempt to make it orderly and innocuous by turning it into a large-scale, centralized, public institution. 328. Bolshevik propaganda, in later years, was constantly to reiterate the theme that the factory committees were not a suitable instrument for organizing production on a national scale. Deutsche, for instance, claims that, almost from their creation, the anarchic characteristics of the committees made themselves felt. Every factory committee aspired to have the last and final say on all matters affecting the factory, its output, its stocks of raw material, its conditions of work, etc., and paid little or no attention to the needs of industry as a whole. 329 Yet in the very next sentence Deutsche points out that, a few weeks after the upheaval, the October Revolution, the factory committees attempted to form their own national organization, which was to secure their virtual economic dictatorship. The Bolsheviks now called upon the trade unions to render a special service to the nascent Soviet state and to discipline the factory committees. The unions came out firmly against the attempt of the factory committees to form a national organization of their own. They prevented the convocation of a planned all-Russian Congress of factory committees and demanded total subordination on the part of the committees. The essential precondition for the committees to have started tackling regional and national tasks was their federation on a regional and national basis. It is the height of hypocrisy for latter-day Bolsheviks to blame the committees of 1917 to 18 for showing only parochial preoccupations when the party itself was to do all in its power to prevent the committees from feed-raiding from below, in an autonomous manner. The Bolshevik-sponsored Central Soviet of Factory Committees was wound up, after the overthrow of the provisional government, as quickly as it had been set up. The Revolutionary Center of Factory Committees, a body of anarchist inspiration which had been going for several months, never succeeded in supplanting it, so many were the obstacles put in its path. Some comments are called for in relation to these developments. The disorganization created by the war and by the resistance of the employing class, manifested as sabotage or desertion of their enterprises, clearly made it imperative to minimize and if possible eliminate unnecessary struggles between factory committees, such as struggles for scanty fuel or raw materials. There was clearly a need to coordinate the activity of the committees on a vast scale, a need of which many who had been most active in the committee movement were well aware. The point at issue is not that a functional differentiation was found necessary between the various organs of working class power, Soviets, factory committees, etc., or that a definition was sought as to what were local tasks and what were regional or national tasks. The modalities of such a differentiation could have been, and probably would have been, determined by the proposed Congress of Factory Committees. The important thing is that a hierarchical pattern of differentiation was externally elaborated and imposed, by an agency other than the producers themselves. A Bolshevik spokesman described the situation, as seen through the eyes of those now in power, instead of a rapid normalization of production and distribution, instead of measures which would have led towards a socialist organization of society, we found a practice which recalled the anarchist dreams of autonomous productive communes. 330 Pankratova puts the matter even more bluntly: during the transitional period one had to accept the negative aspects of workers' control, which was just a method of struggle between capital and labor. But once power had passed into the hands of the proletariat, i.e. into the hands of the party, the practice of the factory committees of acting as if they owned the factories became anti-proletarian. 331. These subtleties were however above the heads of most workers. They took Bolshevik propaganda about workers' control at face value. They didn't see it as something transitional or as just a stage towards other methods of normalization of economic life. 332 For them it was not just a means of combating the economic sabotage of the ruling class or a correct tactical slogan, decided in committee as appropriate to a given stage of the developing revolution. For the masses, workers' control was the expression of their deepest aspirations. Who would be boss in the factory? Instinctively they sensed that who managed production would manage all aspects of social life. The subtle difference between control and management, of which most Bolsheviks were deeply aware. 333 eluded the masses. The misunderstanding was to have bloody repercussions. The November 1917 decree on workers' control appeared to give official sanction to the drive of the working class towards total domination of the conditions of its life. A metal workers' paper wrote that the working class by its nature, should occupy the central place both in production and especially in its organization. All production in the future will represent a reflection of the proletarian will and mind. 334 Whereas before October workers' control had usually taken a passive, observational form, workers' committees now took on an increasingly important role in the overall management of various enterprises. For several months following the revolution, the Russian working class enjoyed a degree of freedom and a sense of power probably unique in its history. 335. There is unfortunately little detailed information available concerning this most interesting period. The data available usually comes from sources, either bourgeois or bureaucratic, fundamentally hostile to the very idea of workers' management and solely concerned in proving its inefficiency and impracticability. An interesting account of what happened at the Nobel oil refinery has been published. 336 This illustrates the fundamental tendency of the working class towards self-management and the hostility it encountered in party circles. Other examples will doubtless come to light. November 28. Meeting of the newly decreed All-Russian Council of Workers' Control. The previous disagreements reappeared. 337 Lerin, representative of the Bolshevik fraction in the unions, declared that the trade unions represent the interests of the class as a whole, whereas the factory committees only represent particular interests. The factory committees should be subordinated to the trade unions. Zhivotov, spokesman of the factory committee movement, declared, "In the factory committees we elaborate instructions which come from below, with a view to seeing how they can be applied to industry as a whole. These are the instructions of the workshop, of life itself. They are the only instructions that can have real meaning. They show what the factory committees are capable of, and should therefore come to the forefront in discussions of workers' control." The factory committees felt that control was the task of the committee in each establishment. The committees of each town should then meet, and later establish coordination on a regional basis. The setting up of the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control by the Bolsheviks was clearly an attempt to bypass the committee movement. The attempt proved partly successful. The factory committees continued their agitation. But their voice, silenced by administrative means, only evoked a feeble echo within the All-Russian Council itself, dominated as it was by party nominees. In January 1918 Ryazanov was to declare that the body had only met once, and in May 1918 that it had never really met at all. According to another source, it tried to meet but couldn't gather a quorum. 338 What is certain is that it never really functioned at all. It is difficult to say whether this was due to systematic Bolshevik boycott and obstruction, to lack of understanding on the part of non-Bolshevik revolutionaries as to what was actually happening, or whether it was due to the genuine weakness of the movement, unable to burst through the bureaucratic straitjacket in which it was being progressively incarcerated. All three factors probably played a part. November 28. Decree dissolving Soviet in the Admiralty. 339. December 5. Decree issued 340 setting up a Supreme Economic Council, Vysenka, to which were assigned the tasks of working out a plan for the organization of the economic life of the country and the financial resources of the government. The Vysenka was to direct to a uniform end the activities of all existing economic authorities, central and local, including the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control. 341 The Vysenka was to be attached to the Council of People's Commissars, itself made up entirely of members of the Bolshevik Party. The composition of the Vysenka was instructive. It comprised a few members of the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control, a very indirect sop to the factory committees, massive representation from all the new commissariats, and a number of experts, nominated from above in a consultative capacity. The Vysenka was to have a double structure: a. the centers, Glavki, designed to deal with different sectors of industry, and b. the regional organs, the local council of national economy, Sovnarkozy. At first the left Bolsheviks held a majority of the leading positions on the Vysenka. The first chairman was Osinsky, and the governing bureau included Bukharin, Larin, Sokolnikov, Milyutin, Lomov and Schmidt. 342 Despite its left leadership, the new body absorbed the All-Russian Council of Workers' Control before the latter had even got going. This step was openly acknowledged by the Bolsheviks as a move towards statization, Agasudarstvelenie, of economic authority. The net effect of the setting up of Vysenka was to silence still further the voice of the factory committees. As Lenin put it a few weeks later, we passed from workers' control to the creation of the Supreme Council of National Economy. 343 The function of this council was clearly to replace, absorb, and supersede the machinery of workers' control. 344 A process can now be discerned, of which the rest of this pamphlet will seek to unravel the unfolding. It is a process which leads, within a short period of 4 years, from the tremendous upsurge of the factory committee movement, a movement which both implicitly and explicitly sought to alter the relations of production, to the establishment of unquestioned domination by a monolithic and bureaucratic agency, the party, over all aspects of economic and political life. This agency not being based on production, its rule could only epitomize the continued limitation of the authority of the workers in the productive process. This necessarily implied the perpetuation of hierarchical relations within production itself, and therefore the perpetuation of class society. The first stage of this process was the subordination of the factory committees to the All-Russian Council for Workers' Control, in which the unions, themselves already strongly under party influence, were heavily represented. The second phase, which almost immediately followed the first, was the incorporation of this All-Russian Council for Workers' Control into the Vysenka, even more heavily weighted in favor of the unions, but also comprising direct nominees of the state, i.e. of the party. The Vysenka was momentarily allowed to retain a left communist leadership. A little later these lefts were to be removed. A sustained campaign was then launched to curb the power of the unions, which, albeit in a very indirect and distorted way, could still be influenced by the working class. It was particularly important to curb such power as the unions still held in relation to production, and to replace it by the authority of direct party nominees. These managers and administrators, nearly all appointed from above, gradually came to form the basis of the new bureaucracy. Each of these steps was to be resisted, but each fight was to be lost. Each time the adversary appeared in the garb of the new proletarian power. And each defeat was to make it more difficult for the working class itself directly to manage production, i.e. fundamentally to alter the relations of production. Until these relations of production had been altered, the revolution could not really be considered to have achieved its socialist objective, whatever the pronouncements of its leaders. This is the real lesson of the Russian Revolution. The problem can be envisaged in yet another way. The setting up of the Vysenka represents a partial fusion, in a position of economic authority, of trade union officials, party stalwarts and experts nominated by the workers' state. But these are not three social categories representing the workers. They were three social categories which were already assuming managerial functions, i.e. were already dominating the workers in production. Because of their own antecedent history, each of these groups was, for different reasons, already somewhat remote from the working class. Their fusion was to enhance this separation. The result is that from 1918 on, the new state, although officially described as a workers' state or a Soviet republic, and although by and large supported by the mass of the working class during the Civil War, was not in fact an institution managed by the working class. 345. If one can read between the lines, and not be blinded by terms such as workers' state and socialist perspective, which only reflect the false consciousness so prevalent at the time, the following account by Pankratova as to what was at stake in the formation of the Vysenka is most informative. "We needed," she said, "a more efficient form of organization than the factory committees and a more flexible tool than workers' control. We had to link the management of the new factories to the principle of a single economic plan, and we had to do it in relation to the socialist perspectives of the young workers' state. The factory committees lacked practice and technical know-how. The enormous economic tasks of the transition period towards socialism necessitated the creation of a single organism to normalize the national economy on a statewide basis. The proletariat understood this. This was wishful thinking, if ever there was, MB. Freeing the factory committees of their mandates, which no longer corresponded to the new economic needs, the workers delegated authority to the newly created organs, the Council of National Economy." She concludes with a telling sentence: "The Petrograd factory committees, which in May 1917 had proclaimed the need for workers' control, unanimously buried the idea at the time of the Sixth Conference. 346. Subsequent events were to show that although these were the aims and perspectives of the party leadership, they were far from being accepted by the party rank and file, let alone by the masses, on whose behalf the party was already assuming the right to speak." December, early. Publication of Lenin's State and Revolution, which had been written a few months earlier. In this major theoretical work there is little discussion of workers' control and certainly no identification of socialism with workers' management of production. Lenin speaks in rather abstract terms of immediate change such that all fulfill the functions of control and supervision, that all become bureaucrats for a time, and that no one therefore can become a bureaucrat. This was part of the libertarian rhetoric of the Bolshevism of 1917. But Lenin, as usual, had his feet firmly on the ground. He spelled out what this would mean in practice. The development of capitalism created the economic prerequisites which made it quite possible, immediately, overnight after the overthrow of the capitalists and the bureaucrats, to supersede them in the control of production and distribution, in the work of keeping account of labor and its products by the armed workers, by the whole of the armed population. The accountancy and control necessary for this have been so utterly simplified by capitalism that they have become the extraordinarily simple operations of checking, recording and issuing receipts, which anyone who can read and write and who knows the first four rules of arithmetic can perform. 347 There is no mention of who will initiate the decisions which the masses will then check and record. State and revolution includes the interesting phrase, "We want the socialist revolution with human nature as it is now, with human nature that cannot dispense with subordination, control, and managers." 348. The year 1917 certainly saw a tremendous social upheaval. But it was a utopian dream to assume that socialism could be achieved without a large proportion of the population both understanding and wanting it. The building of socialism, unlike the development of capitalism, which can safely be left to market forces, can only be the self-conscious and collective act of the immense majority. December. Publication, by the Central Council of the Petrograd Factory Committees, of the famous Practical Manual for the Implementation of Workers' Control of Industry. To the intense annoyance of party members, this was widely distributed in the suburbs of Petrograd. The main value of this pamphlet is that it deals with how workers' control could rapidly be extended into workers' management. Neither in Lenin's view, nor in that of the authors, despite the title, was there any confusion between control and management. Lenin was advocating workers' control, and his whole practice, after the revolution, was to denounce attempts at workers' management as premature, utopian, anarchist, harmful, intolerable, etc. It would be tragic if the ahistoricism and anti-theoretical bias of much of the libertarian movement today allowed new militants to fall into old traps or compelled them again to take turnings that at best lead nowhere, or at worst onto the grounds of previous defeats. The manual made a number of concrete suggestions to the factory committees. Each committee should set up 4 control commissions, entitled to invite the attendance of technicians and others in a consultative capacity. So much for the widely peddled lie that the factory committees were not prepared to associate the technicians or specialists in their work. The functions of the 4 commissions were to be, a. the organization of production, b. the reconversion from war production, c. the supply of raw materials, and d. the supply of fuel. The proposals are developed in considerable detail. It is stressed throughout that workers' control is not just a question of taking stock of the supplies of raw materials and fuel. Cf. Lenin's socialism is stock-taking. Every time you take stock of iron bars or of pieces of cloth, that is socialism. 349 But that it is intimately related to the transformation of these raw materials within the factory, in other words with the totality of the work processes culminating in a finished product. The Production Commission should be entrusted with the task of establishing the necessary links between the different sections of the factory, of supervising the state of the machinery, of advising on and overcoming various deficiencies in the arrangement of the factory or plant, of determining the coefficients of exploitation in each section, of deciding on the optimum number of shops, and of workers in each shop, of investigating the depreciation of machines and of buildings, of determining job allocations, from the post of administrator down, and of taking charge of the financial relations of the factory. The authors of the manual announce that they intend to group the factory committees into regional federations and these in turn into an all-Russian federation. And to be sure there was no misunderstanding, they stressed that workers' control of industry, as a part of workers' control of the totality of economic life, must not be seen in the narrow sense of a reform of institutions but in the widest possible sense, that of moving into fields previously dominated by others. Control should merge into management. In practice, the implementation of workers' control took on a variety of forms, in different parts of Russia. These were partly determined by local conditions but primarily by the degree of resistance shown by different sections of the employing class. In some places the employers were expropriated forthwith, from below. In other instances they were merely submitted to a supervisory type of control, exercised by the factory committees. There was no predetermined model to follow. The various practices and experiments were at first the subject of heated discussions. These were not a waste of time, as was later to be alleged. They should be seen as essential by all who accepted that the advance towards socialism can only come about through the self-emancipation of the working class. The discussions unfortunately were soon to be drawn to a close. December 13. Izvestiya publishes the general instructions on workers' control in conformity with the decree of November 14. These became known as the Counter Manual and represent the finished expression of the Leninist point of view. 350. The first 4 sections deal with the organization of workers' control in the factories and with the election of control commissions. The next 5 sections decree the duties and rights of these commissions, stressing which functions they should undertake and which should remain the prerogative of the owner-managers. Section 5 stresses that insofar as the commissions play any real role in the management of enterprises, this role should be confined to supervising the carrying out of directives issued by those central government agencies specifically entrusted with the regulation of economic activity on a national scale. Section 7 states that the right to issue orders relating to the management, running and functioning of enterprises remains in the hands of the owner. The control commissions must not participate in the management of enterprises and have no responsibilities in relation to their functioning. This responsibility also remains vested in the hands of the owner. Section 8 specifies that the commissions should not concern themselves with matters relating to finance, all such matters being the prerogative of the central governmental institutions. Section 9 specifically forbids the commissions from expropriating and managing enterprises. They are however entitled to raise the question of taking over enterprises with the government, through the medium of the higher organs of workers' control. Section 14 finally puts down on paper what had been in the minds of the Bolshevik leaders for several weeks. Even at a local level the factory committees were to be made to merge with the union apparatus. The control commissions in each factory were to constitute the executive organs of the control of distribution section of the local trade union federation. The activities of the control commissions should be made to conform with the decisions of the latter. The fact that these general instructions were issued within a fortnight of the setting up of the Vazenka clearly shows the systematic lines along which Lenin and his collaborators were thinking. They may have been right or they may have been wrong. This depends on one's ideas of the kind of society they were trying to bring about. But it is ridiculous to claim, as so many do today, that in 1917 the Bolsheviks really stood for the full, total, and direct control by working people of the factories, mines, building sites or other enterprises in which they worked, i.e. that they stood for workers' self-management. December 20. The official trade union journal Professional New York Vestnik, Trade Union Herald, published a resolution concerning the trade unions and the political parties. Without turning into independent organs of political struggle, into independent political parties or appendages to them, the trade unions cannot remain indifferent to the problems advanced by the political struggle of the proletariat. After these banal generalities the resolution came down to earth. Joining their destiny organizationally with some political party, the trade unions, as fighting class organizations of the proletariat, must support the political slogans and tactics of that proletarian party, which at the given moment approaches more closely than others the solution of the historical tasks, etc. etc. The same issue of the paper carried an article by the Bolshevik Lazovsky protesting against the Bolshevik policy of suppressing by violence workers' strikes against the new government. The tasks of the trade unions and of the Soviet power is the isolation of the bourgeois elements who lead strikes and sabotage, but this isolation should not be achieved merely by mechanical means, by arrests, by shipping to the front or by deprivation of bread cards. Preliminary censorship, the destruction of newspapers, the annihilation of freedom of agitation for the socialist and democratic parties is for us absolutely inadmissible. The closing of the newspapers, violence against strikers, etc., irritated open wounds. There has been too much of this type of action recently in the memory of the Russian toiling masses, and this can lead to an analogy deadly to the Soviet power. That a leading party member should have to speak in this manner is a telling indictment of how widespread these practices must have been. This was increasingly the method by which the party was seeking to settle its differences not only with its bourgeois opponents but with its more articulate opponents within the working class movement itself. Withdrawal of bread cards deprived those subject to it of the legal right to rations, i.e. of the right to eat. Individuals deprived of their cards would be forced to obtain food on the black market or by other illegal means. Their crimes against the state would then be used as legal means of neutralizing them. It was in this atmosphere concerning party, unions, and non-party masses, euphemistically described as bourgeois elements, that the big debate of January 1918 was to take place. December 23. Decree setting up a network of regional councils of national economy, Sovnarkozy, under the supervision of the Vysenka. Each regional Sovnarkoz was, to be, a replica in miniature of Vysenka at the center. It was to be divided into 14 sections for different branches of production and was to contain representatives of local institutions and organizations. Each Sovnarkoz could set up smaller units incorporating the corresponding organs of workers' control where the latter had come into being. What had been created was a central economic department with local offices. 351. 1918. January 6. Dissolution of Constituent Assembly. The detachment which dispersed the assembly was led by an anarchist Kronstadt sailor, Zheleznyakov, now commandant of the Tauride Palace Guard. He unseated the chairman of the assembly, Viktor Chernov, with the blunt announcement, "The guard is tired." 352. January 7 to 14. First All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions held in Petrograd. Two main themes were to dominate the Congress. What were to be the relations between the factory committees and the unions? And what were to be the relations between the trade unions and the new Russian state? Few delegates, at this stage, sensed the close relationship between these two questions. Still fewer perceived how a simultaneous resolution of the first question in favor of the unions and of the second in favor of the new workers' state would soon emasculate the committees and in fact irrevocably undermine the proletarian nature of the regime. The arguments at this Congress reflected matters of deep significance and will be referred to in some detail. In the balance lay the future of the Russian working class for many decades to come. According to Lazovsky, a Bolshevik trade unionist, the factory committees were so much the owners and masters that 3 months after the revolution they were to a significant degree independent of the general controlling organs. 353 Maysky, then still a Menshevik, said that in his experience it was not just some of the proletariat but most of the proletariat, especially in Petrograd, who looked upon workers' control as if it were actually the emergence of the kingdom, Tsarstvo, of socialism. He lamented that among the workers the very idea of socialism is embodied in the concept of workers' control. 354 Another Menshevik delegate deplored the fact that an anarchist wave in the shape of factory committees and workers' control was sweeping over our Russian labor movement. 355 dB. Ryazanov 356 A recent convert to Bolshevism, agreed with the Mensheviks on this point and urged the factory committees to commit suicide by becoming an integral element of the trade union structure. 357. The few anarcho-syndicalist delegates to the Congress fought a desperate battle to preserve the autonomy of the committees. Maximov 358 claimed that he and his fellow anarcho-syndicalists were better Marxists than either the Mensheviks or the Bolsheviks, a declaration which caused a great stir in the hall. 359 He was alluding no doubt to Marx's statement that the liberation of the working class had to be brought about by the workers themselves. 360. Maximov urged the delegates to remember that the factory committees, organizations introduced directly by life itself in the course of the revolution, were the closest of all to the working class, much closer than the trade unions. 361 The function of the committees was no longer to protect and improve the conditions of the workers. They had to seek a predominant position in industry and in the economy. As the offspring of the revolution, the committees would create a new production on a new basis. 362 The unions, which corresponded to the old economic relations of Tsarist times, had lived out their time and couldn't take on this task. 363 Maximov anticipated a great conflict between state power in the center and the organizations composed exclusively of workers which are found in the localities. 364 The aim of the proletariat was to coordinate all activity, all local interest, to create a center, but not a center of decrees and ordinances, but a center of regulation, of guidance, and only through such a center to organize the industrial life of the country. 365. Speaking on behalf of the factory committees, a rank-and-file worker, Belousov, made a scathing attack on the party leaders. They continually criticized the committees for not acting according to rules and regulations, but then failed to produce any coherent plan of their own. They just talked. All this will freeze local work. Are we to stand still locally, wait and do nothing? Only then will we make no mistakes. Only those who do nothing make no mistakes. Real workers' control was the solution to Russia's economic disintegration. The only way out remaining to the workers is to take the factories into their own hands and manage them. 366. Excitement in the Congress reached a climax when Bolshevik 367 characterized the trade unions as living corpses and urged the working class to organize in the localities and create a free, new Russia, without a god, without a tsar, and without a boss in the trade union. When Ryazanov protested Shatov's vilification of the unions, Maximov rose to his comrade's defense, dismissing Ryazanov's objections as those of a white-handed intellectual who had never worked, never sweated, never felt life. Another anarcho-syndicalist delegate, Laptev by name, reminded the gathering that the revolution had been made not only by the intellectuals, but by the masses, therefore it was imperative for Russia to listen to the voice of the working masses, the voice from below. 368. The anarcho-syndicalist resolution calling for real workers' control, not state workers' control, and urging that the organization of production, transport, and distribution be immediately transferred to the hands of the toiling people themselves and not to the state or some civil service machine made up of one kind or other of class enemy, was defeated. The main strength of the anarcho-syndicalists was among the miners of the Debaltseve district in the Don Basin, among the port workers and cement workers of Ekaterinodar and Novorossiysk, and among the Moscow railway workers. At the Congress they had 25 delegates, on the basis of 1 delegate per 3,000 to 3,500 members. 369. The new government would have none of all this talk about extending the power of the committees. It clearly recognized in the unions a more stable and less anarchic force, i.e. a force more amenable to control from above, in which it could provisionally vest administrative functions in industry. The Bolsheviks therefore urged the trade union organizations, as class organizations of the proletariat constructed according to the industrial principle, to take upon themselves the main task of organizing production and of restoring the weakened productive forces of the country. 370. At a later stage the Bolsheviks were to fight tooth and nail to divest the unions of these very functions and place them firmly in the hands of party nominees. In fact, the party demands of January 1918 were again and again to be thrown back in the face of the Bolshevik leaders during the next 3 years. This will be dealt with further on. The Congress, with its overwhelming Bolshevik majority, voted to transform the factory committees into union organs. 371 The Menshevik and Social Revolutionary delegates voted with the Bolsheviks for a resolution proclaiming that the centralization of workers' control was the task of the trade unions. 372 Workers' control was defined as the instrument by which the universal economic plan must be put into effect locally. 373 It implied the definite idea of standardization in the sphere of production. 374 It was too bad if the workers read more into the term than this. Just because the workers misunderstand and falsely interpret workers' control is no reason to repudiate it. 375 What the party meant by workers' control was spelt out in some detail. It meant, inter alia, that it was not within the competence of the lower organs of workers' control to be entrusted with financial control function. This should rest with the highest organs of control, with the general apparatus of management, with the Supreme Council of National Economy. In the sphere of finance, everything must be left to the higher organs of workers' control. 376. For workers' control to be of maximum use to the proletariat, it was absolutely necessary to refrain from atomizing it. Workers of individual enterprises should not be left the right to make final decisions on questions touching upon the existence of the enterprise. 377. A lot of re-education was needed, and this was to be entrusted to the economic control commissions of the unions. They were to inculcate into the ranks of the workers the Bolshevik conception of workers' control. The trade unions must go over each decree of the factory committees in the sphere of control, explain through their delegates at the factories and shops that control over production does not mean the transfer of the enterprise into the hands of the workers of a given enterprise, that it does not equal the socialization of production and exchange. 378. Once the committees had been devoured, the unions were to be the intermediate agency through which workers' control was gradually to be converted into state control. These were not abstract discussions. Underlying the controversies, what was at stake was the whole concept of socialism, workers' power, or the power of the party acting on behalf of the working class. If workers succeeded in maintaining their ownership of the factories they had seized, if they ran these factories for themselves, if they considered the revolution to be at an end, if they considered socialism to have been established, then there would have been no need for the revolutionary leadership of the Bolsheviks. 379. The bitterness with which the issue of the factory committees was discussed highlights another point. Although the Bolsheviks were in a majority at the first All-Russian Conference of Factory Committees, and although as representatives of the factory committees they could force resolutions through this conference, they could not enforce resolutions against the opposition of the factory committees themselves. The factory committees accepted Bolshevik leadership only so long as divergences in goals were not brought to the test. 380. The First Trade Union Congress also witnessed a heated controversy on the question of the relation of the trade unions to the state. The Mensheviks, claiming that the revolution could only usher in a bourgeois democratic republic, insisted on the autonomy of the unions in relation to the new Russian state. As Maysky put it, if capitalism remains intact, the tasks with which trade unions are confronted under capitalism remain unaltered. 381. Others too felt that capitalism would reassert itself and that the unions should do nothing that would impair their power. Martov put a more sophisticated viewpoint. In this historic situation, he said, this government cannot represent the working class alone. It cannot but be a de facto administration connected with a heterogeneous mass of toiling people, with proletarian and non-proletarian elements alike. It cannot therefore conduct its economic policy along the lines of consistently and clearly expressed working class interests. 382. The trade unions could. Therefore the trade unions should retain a certain independence in relation to the new state. It is interesting that in his 1921 controversy with Trotsky, when incidentally it was far too late, Lenin was to use much the same kind of argument. He was to stress the need for the workers to defend themselves against their own state, defined as not just a workers' state, but a workers' and peasants' state, and moreover one with bureaucratic deformations. The Bolshevik viewpoint, supported by Lenin and Trotsky and voiced by Zinoviev, was that the trade unions should be subordinated to the government, although not assimilated with it. Trade union neutrality was officially labeled a bourgeois idea, an anomaly in a workers' state. 383. The resolution adopted by the Congress clearly expressed these dominant ideas. The trade unions ought to shoulder the main burden of organizing production and of rehabilitating the country's shattered economic forces. Their most urgent tasks consist in their energetic participation in all central bodies called upon to regulate output, in the organization of workers' control in the registration and distribution of the labor force, in the organization of exchange between town and countryside, in the struggle against sabotage, and in enforcing the general obligation to work. As they develop, the trade unions should, in the process of the present socialist revolution, become organs of socialist power, and as such they should work in coordination with and subordination to other bodies in order to carry into effect the new principles. The Congress is convinced that in consequence of the foreshadowed process, the trade unions will inevitably become transformed into organs of the socialist state. Participation in the trade unions will for all people employed in any industry be their duty vis-a-vis the state. The Bolsheviks did not unanimously accept Lenin's views on these questions. While Tomsky, their main spokesman on trade union affairs, pointed out that sectional interests of groups of workers had to be subordinated to the interests of the entire class 384, which like so many Bolsheviks he wrongly identified with the hegemony of the Bolshevik Party, Ryazanov argued that as long as the social revolution begun here has not merged with the social revolution of Europe and of the whole world, the Russian proletariat must be on its guard and must not renounce a single one of its weapons. It must maintain its trade union organization. 385 According to Zinoviev, the independence of the trade unions under a workers' government could mean nothing except the right to support saboteurs. Despite this, Tsiparovich, a prominent Bolshevik trade unionist, proposed that the Congress ratify the right of unions to continue to resort to strike action in defense of their members. A resolution to this effect was however defeated. 386. As might be expected, the dominant attitude of the dominant party, both in relation to the factory committees and in relation to the unions, was to play an important role in the subsequent development of events. It was to prove as much an objective fact of history as the devastation and the atomization of the working class caused by the subsequent civil war. It could, in fact, be argued that Bolshevik attitudes to the factory committees, and the dashing of the great hopes that these committees represented for hundreds of thousands of workers, were to engender or reinforce working class apathy and cynicism, and contribute to absenteeism and to the seeking of private solutions to what were social problems, all of which the Bolsheviks were so loudly to decry. It is above all essential to stress that the Bolshevik policy in relation to the committees and to the unions, which we have documented in some detail, was being put forward 12 months before the murder of Karl Liebknecht and of Rosa Luxemburg, i.e. before the irrevocable failure of the German Revolution, an event usually taken as justifying many of the measures taken by the Russian rulers. January 15 to 21. First All-Russian Congress of Textile Workers held in Moscow. Bolsheviks in a majority. The Congress declared that workers' control is only a transitional step to the planned organization of production and distribution. 387 The Union adopted new statutes proclaiming that the lowest cell of the Union is the factory committee, whose obligation consists of putting into effect, in a given enterprise, all the decrees of the Union. 388 Even the big stick was waived. Addressing the Congress, Lozovsky stated that if the local patriotism of individual factories conflicts with the interests of the whole proletariat, we unconditionally state that we will not hesitate before any measures. My emphasis, MB, for the suppression of tendencies harmful to the toilers. 389 The party, in other words, can impose its concept of the interests of the working class, even against the workers themselves. January 23 to 31. Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets. February. Bolshevik decree nationalizing the land. March 3. Signature of Brest-Litovsk Peace Treaty. Decree issued by Vasenka defining the functions of technical management in industry. Each administrative center was to appoint to every enterprise under its care a commissioner, who would be the government representative and supervisor, and 2 directors, one technical and the other administrative. The technical director could only be overruled by the government commissioner or by the central direction of the industry. In other words, only the administrative director was under some kind of control from below. The decree laid down the principle that in nationalized enterprises workers' control is exercised by submitting all declarations and decisions of the factory or shop committee, or of the control commission, to the Economic Administrative Council for approval. Not more than half the members of the Administrative Council should be workers or employees. 390. During the early months of 1918 the Vasenka had begun to build, from the top, its unified administration of particular industries. The pattern was informative. During 1915 and 1916 the Tsarist government had set up central bodies, sometimes called committees and sometimes centers, governing the activities of industries producing commodities directly or indirectly necessary for the war. By 1917 these central bodies, generally composed of representatives of the industry concerned and exercising regulatory functions of a rather undefined character, had spread over almost the whole field of industrial production. During the first half of 1918 Vysenka gradually took over these bodies, or what was left of them, and converted them, under the name of Glavki, chief committees, or centri, centers, into administrative organs subject to the direction and control of Vysenka. The chief committee for the leather industry, Glavkos, was set up in January 1918. This was quickly followed by chief paper and sugar committees, and by soap and tea centers. These, together with Centrotextile, were all in existence by March 1918. They could scarcely have come into being except on foundations already laid before the revolution or without the collaboration of the managerial and technical staffs. A certain tacit community of interests could be detected between the government and the more sensible and moderate of the industrialists in bringing about a return to some kind of orderly production. 391. This raised a question of considerable theoretical interest. Marxists have usually argued that revolutionaries could not simply seize the political institutions of bourgeois society, parliament, etc., and use them for different purposes, i.e. for the introduction of socialism. They have always claimed that new political institutions, Soviets, would have to be created to express the reality of workers' power. But they have usually remained discreetly silent on the question of whether revolutionaries could capture the institutions of bourgeois economic power and use them to their own ends, or whether these two would have first to be smashed, and later replaced with a new kind of institution, representing a fundamental change in the relations of production. The Bolsheviks in 1918 clearly opted for the first course. Even within their own ranks this choice was to give rise to foreboding that all energies would now be directed to the reinforcement and development of productive capacity, to organic construction, involving a refusal to continue the breakup of capitalist productive relations and even a partial restoration of them. 392. March 6–8. 7th Party Congress. Heated deliberations during this very short Congress centered on the signing of the Brest-Litovsk Peace Treaty. March 14–18. 4th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. March. Left Communists, Ossinsky, Bukharin, Lomov, Smirnov, ousted from leading positions in Supreme Economic Council, partly because of their attitude to Brest-Litovsk, and replaced by moderates like Milyutin and Rykov. 393 Immediate steps taken to shore up managerial authority, restore labor discipline and apply wage incentives under the supervision of the trade union organizations. The whole episode was a clear demonstration that lefts in top administrative positions are no substitute for rank and file control at the point of production. March 26. Izvestiya of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee publishes decree, issued by the Council of People's Commissars, on the centralization of railway management. This decree, which ended workers' control on the railways, was an absolutely necessary prerequisite for the improvement of the conditions of the transport system. 394 It stressed the urgency of iron labor discipline and individual management on the railways and granted dictatorial powers to the Commissariat of Ways of Communication. Clause 6 proclaimed the need for selected individuals to act as administrative technical executives in every local, district or regional railway center. These individuals were to be responsible to the People's Commissars of Ways of Communication. They were to be the embodiment of the whole of the dictatorial power of the proletariat in the given railway center. 395. March 30. Trotsky, appointed Commissar of Military Affairs after Brest-Litovsk, had rapidly been reorganizing the Red Army. The death penalty for disobedience under fire had been restored. So, more gradually, had saluting, special forms of address, separate living quarters and other privileges for officers. 396 Democratic forms of organization, including the election of officers, had been quickly dispensed with. The elective basis, Trotsky wrote, is politically pointless and technically inexpedient and has already been set aside by decree. 397 N. V. Krylenko, one of the co-commissars of military affairs appointed after the October Revolution, had resigned in disgust from the defense establishment as a result of these measures. 398. April 3. The Central Council of Trade Unions issued its first detailed pronouncement on the function of the trade unions in relation to labor discipline and incentives. The trade unions should apply all their efforts to raise the productivity of labor and consistently to create in factories and workshops the indispensable foundations of labor discipline. Every union should establish a commission to fix norms of productivity for every trade and category of workers. The use of piece rates to raise the productivity of labor was conceded. It was claimed that bonuses for increased productivity above the established norm may within certain limits be a useful measure for raising productivity without exhausting the worker. Finally, if individual groups of workers refused to submit to union discipline, they could in the last resort be expelled from the union with all the consequences that flow therefrom. 399. April 11 to 12. Armed detachments of Cheka raid 26 anarchist centers in Moscow. Fighting breaks out between Cheka agents and black guardsmen in Donskoy Monastery. 40 anarchists killed or wounded, over 500 taken prisoner. April 20. The issue of workers' control was now being widely discussed within the party. Petrograd District Committee publishes first issue of Communist, a left communist theoretical journal edited by Bukharin, Radek, and Osinsky, later to be joined by Smirnov. This issue contained the editor's theses on the present situation. The paper denounced a labor policy designed to implant discipline among the workers under the flag of self-discipline, the introduction of labor service for workers, piece rates, and the lengthening of the working day. It proclaimed that the introduction of labor discipline in connection with the restoration of capitalist management of industry cannot really increase the productivity of labor. It would diminish the class initiative, activity, and organization of the proletariat. It threatens to enslave the working class. It will arouse discontent among the backward elements as well as among the vanguard of the proletariat. In order to introduce the system in the face of the hatred prevailing at present among the proletariat against the capitalist saboteurs, the Communist Party would have to rely on the petty bourgeoisie, as against the workers. It would ruin itself as the party of the proletariat. The first issue of the new paper also contained a serious warning by Radek: if the Russian Revolution were overthrown by violence on the part of the bourgeois counter-revolution, it would rise again like a phoenix. If however it lost its socialist character and thereby disappointed the working masses, the blow would have 10 times more terrible consequences for the future of the Russian and the international revolution. 400 The same issue warned of bureaucratic centralization, the rule of various commissars, the loss of independence for local Soviets, and in practice the rejection of the type of state commune administered from below. 401 It was all very well, Bukharin pointed out, to say, as Lenin had, in State and Revolution, that each cook should learn to manage the state. But what happened when each cook had a commissar appointed to order him about? The second issue of the paper contains some prophetic comments by Osinsky. We stand for the construction of the proletarian society by the class creativity of the workers themselves, not by the ukases of the captains of industry. If the proletariat itself does not know how to create the necessary prerequisites for the socialist organization of labor, no one can do this for it and no one can compel it to do this. The stick, if raised against the workers, will find itself in the hands of a social force which is either under the influence of another social class or is in the hands of the Soviet power, but the Soviet power will then be forced to seek support against the proletariat from another class, e.g. the peasantry, and by this it will destroy itself as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Socialism and socialist organization will be set up by the proletariat itself, or they will not be set up at all, something else will be set up, state capitalism. 402. Lenin reacted very sharply. The usual vituperation followed. The views of the left communists were a disgrace, a complete renunciation of communism in practice, a desertion to the camp of the petty bourgeoisie. 403 The left were being provoked by the Isovs, Mensheviks, and other Judases of capitalism. A campaign was whipped up in Petrograd which compelled communists to transfer publication to Moscow, where the paper reappeared first under the auspices of the Moscow Regional Organization of the party, later as the unofficial mouthpiece of a group of comrades. After the appearance of the first issue of the paper, a hastily convened Petrograd Party conference produced a majority for Lenin and demanded that the adherents of communists cease their separate organizational existence. 404 So much for alleged factional rights. In 1918, i.e. long before the 10th Congress officially prohibited factions, in 1921. During the following months the Leninists succeeded in extending their organizational control into areas which had originally backed the lefts. By the end of May the predominantly proletarian party organization in the Ural region, led by Preobrazhensky, and the Moscow Regional Bureau of the party had been won back by the supporters of the party leadership. The fourth and final issue of Communist, May 1918, had to be published as a private factional paper. The settlement of these important issues, profoundly affecting the whole working class, had not been by discussion, persuasion, or compromise, but by a high-pressure campaign in the party organizations, backed by a barrage of violent invective in the party press and in the pronouncements of the party leaders. Lenin's polemics set the tone and his organizational lieutenants brought the membership into line. 405 Many in the traditional revolutionary movement will be thoroughly familiar with these methods. April 28. Lenin's article on the immediate tasks of the Soviet government published in Izvestiya of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. Measures and decrees were called for to raise labor discipline, which was the condition of economic revival. Among the measures suggested were the introduction of a card system for registering the productivity of each worker, the introduction of factory regulations in every enterprise, the establishment of rate of output bureaus for the purpose of fixing the output of each worker, and payment of bonuses for increased productivity. If Lenin ever sensed the potentially harmful aspects of these proposals, he certainly never mentioned it. No great imagination was needed, however, to see in the pen pushers, recording the productivity of each worker, and in the clerks, manning the rate of output bureaus, the as yet amorphous elements of a new bureaucracy. Lenin went even further. He wrote, "We must raise the question of piecework and apply and test it in practice. We must raise the question of applying much of what is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system." 406. The Soviet Republic must at all costs adopt all that is valuable in the achievements of science and technology in this field. We must organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system. Only the conscious representatives of petty bourgeois laxity could see in the recent decree on the management of the railways, which granted individual leaders dictatorial powers, some kind of departure from the collegium principle, from democracy, and from other principles of Soviet government. The irrefutable experience of history has shown that the dictatorship of individual persons was very often the vehicle, the channel of the dictatorship of the revolutionary classes. Large-scale machine industry, which is the material productive source and foundation of socialism, calls for absolute and strict unity of will. How can strict unity of will be ensured? By thousands subordinating their will to the will of one. Unquestioning submission, emphasis in original to a single will, is absolutely necessary for the success of labor processes that are based on large-scale machine industry. Today the revolution demands, in the interests of socialism, that the masses unquestioningly obey the single will, emphasis in original of the leaders of the labor process. 407. The demand for unquestioning obedience has, throughout history, been voiced by countless reactionaries, who have sought moreover to impose such obedience on those over whom they exerted authority. A highly critical, and self-critical, attitude is, on the other hand, the hallmark of the real revolutionary. May. Burevestnik, Anarchia, Golos Truda and other leading anarchist periodicals closed down. May. Preobrazhensky, writing in Communist, warns, the party will soon have to decide to what degree the dictatorship of individuals will be extended from the railroads and other branches of the economy to the party itself. 408. May 5. Publication of left-wing childishness and petty bourgeois mentality. After denouncing communists' views as a riot of phrase-mongering, the flaunting of high-sounding phrases, etc., 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 Lenin attempted to answer some of the points made by the left communists. According to Lenin, state capitalism wasn't a danger. It was, on the contrary, something to be aimed for. If we introduced state capitalism in approximately 6 months' time, we would achieve a great success and a sure guarantee that within a year socialism will have gained a permanently firm hold and will have become invincible in our country. Economically, state capitalism is immeasurably superior to the present system of economy. The Soviet power has nothing terrible to fear from it, for the Soviet state is a state in which the power of the workers and the poor is assured because a workers' party held political power. The sum total of the necessary conditions for socialism were a large-scale capitalist technique based on the last word of modern science, inconceivable without planned state organization which subjects tens of millions of people to the strictest observance of a single standard in production and distribution and proletarian state power. It is important to note that the power of the working class in production isn't mentioned as one of the necessary conditions for socialism. Lenin continues by pointing out that in 1918 the two unconnected halves of socialism existed side by side like two future chickens in a single shell of international imperialism. In 1918 Germany and Russia were the embodiments, respectively, of the economic, productive, and social economic conditions for socialism on the one hand, and of the political conditions on the other. The task of the Bolsheviks was to study the state capitalism of the Germans, to spare no effort at copying it. They shouldn't shrink from adopting dictatorial methods to hasten the copying of it. As originally published 409, Lenin's text then contained the interesting phrase, "Our task is to hasten this even more than Peter hastened the adoption of Westernism by barbarian Russia, not shrinking from the use of barbarous methods to fight barbarism." This was perhaps the only admiring reference to any Tsar, in any of Lenin's writings. In quoting this passage 3 years later, Lenin omitted the reference to Peter the Great. 410. One and the same road, Lenin continued, led from the petty bourgeois capitalism that prevailed in Russia in 1918 to large-scale capitalism and to socialism, through one and the same intermediary station called national accounting and control of production and distribution. Fighting against state capitalism, in April 1918, was, according to Lenin, beating the air. 411 The allegation that the Soviet Republic was threatened with evolution in the direction of state capitalism would provoke nothing but Homeric laughter. If a merchant told him that there had been an improvement on some railways, such praise seems to me 1,000 times more valuable than 20 communist resolutions. 412 When reading passages such as the above, it is difficult to understand how some comrades can simultaneously claim to be Leninists and claim that the Russian society is a form of state capitalism to be deplored. Some, however, manage to do just this. It is crystal clear from the above, and from other passages written at the time, that the proletarian nature of the regime was seen by nearly all the Bolshevik leaders as hinging on the proletarian nature of the party that had taken state power. None of them saw the proletarian nature of the Russian regime as primarily and crucially dependent on the exercise of workers' power at the point of production, i.e. on workers' management of production. It should have been obvious to them, as Marxists, that if the working class did not hold economic power, its political power would at best be insecure and would in fact soon degenerate. The Bolshevik leaders saw the capitalist organization of production as something which, in itself, was socially neutral. It could be used indifferently for bad purposes, as when the bourgeoisie used it with the aim of private accumulation, or good ones, as when the workers' state used it for the benefit of the many. Lenin put this quite bluntly. Socialism, he said, is nothing but state capitalist monopoly made to benefit the whole people. 413 What was wrong with capitalist methods of production, in Lenin's eyes, was that they had in the past served the bourgeoisie. They were now going to be used by the workers' state and would thereby become one of the conditions of socialism. It all depended on who held state power. 414 The argument that Russia was a workers' state because of the nationalization of the means of production was only put forward by Trotsky, in 1936. He was trying to reconcile his view that the Soviet Union had to be defended with his view that the Bolshevik Party was no longer a workers' party. May 24 to June 4. First All-Russian Congress of Regional Economic Councils held in Moscow. This economic parliament was attended by rather more than 100 voting delegates, and 150 non-voting delegates, drawn from Vazenka, its Glavki and centers, from regional and local Sovnarkozy, and from the trade unions. The Congress was presided over by Rykov, a man of unimpeachable record and colorless opinions. 415 Lenin opened the proceedings with a plea for labor discipline and a long explanation for the need to employ the highly paid spetsy, specialists. Osinski stood uncompromisingly for the democratization of industry. He led an attack on piece rates and Taylorism. He was supported by Smirnov and a number of provincial delegates. The opposition urged the recognition and completion of the de facto nationalization of industry which the factory committees were bringing about, and called for the establishment of an overall national economic authority based on and representing the organs of workers' control. 416 They called for a workers' administration, not only from above but from below, as the indispensable economic base for the new regime. Lomov, in a plea for a massive extension of workers' control, warned that bureaucratic centralization was strangling the forces of the country. The masses are being cut off from living, creative power in all branches of our economy. He reminded the Congress that Lenin's phrase about learning from the capitalists had been coined in the 1890s by the quasi-Marxist, and present bourgeois, Struve. 417. There then took place one of those episodes which can highlight a whole discussion and epitomize the various viewpoints. A subcommittee of the Congress passed a resolution that 2/3 of the representatives on the management boards of industrial enterprises should be elected from among the workers. 418 Lenin was furious at this stupid decision. Under his guidance, a plenary session of the Congress corrected the resolution and decreed that no more than 1/3 of the managerial personnel of industrial enterprises should be elected. The management committees were to be integrated into the previously outlined complex hierarchical structure which vested veto rights in the Supreme Economic Council, Vazenka, set up in December 1917. 419. The Congress formally endorsed a resolution from the Trade Union Central Council asserting the principle of a definite, fixed rate of productivity in return for a guaranteed wage. It accepted the institution of piecework and of bonuses. A climate of opinion rather than a settled policy was in the course of formation. 420. May 25. Clashes between government forces and troops of the Czech Legion in the Urals. Anti-Bolshevik uprisings throughout Siberia and southeastern Russia. Beginning of large-scale civil war and beginning of Allied intervention. Those who wish to incriminate the civil war for anti-proletarian Bolshevik practices can do so from now on. June 28. Council of People's Commissars, after an all-night sitting, issues decree on general nationalization involving all industrial enterprises with a capital of over 1 million rubles. The aims of the decree were a decisive struggle against disorganization in production and supply. The sectors affected, whose assets were now declared the property of the Russian Socialist Federal Soviet Republic, were the mining, metallurgical, textile, electrical, timber, tobacco, resin, glass and pottery, leather and cement industries, all steam-driven mills, local utilities and private railways, together with a few other minor industries. The task of organizing the administration of nationalized enterprises was entrusted as a matter of urgency to Vazenka and its sections. But until Vazenka issued specific instructions regarding individual enterprises covered by the decree, such enterprises would be regarded as leased rent-free to their former owners, who would continue to finance them and to draw revenue from them. 421. The legal transfer of individual enterprises to the state was easily transacted. The assumption of managerial functions by appointees was to take a little longer, but this process was also to be completed within a few months. Both steps had been accelerated under the threat of foreign intervention. The change in the property relations had been deep-going. In this sense, a profound revolution had taken place. As the revolution had unleashed civil war, so civil war was to intensify the revolution. 422. But as far as any fundamental changes in the relations of production were concerned, the revolution was already spent. The period of war communism, now starting, was to see the working class lose what little power it had enjoyed in production, during the last few weeks of 1917 and the first few weeks of 1918. July 4 to 10. Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Throughout the first half of 1918 the issue of nationalization had been the subject of bitter controversy between the left communists and the Leninists. Lenin had been opposed to the total nationalization of the means of production, immediately after October. This was not because of any wish to do a political deal with the bourgeoisie but because of his underestimation of the technological and administrative maturity of the proletariat, a maturity that would have been put to an immediate test had all major industry been formally nationalized. The result had been an extremely complex situation in which some industries had been nationalized from above, i.e. by decree of the central government, others from below, i.e. where workers had taken over enterprises abandoned by their former owners, while in yet other places the former owners were still in charge of their factories, although restricted in their freedom of action or authority by the encroachment of the factory committees. Kritzman, one of the ablest theoreticians of left communism, had criticized this state of affairs from an early date. He had referred to the Workers' Control Decree of November 14, 1917, as half measures, therefore unrealizable. As a slogan, workers' control implied the growing but as yet insufficient power of the proletariat. It was the implied expression of a weakness, still to be overcome, of the working class movement. Employers would not be inclined to run their businesses with the sole aim of teaching the workers how to manage them. Conversely, the workers felt only hatred for the capitalists and saw no reason why they should voluntarily remain exploited. 423. Osinski, another left communist, stressed another aspect. The fate of the workers' control slogan, he wrote, is most interesting. Born of the wish to unmask the opponent, it failed when it sought to convert itself into a system where, despite everything it fulfilled itself, its content altered completely from what we had originally envisaged. It took the form of a decentralized dictatorship, of the subordination of capitalists, taken individually, to various working class organizations acting independently of one another. Workers' control had originally been aimed at subordinating the owners of the means of production. But this coexistence soon became intolerable. The state of dual power between managers and workers soon led to the collapse of the enterprise. Or it rapidly became transformed into the total power of the workers, without the least authorization of the central powers. 424. Much left communist writing at this time stressed the theme that early nationalization of the means of production would have avoided many of these ambiguities. Total expropriation of the capitalists would have allowed one to proceed immediately from control to workers' management through the medium of some central organism regulating the whole of the socialized economy. It is interesting that Lozovsky, although at the time strongly opposed to the viewpoint of the left communists, because he felt that the revolution had only been a bourgeois democratic revolution, was later to write, it was soon to be proved that in the era of social revolution, a constitutional monarchy in each enterprise, i.e. the previous boss, but only exercising limited power, MB, was impossible, and that the former owner, however complex the structure of a modern enterprise, was a superfluous cog. 425. A split occurred a little later among the left communists. Radek reached an agreement with the Leninists. He was prepared to accept one-man management in principle, not too hard a task for a non-proletarian, because it was now to be applied in the context of the extensive nationalization decrees of June 1918. In Radek's opinion, these decrees would help ensure the proletarian basis of the regime. Bukharin too broke with Osinski and rejoined the fold. Osinski and his supporters, however, proceeded to form a new oppositional tendency, the Democratic Centralists, so called because of their opposition to the bureaucratic centralism of the party leadership. They continued to agitate for workers' management of production. Their ideas, and those of the original group of left communists, were to play an important role in the development, 2 years later, of the workers' opposition. With the Civil War and war communism, the issues appeared, for a while, to become blurred. There was little production for anyone to control. The issues of 1918, however, were only postponed. They could not be forgotten thanks to the left communists' work of criticism. As soon as the military respite permitted, left-wing oppositionists were ready to raise again the fundamental question of the social nature of the Soviet regime. 426. August. High point of Volga offensive by the Whites. The Civil War immensely accelerated the process of economic centralization. As a knowledge of previous Bolshevik practice might have led one to expect, this was to prove an extremely bureaucratic form of centralization. The whole Russian economy was reorganized on a semi-military basis. The Civil War tended to transform all major industry into a supply organization for the Red Army. This made industrial policy a matter of military strategy. It is worth pointing out, at this stage, that we doubt if there is any intrinsic merit in decentralization, as some anarchists maintain. The Paris Commune, a Congress of Soviets, or a shop stewards committee or strike committee, to take modern analogies, are all highly centralized yet fairly democratic. Feudalism, on the other hand, was both decentralized and highly bureaucratic. The key question is whether the centralized apparatus is controlled from below, by elected and revocable delegates, or whether it separates itself from those on whose behalf it is allegedly acting. This period witnessed a considerable fall in production, due to a complex variety of factors which have been well described elsewhere. 427. The trouble was often blamed by party spokesmen on the influence of heretical anarcho-syndicalist ideas. Mistakes had certainly been made, but what had been the growing pains of a new movement were now being attributed to the inherent vices of any attempt by the workers to dominate production. Workers' control over industry carried out by the factory and plant committees, wrote one government spokesman, has shown what can be expected if the plans of the anarchists are realized. 428. Attempts at control from below were now being systematically suppressed. Proletarian partisans of the individual factory committees tried to resist, but their resistance was easily overcome. 429. Bitterness and despair developed among sections of the proletariat, and by no means backward sections. Such factors must also be taken into account, but seldom are, in discussing the fall of production, and the widespread resort to antisocial activities so characteristic of the years of war communism. August 25 to September 1. First All-Russian Conference of Anarcho-Syndicalists meets in Moscow. The Industrial Resolution accused the government of betraying the working class with its suppression of workers' control in favor of such capitalist devices as one-man management, labor discipline, and the employment of bourgeois engineers and technicians. By forsaking the factory committees, the beloved child of the great workers' revolution, for those dead organizations, the trade unions, and by substituting decrees and red tape for industrial democracy, the Bolshevik leadership was creating a monster of state capitalism, a bureaucratic behemoth, which it ludicrously called socialism. 430. Volny Golos Truda, the free voice of labor, was established as the successor to Golos Truda, closed down in May 1918. The new paper was itself closed down after its fourth issue, September 16, 1918. This had contained an interesting article by M. Sergvin, Maximov, called Paths of Revolution. The article made a remarkable departure from the usual condemnation of the Bolsheviks as betrayers of the working class. Lenin and his followers were not necessarily cold-blooded cynics who, with Machiavellian cunning, had mapped out the new class structure in advance to satisfy their personal lust for power. Quite possibly they were motivated by a genuine concern for human suffering. But the division of society into administrators and workers followed inexorably from the centralization of authority. It could not be otherwise. Once the functions of management and labor had become separated, the former assigned to a minority of exports and the latter to the untutored masses, all possibility of dignity or equality were destroyed. 431. In the same issue Maximov slammed the Manilovs 432 in the anarchist camp as romantic visionaries who pined for pastoral utopias, oblivious of the complex forces at work in the modern world. It was time to stop dreaming of the golden age. It was time to organize and act. For these principled yet realistic views Maximov and the anarcho-syndicalists were to be viciously attacked as anarcho-bureaucratic Judases by other tendencies in the anarchist movement. 433. August 1918. A government decree fixes the composition of the Vysenka to 30 members nominated by the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, 20 nominated by the Regional Councils of National Economy, Sovnarkozy, and 10 nominated by the All-Russian Central Executive of the Soviets, V.Ts.I.K. Current Vysenka business was to be entrusted to a presidium of 9 other members, of whom the president and his deputy were nominated by the Council of People's Commissars, Sovnarkom, and the others by the V.Ts.I.K. The presidium was officially supposed to implement the policies decided at the monthly meetings of all 69 of the Vysenka's members. But it soon came to undertake more and more of the work. After the autumn of 1918 full meetings of the Vysenka were no longer held. It had become a department of state. 434. In other words, within a year of the capture of state power by the Bolsheviks, the relations of production, shaken for a while at the height of the mass movement, had reverted to the classical authoritarian pattern seen in all class societies. The workers as workers had been divested of any meaningful decisional authority in the matters that concerned them most. September 28. The Bolshevik trade union leader Tomsky declares at the First All-Russian Congress of Communist Railwaymen that it was the task of the Communists firstly to create well-knit trade unions in their own industries, secondly to take possession of these organizations by tenacious work, thirdly to stand at the head of these organizations, fourthly to expel all non-proletarian organizations, and fifthly to take the union under our own communist influence. 435. October. Government decree reiterates the ruling that no body other than Vysenka in its capacity as the central organ regulating and organizing the whole production of the Republic has the right to sequester industrial enterprises. 436. The need to publish such a decree suggests that local Soviets, or perhaps even local Sovnarkozy, were doing just that. November 6 to 9. 6th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. November 25 to December 1. Second All-Russian Conference of Anarcho-Syndicalists meets in Moscow. December. A new decree abolished the regional Sovnarkozy and recognized the provincial Sovnarkozy as executive organs of Vysenka. The local Sovnarkozy were to become economic sections of the executive committees of the corresponding local Soviets. The Glavki were to have their own subordinate organs at provincial headquarters. This clearly represented a further step towards the centralized control of every branch of industry all over the country by its Glavk or center in Moscow, under the supreme authority of Vysenka. 437. December. Second All-Russian Congress of Regional Economic Councils. Molotov analyzed the membership of 20 most important Glavki and centers. Of 400 persons concerned, over 10% were former employers or employers' representatives, 9% technicians, 38% officials from various departments, including Vysenka, and the remaining 43% workers or representatives of workers' organizations, including trade unions. The management of production was predominantly in the hands of persons having no relation to the proletarian elements in industry. The Glavki had to be regarded as organs in no way corresponding to the proletarian dictatorship. Those who directed policy were employers' representatives, technicians, and specialists. 438. It was indisputable that the Soviet bureaucrat of these early years was as a rule a former member of the bourgeois intelligentsia or official class, and brought with him many of the traditions of the old Russian bureaucracy. 439. 1919. January 16 to 25. Second All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions. Throughout 1918, the trade unions had played an important role in industrial administration. This had vastly increased when the government, afraid that privately owned industry wouldn't work for the needs of the Red Army, speeded up the nationalization program, at first as a matter of military rather than of economic policy. 440. What Lenin called the state functions of the unions had increased rapidly. Party members in the trade union leadership, such as Tomsky, chairman of the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, enjoyed considerable power. The relation between the union leaderships and the rank and file were far from democratic, however. In practice, the more the trade unions assumed the administrative functions of a conventional managerial bureaucracy, the more bureaucratic they themselves became. 441 A Congress delegate, Churkin, claimed for instance that although in most regions there were institutions representing the trade union movement, these institutions were not elected or ratified in any way, where elections had been conducted and individuals elected who were not suitable to the needs of the central council or local powers, the elections had been annulled very freely and the individuals replaced by others more subservient to the administration. 442 Another delegate, Perkin, spoke out against new regulations which required that representatives sent by workers' organizations to the Commissariat of Labor be ratified by the Commissariat. If at a union meeting we elect a person as a commissar, i.e., if the working class is allowed in a given case to express its will, one would think that this individual would be allowed to represent our interests in the commissariat, would be our commissar. But, no. In spite of the fact that we have expressed our will, the will of the working class, it is still necessary for the commissar we have elected to be confirmed by the authorities. The proletariat is allowed the right to make a fool of itself. It is allowed to elect representatives, but the state power, through its right to ratify the elections or not, treats our representatives as it pleases. 443. The unions, and all other bodies for that matter, were increasingly coming under the control of the state, itself already in the exclusive hands of the party and its nominees. But although there had already been a very definite shift of power in the direction of the emerging bureaucracy, working-class organization and consciousness were still strong enough to exact at least verbal concessions from party and union leaders. The autonomous factory committees had by now been completely smashed, but the workers were still fighting a rearguard action in the unions themselves. They were seeking to preserve a few residual shreds of their erstwhile power. The Second Trade Union Congress sanctioned the arrangements under which the unions had become at once military recruiting agents, supply services, punitive organs, and so on. 444 Tomsky for instance pointed out that at a time when the trade unions determined wages and conditions of work, strikes could no longer be tolerated. It was necessary to put dots on the i's. Lenin spoke about the inevitable stratification of the trade unions. The pill was coated with talk about the function of the unions being to educate the workers in the art of administration and about the eventual withering away of the state. Lozovsky, who had left the party, spoke as an independent internationalist against Bolshevik policy in the unions. A resolution was passed demanding that official status be granted to the administrative prerogatives of the unions. It spoke of statization, agasudarstvelenie, of the trade unions, as their function broadened and merged with the governmental machinery of industrial administration and control. 445 The Commissar for Labor, V.V. Schmidt, accepted that even the organs of the Commissariat of Labor should be built out of the trade union apparatus. 446, at this stage the membership of the unions stood at 3,500,000. It had been 2,600,000 at the time of the first Trade Union Congress, in January 1918, and 1,500,000 at the July Conference of 1917. 447. The Second Congress finally set up an executive vested with supreme authority between Congresses. The decrees of this executive were declared compulsory for all the unions within its jurisdiction and for each member of those unions. The violation of the decrees and insubordination to them on the part of individual unions will lead to their expulsion from the family of proletarian unions. 448 This would of course place the union outside the only legal framework in which the Bolshevik regime would permit unions to exist at all. March 2 to 7. First Congress of Comintern, Third International. March 18 to 23. Eighth Party Congress. The Ukraine and Volga regions had now been reoccupied by the Red Army. A short period of relative stability followed. Later in the year, the advances of Denikin and Yudenik were to threaten Moscow and Petrograd respectively. A wave of left criticism surged up at the Eighth Congress against the ultra-centralist trends. A new party program was discussed and accepted. Point 5 of the economic section stated that The organizational apparatus of socialized industry must be based primarily on the trade unions, participating already in accordance with the laws of the Soviet Republic and established practice in all local and central organs of industrial administration. The trade unions must proceed to the actual concentration in their own hands my emphasis of all the administration of the entire economy, as a single economic unit. The participation of the trade unions in economic management and their drawing the broad masses into this work constitutes also the chief method of struggle against the bureaucratization of the economic apparatus. 449. This famous paragraph was to give rise to heated controversies in the years to come. The conservatives in the party felt it was going too far. Ryazanov warned the Congress that we will not avoid bureaucratization until all trade unions relinquish every right in the administration of production. 450. On the other hand, those Bolsheviks who had voted for the incorporation of the factory committees into the structure of the unions, and belatedly seen the error of their ways, were to hang on to this clause as to a last bastion, seeking to defend it against the all-pervasive encroachments of the party bureaucracy. Deutscher describes the famous Point 5 as a syndicalist slip committed by the Bolshevik leadership in a mood of genuine gratitude to the trade unions for the work performed by them in the Civil War. 451. He describes how Lenin and the other Bolshevik leaders would soon have to do a lot of explaining away in order to invalidate this promissory note which the party had so solemnly and authoritatively handed to the trade unions. The interpretation is questionable. Lenin was not in the habit of making slips, syndicalist or otherwise, or of being influenced by such considerations as gratitude. It is more probable that the relation of forces, revealed at the Congress, itself only a pale reflection of working-class attitudes outside the party, compelled the Bolshevik leadership to beat a verbal retreat. The clause was anyway surrounded by a number of others, partly invalidating it. The program proclaimed that the socialist method of production could only be made secure on the basis of the comradely discipline of the workers. It assigned to the trade unions the chief role in creating this new socialist discipline. Point 8. Urged the unions to impress upon the workers the need to work with and learn from the bourgeois technicians and specialists, and to overcome their ultra-radical distrust of the latter. The workers could not build socialism without a period of apprenticeship to the bourgeois intelligentsia. Payment of high salaries and premiums to bourgeois specialists was therefore sanctioned. It was the ransom which the young proletarian state had to pay the bourgeois-bred technicians and scientists for services with which it could not dispense. 452. We cannot here become involved in a full discussion on the role of specialists after the revolution. The problem is not an exclusively Russian one, although the specific conditions of Russian development doubtless resulted in a particularly marked divorce between technicians and industrial workers. Specialized knowledge of a technical nature will clearly be required by the workers' councils, but there is no reason why those who now possess it should all find themselves on the side of the bourgeoisie. This knowledge does not of itself, however, entitle anyone either to impose decisions or to enjoy material benefits. These problems have been exhaustively discussed in a number of publications, but nearly always in terms of either crude expediency or of immutable basic principles. The theoretical implications have only recently been explored. According to Lenin, management is partly a technical question. 453. But the historical circumstances in which the working class will be compelled to undertake it will make it appear to them as primarily a political and social task. At the everyday, down-to-earth, and human level, the workers at the time of the socialist revolution will almost inevitably see the technicians and specialists not as human beings, who also happen to have technological know-how, but exclusively as the agents of the exploitation of man by man. The capitalist world is one of fetishism, where interpersonal relationships tend to disappear behind relationships between things. But the very moment when the masses revolt against this state of affairs, they break through this smoke screen. They see through the taboo of things and come to grips with people, whom they had respected until then in the name of the all-holy fetish known as private property. From that moment on, the specialist, manager, or capitalist, whatever his technical or personal relationship to the enterprise, appears to the workers as the incarnation of exploitation, as the enemy, as the one with whom the only thing they want to do is to get him out of their lives. To ask the workers, At this stage, to have a more balanced attitude, to recognize in the old boss the new technical director, the indispensable specialist, is tantamount to asking the workers, at the very moment when they are becoming aware of their historical role and of their social power, at the very moment when at last confident in themselves they are asserting their autonomy, to confess their incompetence, their weakness, their insufficiency, and this in the area where they are most sensitive, the field encompassing their daily lives from childhood on, the field of production. The bureaucratization of the party itself provoked pointed comments at the Congress. Osinski declared, "It is necessary to enroll workers into the Central Committee on a broad scale, it is necessary to introduce there a sufficient quantity of workers in order to proletarianize the Central Committee." 454, Lenin was to come to the same conclusion in 1923, at the time of the so-called Lenin Levy. Osinski proposed that the Central Committee be expanded from 15 to 21 members. It was extremely naive, however, to expect that this introduction of proletarians into the higher echelons of the administrative machine could somewhat compensate for the fact that the working class had by now almost totally lost the power it had briefly held at the point of production. The decline in the Soviets was also discussed at the Congress. The Soviets were no longer playing any active role in relation to production, and very little role in other matters either. More and more of the decisions were being taken by the party members serving in the Soviet apparatus. The Soviets had become mere organs of ratification, rubber stamps. The theses of Sapronov and Osinski, according to which the party should not seek to impose its will on the Soviets, were decisively rejected. The party leaders made minor concessions on all of these issues. But the process of tightening up control, both in the party and in the economy as a whole, continued at an unrelenting pace. The Eighth Congress established the Politburo, the Orgbureau, and the Secretariat, technically only subcommittees of the Central Committee, but soon to assume tremendous power. The concentration of decision-making authority had taken a big step forward. Party discipline was strengthened. The Congress ruled that each decision must above all be fulfilled. Only after this is an appeal to the corresponding party organ permissible. 455 The whole matter of posting of party workers is in the hands of the Central Committee. Its decisions are binding for everyone. 456 The era of political postings, as a means of silencing embarrassing criticism, had begun in earnest. April. High point of Kolchak's offensive in Urals. June. Decree introducing labor books for workers in Moscow and Petrograd. October. High point of Denikin's offensive in South Russia. Yudenika's drive on Petrograd. December 2 to 4. 8th Party Conference. The 8th Conference worked out a statute which rigidly defined the rights and duties of party cells, fractions or fraktia, and elaborated a scheme calculated to secure for the party a leading role in every organization. The communist trade unionist was thus a communist first and only then a trade unionist, and by his disciplined behavior he enabled the party to lead the trade unions. 457 As the party degenerated, this leadership was to play an increasingly pernicious role. December 5 to 9. 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets. There had been 2 such congresses in 1917 and 4 in 1918. Resolution passed in favor of collective management of industry. 458 At the Congress, Sapronov attacked the unpopular Glavki, arguing that they represented an attempt to substitute organization by departments for organization by Soviets, the bureaucratic for the democratic system. Another speaker declared that if people were asked what should be destroyed on the day after the destruction of Denikin and Kolchak, 90% would reply, the Glavki and the centers. 459. December 16. Trotsky submits to Central Committee of the party his theses on the transition from war to peace, dealing in particular with the militarization of labor, intending them, for the time being, to go no further. 460 The most fundamental decisions, affecting the material conditions of life of millions of ordinary Russian workers, had first to be discussed and decided behind closed doors, by the party leaders. The following day, Pravda, under the editorship of Bukharin, published Trotsky's theses by mistake, in reality as part of a campaign to discredit Trotsky. For those who can see deeper than the surface of things, the whole episode was highly symptomatic of the tensions within the party at the time. At this stage Lenin wholeheartedly supported Trotsky's proposals. A whole mythology was later to be built up by Trotskyists and others to the effect that Trotsky may have been wrong on the militarization of labor but that Lenin was always opposed to it. This is untrue. Lenin was only to oppose Trotsky on this question 12 months later, at the end of 1920, as will be described shortly. Trotsky's proposals let loose an avalanche of protests. 461 He was shouted down at conferences of party members, administrators, and trade unionists. 462. A comment is perhaps called for at this stage concerning the attitude of revolutionaries towards drastic measures needed for the salvation of the revolution. Throughout history the masses have always been prepared to make enormous sacrifices whenever they felt really fundamental issues were at stake. The real problem is not, however, to discuss whether this or that suggestion was too drastic or not. The problem is to know from whom the decision emanated. Was it taken by institutions controlled from below? Or was it taken by some self-appointed and self-perpetuating organism divorced from the masses? Party members opposing the measures being proposed at this stage were caught in an insoluble contradiction. They denounced the policies of the party leaders without really understanding the extent to which their own organizational conceptions had contributed to what was happening to the revolution. Only some members of the workers' opposition of 1921, to a slight degree, and Myasnikov's workers' group of 1922, to a greater extent, began to sense the new reality. December 27. With Lenin's approval the government sets up the Commission on Labor Duty, with Trotsky, still Commissar for War, as its president. 1920. January. Collapse of whites in Siberia. Blockade lifted by Great Britain, France, and Italy. Decree issued by Sovnarkom laid down general regulations for universal labor service to supply industry, agriculture, transport, and other branches of the national economy with labor power on the basis of a general economic plan. Anyone could be called up on a single occasion or periodically for various forms of work, agriculture, building, road making, food or fuel supplies, snow clearance, carting and measures to deal with the consequences of public calamities. In an amazing aside, the document stated that there was even cause to regret the destruction of the old police apparatus which had known how to register citizens, not only in towns but also in the country. 463. January 12. Meeting of All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions. At the gathering of the Bolshevik fraction, Lenin and Trotsky together urge acceptance of the militarization of labor. Only 2 of 60 or more Bolshevik trade union leaders support them. Never before had Trotsky or Lenin met with so striking a rebuff. 464. January 10 to 21. Third Congress of Economic Councils. In a speech to the Congress, Lenin declares the collegial principle collective management represents something rudimentary, necessary for the first stage, when it is necessary to build anew. The transition to practical work is connected with individual authority. This is the system which more than any other assures the best utilization of human resources. 465. Despite this exhortation, opposition to Lenin and Trotsky's views was steadily gaining ground. The Congress adopted a resolution in favor of collective management of production. February. Regional party conferences in Moscow and Kharkov come out against one-man management. So did the Bolshevik faction of the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, ARCHU, at its meetings in January and March. 466. Tomsky, a well-known trade union leader and a member of the ARCHU, presented theses on the tasks of the trade unions, which were accepted despite their implicit criticism of Lenin's and Trotsky's views. Tomsky's theses claimed that the fundamental principle guiding the work of various bodies leading and administering the economy remains the principle now in existence, collective management. This must be applied from the presidium of the Vysenka right down to the management of the factories. Collective management alone can guarantee the participation of the broad non-party masses, through the medium of the unions. The matter was still seen however as one of expediency rather than basic principle. The trade unions, Tomsky claimed, are the most competent and interested organizations in the matter of restoring the country's production and its correct functioning. 467. The adoption of Tomsky's theses by a substantial majority marked the high point of opposition, within the party, to Lenin's views. Resolutions however were unlikely to resolve the differences. Both sides realized this. A more serious threat to the party leadership came from the efforts of party dissidents in industry to establish an independent center, from which to control the party organizations in the trade unions. Friction had developed between the party and trade union authorities over assignments of party members to trade union work. The party fraction in the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, dominated by lefts, was claiming direct authority over the party members in the various industrial unions. Shortly before the 9th Congress, the party fraction in the Arkshu passed a resolution which would confirm this claim, by making all party fractions in the unions directly subordinate to the party fraction in the Arkshu, rather than to the geographical organizations of the party. This literally would have created a party within the party, a semi-autonomous body embracing a substantial proportion of the party's membership. The mere existence of such an inner sub-party would be contrary to centralist principles, to say nothing of the prospect of its domination by leftist opponents of Lenin's leadership. It was inevitable that the Unionists' demand for autonomy within the party would be rejected, and when the resolution was submitted to the Orgbureau, this is precisely what happened. 468. The whole episode had interesting repercussions. Confronted with the conflict between democracy and centralism, the democratic centralists proved that on this issue, as on so many others, centralist considerations were paramount. They proposed a resolution, passed by the Moscow organization of the party, to the effect that party discipline in every case takes precedence over trade union discipline. 469. On the other hand, the Southern Bureau of the Arkshu passed a resolution on autonomy for party trade unionists similar to that drawn up by the parent organization, and got it passed by the 4th Ukrainian Party Conference. March 2nd All-Russian Congress of Food Industry Workers, under syndicalist influence, meets in Moscow. Censures Bolshevik regime for inaugurating unlimited and uncontrolled dominion over the proletariat and peasantry, frightful centralism carried to the point of absurdity, destroying in the country all that is alive, spontaneous, and free. The so-called dictatorship of the proletariat is in reality the dictatorship over the proletariat by the party and even by individual persons. 470. March 29 to April 4. 9th Party Congress. The Civil War had by now almost been won. The people were yearning to taste, at last, the fruits of their revolution. But the Congress foreshadowed the continuation and extension into peacetime of some of the methods of war: communism, conscription of manpower, compulsory direction of labor, strict rationing of consumer goods, payment of wages in kind, requisition of agricultural produce from the peasants, in the place of taxation. The most controversial issues discussed were the militarization of labor and one-man management of industry. The proposals put to the Congress may be taken as representing the views of Lenin and Trotsky concerning the period of industrial reconstruction. On the question of direction of labor, Trotsky's views were heavily influenced by his experiences as Commissar for War. Battalions awaiting demobilization had been used on a wide scale for forestry and other work. According to Deutscher, it was only a step from the employment of armed forces as labor battalions to the organization of civilian labor into military units. 471. The working class, Trotsky announced to the Congress, cannot be left wandering all over Russia. They must be thrown here and there, appointed, commanded, just like soldiers. Compulsion of labor will reach the highest degree of intensity during the transition from capitalism to socialism. Deserters from labor ought to be formed into punitive battalions or put into concentration camps. He advocated incentive wages for efficient workers, socialist emulation, and spoke of the need to adopt the progressive essence of Taylorism. 472. In relation to industrial management, Lenin and Trotsky's main preoccupations were with economic efficiency. Like the bourgeoisie, both before and after them, they identified efficiency with individual management. They realized, however, that this would be a bitter pill for the workers to swallow. They had to tread carefully. Individual management, the official resolution delicately proclaimed, does not in any degree limit or infringe upon the rights of the working class or the rights of the trade unions, because the class can exercise its rule in one form or another, as technical expediency may dictate. It is the ruling class at large, again identified with the party, MB, which in every case appoints persons for managerial and administrative jobs. 473 Their caution was justified. The workers had not forgotten how at the first Trade Union Congress, January 1918, a resolution had proclaimed that it was the task of workers' control to put an end to autocracy in the economic field, just as an end had been put to it in the political field. 474. Various patterns of industrial management were soon outlined. 475 In drawing these up, it is doubtful whether Lenin and Trotsky were encumbered by any doctrinal considerations such as those of Kreutzmann, the theoretician of left communism, who had defined collective management as the specific, distinctive mark of the proletariat, distinguishing it from all other social classes, the most democratic principle of organization. 476 Insofar as he had any principled view on the matter, Trotsky was to declare that collective management was a Menshevik idea. At the 9th Congress, Lenin and Trotsky were opposed most vehemently by the democratic centralists, Ossinsky, Sapronov, Preobrazhensky. Smirnov, obviously ahead of his time, inquired why, if one-man management was such a good idea, it wasn't being practiced in the Sovnarkom, Council of People's Commissars. Lutavinov, the metal workers' leader, who was to play an important role in the development of the workers' opposition later that year, asserted that the responsible head of each branch of industry can only be the production union. And of industry as a whole it can only be the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions. It cannot be otherwise. 477 Shlyapnikov called explicitly for a three-way separation of powers between party, Soviets, and the trade unions. 478 Speaking for the democratic centralists, Ossinsky endorsed Shlyapnikov's idea. He observed a clash of several cultures, the military Soviet culture, the civil Soviet culture, and the trade union movement, which had created its own sphere of culture. It was improper to apply to all of the cultures certain particular methods, such as militarization, which were appropriate to only one of them. 479 This was a clear case of being caught in a trap of one's own making. On the question of one-man management, the democratic centralists also had a position which was beside the real point. A resolution, which they had voted through the earlier Moscow Provincial Party Conference, minimized the matter. The question of the collegial system, collective management and individual authority, is not a question of principle, but a practical one. It must be decided in each case according to the circumstances. 480 While correctly grasping that collective management had of itself no implicit virtues, they failed to recognize that the real problem was that of the relation between management, individual or collective, and those it managed. The real problem was from whom the one or the several managers would derive their authority. Lenin was not prepared for any concessions on the matter of trade union autonomy. The Russian Communist Party can in no case agree that political leadership alone should belong to the party and economic leadership to the trade unions. 481 Krestinsky had denounced Lutavinov's ideas as syndicalist contraband. 482 At Lenin's instigation, the Congress called on the unions to explain to the broad circles of the working class that industrial reconstruction can only be achieved by a transition to the maximum curtailment of collective administration and by the gradual introduction of individual management in units directly engaged in production. 483 One-man management was to apply to all institutions from state trusts to individual factories. The elective principle must now be replaced by the principle of selection. 484 Collective management was utopian, impractical, and injurious. 485 The Congress also called for a struggle against the ignorant conceit of demagogic elements, who think that the working class can solve its problems without having recourse to bourgeois specialists in the most responsible posts. There could be no place in the ranks of the party of scientific socialism for those demagogic elements which play upon this sort of prejudice among the backward sections of the workers. 486. The Ninth Congress specifically decreed that no trade union group should directly intervene in industrial management and that factory committees should devote themselves to the questions of labor discipline, of propaganda, and of education of the workers. 487 To avoid any recurrence of independent tendencies among the leaders of the trade unions, those well-known proletarians Bukharin and Radek were moved on to the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions to represent the party leadership and keep a watchful eye on the Arksha's proceedings. 488. All this of course was in flagrant contradiction with the spirit of the decisions taken a year earlier, at the 8th Party Congress, and in particular to the famous point 5 of the economic section of the 1919 party program. It illustrates quite clearly how vulnerable the working class was to become, once it had been forced to relinquish its real power, the power it had once held in production, in exchange for a shadowy substitute, political power represented by the power of its party. The policy advocated by Lenin was vigorously to be followed. In late 1920, of 2,051 important enterprises for which data were available, 1,783 were already under one-man management. 489. The Ninth Party Congress also saw changes relating to the internal party regime. The Congress had opened to a storm of protests concerning this matter. Local party committees, at least democratic in form, were being made subservient to bureaucratically constituted local political departments. With the institution of such bodies, all political activity in the plant, industry, organization, or locality under their jurisdiction was placed under rigid control from above. This innovation, taken from the army, was designed to transmit propaganda downward rather than opinion upward. 490. Verbal concessions were again made, amid repeated pleas for unity. Both at the Congress and later in the year the dissidents made the mistake of concentrating on attempts to rearrange top political institutions, to reshuffle the forms of political control or to introduce new blood into the leadership, while leaving the real sources of power relatively unaffected. Organization, they naively believed, was the most effective weapon against bureaucracy. 491. The Ninth Congress finally gave the Orgbureau, set up a year earlier and composed of 5 members of the Central Committee, the right to carry out transfers and postings of party members without reference to the Politburo. As had happened before, and was to happen again repeatedly, retrogressive changes in industrial policy went hand in hand with retrogressive changes in internal party structure. April. Trotsky given Commissariat of Transport as well as his defense post. The Politburo, offered to back him to the hilt in any action he might take, no matter how severe. 492 Those who peddle the myth of an alleged Leninist opposition to Trotsky's methods at this stage, please note. April 6 to 15. Third All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions. Trotsky declared that the militarization of labor is the indispensable basic method for the organization of our labor forces. Is it true that compulsory labor is always unproductive? This is the most wretched and miserable liberal prejudice. Chattel slavery too was productive. Compulsory slave labor was in its time a progressive phenomenon. Labor, obligatory for the whole country, compulsory for every worker, is the basis of socialism. Wages must not be viewed from the angle of securing the personal existence of the individual worker but should measure the conscientiousness and efficiency of the work of every laborer. 493. Trotsky stressed that coercion, regimentation, and militarization of labor were no mere emergency measures. The workers' state normally had the right to coerce any citizen to perform any work, at any time of its choosing. 494 With a vengeance, Trotsky's philosophy of labor came to underline Stalin's practical labor policy in the 30s. At this Congress Lenin publicly boasted that he had stood for one-man management from the beginning. He claimed that in 1918 he pointed out the necessity of recognizing the dictatorial authority of single individuals for the purpose of carrying out the Soviet idea. 495 And claimed that at that stage there were no disputes in connection with the question of one-man management. This last assertion is obviously untrue, even if one's terms of reference are restricted to the ranks of the party. The files of Communist are there to prove the point. June, July. By the middle of 1920 there had been little if any change in the harsh reality of Russian working-class life. Years of war, of civil war and of wars of intervention, coupled with devastation, sabotage, drought, famine, and the low initial level of the productive forces, made material improvement difficult. But even the vision had now become blurred. In the Soviet Russia of 1920 the industrial workers were subjected again to managerial authority, labor discipline, wage incentives, scientific management, to the familiar forms of capitalist industrial organization with the same bourgeois managers, qualified only by the states holding the title to the property. 496. A white professor who reached Omsk in the autumn of 1919 from Moscow reported that at the head of many of the centers and glavki sit former employers and responsible officials and managers of business. The unprepared visitor to the centers who is personally acquainted with the former commercial and industrial world would be surprised to see the former owners of big leather factories sitting in glavkos, big manufacturers in the central textile organizations, etc. 497. Under the circumstances it is scarcely surprising that the spurious unity achieved at the 9th Congress a few months earlier did not last. Throughout the summer and autumn differences of opinion on such issues as bureaucracy within the party, the relations of the trade unions to the state and even the class nature of the state itself were to take on a very sharp form. Opposition groups appeared at almost every level. In the latter part of the year, after the conclusion of the Russo-Polish War, repressed discontent broke into the open. In the autumn Lenin's authority was to be challenged more seriously than at any time since the left communist movement of early 1918. July. Publication of Trotsky's classic Terrorism and Communism, just before the Second Congress of the Communist International. This work gives Trotsky's views on the socialist organization of labor in their most finished, lucid and unambiguous form. The organization of labor is in its essence the organization of the new society. Every historical form of society is in its foundation a form of organization of labor. 498. The creation of a socialist society means the organization of the workers on new foundations, their adaptation to those foundations and their labor re-education, with the one unchanging end of the increase in the productivity of labor. 499. Wages, in the form of both money and goods, must be brought into the closest possible touch with the productivity of individual labor. Under capitalism the system of piecework and of grading, the application of the Taylor system, etc., have as their object to increase the exploitation of the workers by the squeezing out of surplus value. Under socialist production, piecework, bonuses, etc., have as their problem to increase the volume of the social product. Those workers who do more for the general interest than others receive the right to a greater quantity of the social product than the lazy, the careless, and the disorganizers. 500. The very principle of compulsory labor is for the communist quite unquestionable, the only solution to economic difficulties that is correct from the point of view both of principle and of practice is to treat the population of the whole country as the reservoir of the necessary labor power, an almost inexhaustible reservoir, and to introduce strict order into the work of its registration, mobilization, and utilization. 501. The introduction of compulsory labor service is unthinkable without the application, to a greater or lesser degree, of the methods of militarization of labor. 502. The unions should discipline the workers and teach them to place the interests of production above their own needs and demands. The young workers' state requires trade unions not for a struggle for better conditions of labor, that is the task of the social and state organizations as a whole, but to organize the working class for the ends of production. 503. It would be a most crying error to confuse the question as to the supremacy of the proletariat with the question of boards of workers at the head of factories. The dictatorship of the proletariat is expressed in the abolition of private property in the means of production, in the supremacy over the whole Soviet mechanism of the collective will of the workers, a euphemism for the party, MB, and not at all in the form in which individual economic enterprises are administered. 504. I consider that if the Civil War had not plundered our economic organs of all that was strongest, most independent, most endowed with initiative, We should undoubtedly have entered the path of one-man management in the sphere of economic administration much sooner and much less painfully. 505. August. Due to the Civil War, and to other factors less often mentioned such as the attitude of the railway workers to the new regime, the Russian railways had virtually ceased to function. Trotsky, Commissar for Transport, was granted wide emergency powers to try out his theories of militarization of labor. He started by placing the railwaymen and the personnel of the repair workshops under martial law. When the railwaymen's trade union objected, he summarily ousted its leaders and, with the full support and endorsement of the party leadership, appointed others willing to do his bidding. He repeated the procedure in other unions of transport workers. 506. Early September. Setting up of Tsektran, Central Administrative Body of Railways. Very much Trotsky's brainchild, it was brought into being as a result of a compulsory fusion of the Commissariat of Transport, of the railway unions and of the party organs, political departments, in this field. The entire railroad and water transport systems were to fall within Tsektran's compass. Trotsky was appointed its head. He ruled the Tsektran along strictly military and bureaucratic lines. The Politburo backed him to the hilt, as it had promised. 507. The railways were got going again. But the cost to the image of the party was incalculable. Those who wonder why, at a later stage, Trotsky was unable to mobilize mass support for his struggle, within the apparatus, against the Stalinist bureaucracy should meditate on such facts. September 22 to 25. 9th Party Conference. Zinoviev gave the official report on behalf of the Central Committee. Sapronov presented a minority report on behalf of the Democratic Centralists who were well represented. Lutavinov spoke for the recently constituted workers' opposition. He called for the immediate institution of the widest measures of proletarian democracy, the total rejection of the system whereby appointments from above were made to nominally elected positions, and the purging of the party of careerist elements who were now joining in droves. He also asked that the Central Committee refrain from its constant and exaggerated interventions in the life of the trade unions and of the Soviets. The leadership had to retreat. Zinoviev evaded answering the main complaints. A resolution was passed stressing the need for full equality within the party and denouncing the domination of rank-and-file members by privileged bureaucrats. The resolution instructed the Central Committee to proceed by means of recommendations rather than by appointments from above and to abstain from disciplinary transfers on political grounds. 508. Despite these verbal concessions, the leadership, through their spokesman Zinoviev, succeeded in getting the September conference to accept the setting up of central and regional control commissions. These were to play an important role in the further bureaucratization of the party, when the early incumbents, Dzerzhinsky, Preobrazhensky and Muranov, had been replaced by Stalin's henchmen. October. Signature of peace treaty with Poland. November 2 to 6. 5th All-Russian Trade Union Conference. Trotsky points out that the parallelism between unions and administrative organs, responsible for the prevailing confusion, had to be eliminated. This could only be done by the conversion of trade, professionalny, unions into production, proizvodstveni, unions. If the leadership of the unions objected, they would have to be shaken up as the leaders of the railway unions had been. The winged word, Lenin, had been uttered. November 14. General Rgel evacuates the Crimea. End of Civil War. November. Moscow Provincial Party Conference. Opposition groups within parties shown to be growing rapidly. The recently formed Workers' Opposition, the Democratic Centralists, and the Ignatov Group, a local Moscow faction closely allied to the Workers' Opposition and later to merge with it, had secured 124 delegates to this conference against 154 for supporters of the Central Committee. 509. November 8 to 9. Meeting of Plenum of Central Committee. Trotsky submits a preliminary draft of theses entitled The Trade Unions and Their Future Role, later published on December 25, in slightly altered form, as a pamphlet, the role and tasks of the trade unions. It was necessary immediately to proceed to reorganize the trade unions, i.e. to select the leading personnel. Thesis 5. Dizzy with success, Trotsky again threatened to shake up various trade unions as he had shaken up those of the transport workers. 510 What was needed was to replace irresponsible agitators by production-minded trade unionists. 511 Trotsky's theses were put to the vote and defeated by the narrow margin of 8 votes to 7. Lenin then bluntly dissociated himself from Trotsky and persuaded the Central Committee to do likewise. 512 An alternative resolution proposed by Lenin was then passed by 10 votes to 4. It called for reform of the Tsektran, advocated sound forms of the militarization of labor. 513 and proclaimed that the party ought to educate and support a new type of trade unionist, the energetic and imaginative economic organizer who will approach economic issues not from the angle of distribution and consumption but from that of expanding production. 514 The latter was clearly the dominant viewpoint. Trotsky's error had been that he had carried it out to its logical conclusion. But the party needed a sacrificial goad. The plenum was to forbid Trotsky to speak in public on the relationship between the trade unions and the state. 515. December 2. Trotsky, in a speech to the enlarged plenum of Tsektran, declared that a competent, hierarchically organized civil service had its merits. Russia suffered not from the excess but from the lack of an efficient bureaucracy. 516. The militarization of the trade unions and the militarization of transport required an internal, ideological militarization. 517. Stalin was later to describe Trotsky as the patriarch of the bureaucrats. 518 When the Central Committee again rebuffed him, Trotsky fretfully reminded Lenin and the other members of how often they had privately urged him to act ruthlessly and disregard considerations of democracy. It was disloyal of them to pretend in public that they defended the democratic principle against him. 519. December 7. At a plenum of the Central Committee, Bukharin had produced a resolution on industrial democracy. The terms were to infuriate Lenin. They were a verbal twist, a tricky phrase, confusing, a squib. Industry is always necessary. Democracy is not always necessary. The term industrial democracy gives rise to a number of utterly false ideas. 520. It might be understood to repudiate dictatorship and individual management. 521. Without bonuses in kind and disciplinary courts it was just empty talk. 522. The strongest opposition to Trotsky's schemes for the militarization of labor came from that section of the party with the deepest roots in the trade unions. Some of these party members had not only dominated the Trade Union Council up to this time but were also the direct beneficiaries of the doctrine of autonomous trade union responsibility. 523 In other words, they were already, in part, trade union bureaucrats. It was partly from these elements that the workers' opposition was to develop. By now, however, the leading politico-economic apparatus was quite different from the one we saw emerging in 1918. In just over 2 years the party apparatus had gained undisputed political control of the state, through the bureaucratized Soviets. It had also gained almost complete control of the economic apparatus, through trade union officials and appointed industrial managers. The various groups had acquired the competence and experience necessary to become a social category with a specific function, to manage Russia. Their fusion was inevitable. December 22 to 29. The 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets was held in Moscow. It provided an opportunity for a public airing of the diverging viewpoints on the trade union question which had developed within the party and which could now no longer be contained within its ranks. The degree of opposition which had developed to official party policy can be gauged by the contents of Zinoviev's speech. We will establish more intimate contacts with the working masses. We will hold meetings in the barracks, in the camps and in the factories. The working masses will then understand that it is no joke when we proclaim that a new era is about to start, that as soon as we can breathe freely again we will transfer our political meetings into the factories. We are asked what we mean by workers' and peasants' democracy. I answer, nothing more and nothing less than what we meant by it in 1917. We must re-establish the principle of election in the workers' and peasants' democracy. If we have deprived ourselves of the most elementary democratic rights for workers and peasants, it is time we put an end to the state of affairs. 524. Zinoviev's concern for democracy did not carry much weight, being factionally motivated. It was part of a campaign to discredit Trotsky. At that time, public orators in search of laughs could usually get them by carefully chosen quotations from Zinoviev on the subject of democratic rights. 525. December 30. Joint meeting of the party fraction to the 8th Congress of Soviets, of party members on the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, and of party members in various other organizations, held in the Bolshoi Theater, Moscow, to discuss the trade union question. All the main protagonists were on hand to state their respective cases. The various viewpoints, as stated at the meeting, or outlined in articles written at the time or within the next few weeks, can be summarized as follows. 526. Trotsky and particularly Bukharin later amended their original proposals in order to constitute a bloc at the Congress. For Lenin, the trade unions were reservoirs of state power. They were to provide a broad social basis for the proletarian dictatorship exercised by the party, a base that was badly needed in view of the predominantly peasant nature of the country. The unions were to be the link or transmission belt between the party and the mass of non-party workers. The unions could not be autonomous. They could not play an independent role either in the initiation or in the implementation of policy. They had to be strongly influenced by party thinking and would undertake the political education of the masses along lines determined by the party. In this way they would become schools of communism for their 7 million members. 527. The party was to be the teacher, the Russian Communist Party, in the person of its central and regional organizations, unconditionally guides as before the whole ideological side of the work of the trade unions. 528. Lenin stressed that the unions could not be instruments of the state. Trotsky's assumption that the unions need no longer defend the workers because the state was now a workers' state was wrong. Our state is such that the entire organized proletariat must defend itself. We must use these workers' organizations for the defense of the workers from their state and for the defense of our state by the workers. The words in italics are often omitted when this famous passage is quoted. According to Lenin, militarization was not to be regarded as a permanent feature of socialist labor policy. Persuasion had to be used as well as coercion. While it was normal for the state to appoint officials from above, a long way had been traveled since the statements recorded under the heading of May 20, 1917, it would be inexpedient for the trade unions to do the same. The unions could make recommendations for administrative economic jobs and should cooperate in planning. They should inspect, through specialized departments, the work of the economic administration. Wage rate fixing was to be transferred to the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions. In relation to wages, the extreme egalitarianism of the workers' opposition had to be fought. Wages policy was to be designed so as to discipline labor and increase its productivity. 529. Party members had chattered enough about principles in the Smolny. Now, after 3 years, they had decrees on all points of the production problem. 530. The decisions on the militarization of labor, etc., were incontrovertible, and there is no need whatsoever to withdraw my words of ridicule concerning references to democracy made by those who challenged these decisions. We shall extend democracy in the workers' organizations but not make a fetish of it. 531. Trotsky reiterated his belief that the transformation of the trade unions into production unions formed the greatest task of our epoch. The unions ought permanently to assess their membership from the angle of production and should always possess a full and precise characterization of the productive value of any worker. The leading bodies of the trade unions and of the economic administration should have between 1/3 and 1/2 of their members in common in order to put an end to the antagonism between them. Bourgeois technicians and administrators who had become full members of a union were to be entitled to hold managerial posts, without supervision by commissars. After a real minimum wage had been secured for all workers, there should be shock competition, udarnishstvo, between workers in production. Bukharin's views had been evolving rapidly. What he now advocated was an attempt to build a bridge between the official views of the party and those of the workers' opposition. There had to be workers' democracy in production. The governmentalizing of the unions had to go hand in hand with the unionizing of the state. The logical and historical termination of this process will not be the engulfment of the unions by the proletarian state, but the disappearance of both categories, of the unions as well as of the state, and the creation of a third, the communistically organized society. 532 Lenin was to seize upon Bukharin's platform as a full break with communism and a transition to a position of syndicalism. 533 It destroyed the need for the party. If the trade unions, 9/10 of whose members are non-party workers, appoint the managers of industry, what is the use of the party? 534 So we have grown up, he added ominously, from small differences to syndicalism, signifying a complete break with communism and an unavoidable split in the party. 535 Other attacks by Lenin on Bukharin's views are to be found in his famous article censuring Trotsky. 536 The views of the workers' opposition were put to the Moscow meeting by Shlyapnikov, a metal worker, and were later to be developed more fully by Kollontai and others. Explicitly or implicitly, these views postulated the domination of the trade unions over the state. The workers' opposition referred of course to point 5 of the 1919 program and charged the leadership of the party with violating its pledges towards the trade unions. The leadership of the party and of government bodies had in the last 2 years systematically narrowed the scope of trade union work and reduced almost to nil the influence of the working class. The party and the economic authorities, having been swamped by bourgeois technicians and other non-proletarian elements, displayed outward hostility to the unions. The remedy was the concentration of industrial management in the hands of the trade unions. The transition should take place from below up. At the factory level, the factory committees should regain their erstwhile dominant position. The Bolshevik trade unionists had taken a long time to come round to this viewpoint. The opposition proposed more trade union representation in various controlling bodies. Not a single person was to be appointed to any administrative economic post without the agreement of the trade unions. Officials recommended by the trade unions were to remain accountable for their conduct to the unions, who should also have the right to recall them from their posts at any time. The program culminated in the demand that an all-Russian producers' congresses be convened to elect the central management of the entire national economy. National congresses of separate unions were similarly to elect managements for the various branches of the economy. Local and regional managements should be formed by local trade union conferences, while the management of single factories was to belong to the factory committees, which were to remain part of the trade union organization. In this way, Shlyapnikov asserted, there is created the unity of will which is essential in the organization of the economy, and also a real possibility for the influence of the initiative of the broad working masses on the organization and development of our economy. 537 Last but not least, the workers' opposition proposed a radical revision of the wages policy in an extremely egalitarian spirit. Money wages were to be progressively replaced by rewards in kind. Within the party, it was clearly on the shoulders of the workers' opposition that, at this late stage, fell the task of endeavoring to maintain the revolutionary ideals of state and revolution, with respect to the autonomous and democratic involvement of the masses in the functions of economic decision-taking. 1921. January. Official campaign, preparatory to 10th Congress, launched by the strongly Leninist Petrograd Party Committee, in Zinoviev's hands. Even before the Congress, many administrative measures were taken to ensure the defeat of the opposition. So irregular were some of these that the Moscow Party Committee at one stage voted a resolution publicly censuring the Petrograd organization for not observing the rules of proper controversy. 538. January 13. Moscow Party Committee denounced tendency of the Petrograd organization to make itself a special center for the preparation of party congresses. 539 The Leninists were using the Petrograd organization as a base from which to apply pressure to the rest of the party. Moscow Committee urged Central Committee to ensure the equitable distribution of materials and speakers, so that all points of view should be represented. 540 This recommendation was to be flagrantly violated. At the Congress, Kollontai stated that the circulation of her pamphlet had been deliberately impeded. 541. January 14. Publication of the platform of the 10, Artem, Kalinin, Kamina, Lenin, Lazovsky, Petrovsky, Rudzutak, Stalin, Tomsky and Zinoviev. This document gave a more finished form to Lenin's theses for the Congress. January 16. Pravda publishes the Bukharin platform, described by Lenin as the acme of ideological disintegration. 542. January 21. In an article in Pravda on the party crisis, Lenin writes, "Now we add to our platform the following: we must combat the ideological confusion of those unsound elements of the opposition who go to the lengths of repudiating all militarization of economy, of repudiating not only the method of appointing which has been the prevailing method up to now, but all appointments. In the last analysis this means repudiating the leading role of the party in relation to the non-party masses. We must combat the syndicalist deviation which will kill the party if it is not completely cured of it." A little later Lenin was to write that the syndicalist deviation leads to the fall of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 543 In other words, working class power, the dictatorship of the proletariat, is impossible if there are militants in the party who think the working class should exert more power in production. The syndicalist deviation. 544. January 24. Meeting of the Communist fraction during Second Congress of the Miners' Union. Kiselev, a miner, put the case for the workers' opposition which got 62 votes, as against 137 for the Leninist platform and 8 for Trotsky's. 545. January 25. Pravda publishes the workers' opposition's theses on the trade unions. Alexandra Kollontai publishes the workers' opposition which develops the same ideas at a more theoretical level. 546. For all the political storm unleashed by the workers' opposition, there is little reliable documentation about this tendency. What information there is comes mainly from Leninist sources. 547 The virulence of the attacks against the workers' opposition suggests it enjoyed considerable support among rank-and-file factory workers and that this caused the party leadership serious alarm. Shlyapnikov, the first Commissar of Labor, Lutavinov and Medvedev, the leaders of the metal workers, were its most prominent spokesmen. Geographically it seems to have been concentrated in the southeastern parts of European Russia, the Donets Basin, the Don and Kuban regions and the Samara province on the Volga. In Samara the workers' opposition was actually in control of the party organization in 1921. Before the party shake-up in the Ukraine, in late 1920, the oppositionists had won a sympathetic majority in the republic as a whole. Other points of strength were in the Moscow province, where the workers' opposition polled about a quarter of the party votes, and in the Metal Workers' Union throughout the country. 548. When Tomsky was to abandon the trade unionists and rejoin Lenin's camp later in 1921, he was to explain the appeal of the workers' opposition in terms of the metal workers' ideology of industrialism and syndicalism. 549 It should be remembered that these same metal workers had formed the backbone of the factory committees in 1917. February. During the pre-Congress discussion, the Leninist faction made full use of the newly established Control Commission. They ensured the resignation of both Preobrazhensky and Dzerzhinsky, judged unduly soft in relation to the workers' opposition and to the Trotskyists respectively, and their replacement by hardened apparatchiks such as Solts, who proceeded to berate the divided party leadership for its weakness in curtailing the ultra-left. The Leninists whipped up a noisy campaign and played relentlessly on the themes of unity and of the internal dangers confronting the revolution. Again and again they took refuge in the cult of Lenin's personality. All other tendencies were labeled objectively counter-revolutionary. They succeeded in getting control of the party machine, even in areas with a long tradition of support for the opposition. So successful were some of these victories that there is serious doubt as to whether they were not achieved by fraud. On January 19, for instance, a party conference of the Baltic Fleet is said to have given a 90% vote to the Leninists. 550 Yet within 2 or 3 weeks a strong fleet opposition was to develop and widely distribute leaflets proclaiming, "The political department of the Baltic Fleet has lost all contact not only with the masses but with the active political workers too. It has become a bureaucratic organ without authority. It has annihilated all local initiative and reduced all political work to the level of secretarial correspondence." 551 Outside the party, even harsher things were being said. March 2 to 17. The Kronstadt Rebellion. This key event, which had a profound effect on the Congress which opened a few days later, has been analyzed in detail elsewhere. 552. March 8 to 16. 10th Party Congress. This was to prove one of the most dramatic assemblies in the whole history of Bolshevism. But in a sense the arguments used and the battles fought out there were only a distorted reflection of the much deeper crisis in the country as a whole. Strikes had broken out in the Petrograd area towards the end of February and Kronstadt was up in arms. Both were but the visible portions of a much larger iceberg of submerged discontent and disaffection. From beginning to end the apparatus was in full control of the Congress. An atmosphere of near hysteria, such as had not been seen before at Bolshevik gatherings, pervaded the proceedings. It was now essential for the party leadership to suppress the opposition which, whether it knew it or not, and whether it wanted to do so or not, was making itself the mouthpiece of all these frustrated aspirations. It was above all necessary to expunge the image of Kronstadt as a movement which defended the principles of the October Revolution against the Communists, the idea of the Third Revolution, which was exactly what the Kronstadters were proclaiming. "We fight," the rebels proclaimed, "for the genuine power of the working people, while the bloody Trotsky and the glutted Zinoviev and their band of adherents fight for the power of the party." 553 Kronstadt has raised for the first time the banner of the uprising of the Third Revolution of the Toilers. The autocracy has fallen. The Constituent Assembly has been dispatched to the region of the damned. Now the commissariocracy is crumbling. 554. At the Congress Trotsky rounded on the workers' opposition. They have come out with dangerous slogans. They have made a fetish of democratic principles. They have placed the workers' right to elect representatives above the party. As if the party were not entitled to assert its dictatorship, even if that dictatorship temporarily clashed with the passing moods of the workers' democracy. Trotsky spoke of the revolutionary historical birthright of the party. The party is obliged to maintain its dictatorship, regardless of temporary vacillations even in the working class. The dictatorship does not base itself at every given moment on the formal principle of a workers' democracy. The physical attack on Kronstadt, in which over 200 delegates to the Congress participated, was accompanied by a massive verbal onslaught against the workers' opposition and similar tendencies. Although leading members of the opposition were to fight against the Kronstadters, because they still retained illusions about the historical role of the party and because they were still trapped in old organizational loyalties, Lenin and the party leaders were fully aware of the deep affinities between the two movements. Both attacked his leadership for having violated the spirit of the revolution, for having sacrificed democratic and egalitarian ideals on the altar of expediency, and for inclining to bureaucratic concern with power for its own sake. 555 In relation to real issues, their demands also overlapped in a number of areas. The Kronstadters, among whom were many dissident party members, had proclaimed that the Soviet Socialist Republic can only be strong when its administration belongs to the toiling classes, represented by renovated trade unions. Thanks to the policy of the ruling party, the trade unions have had absolutely no opportunity to be purely class organizations. 556 Down to the fetishism of the unions, the language was the same. The Congress opened with a virulent speech by Lenin appealing for loyalty to the party and denouncing the workers' opposition as a threat to the revolution. The opposition was a petty bourgeois, syndicalist, anarchist strand caused in part by the entry into the ranks of the party of elements which had still not completely adopted the communist worldview. 557 In fact, the opposition was the very opposite. It was the reaction of the proletarian base of the party to the entry of hordes of such elements. The basic arguments of the opposition were not dealt with in any depth. What argument, as distinct from invective, there was often confused. For instance, apart from being, a. genuinely counter-revolutionary and, b. objectively counter-revolutionary, the workers' opposition was also too revolutionary. Their demands were too advanced, and the Soviet government still had to concentrate on overcoming the masses' cultural backwardness. 558 According to Smilga, the extreme demands of the workers' opposition disrupted the party's efforts and raised hopes among the workers which could only be disappointed. 559 But, most important, the demands of the workers' opposition were revolutionary in a wrong, anarcho-syndicalist, way. This was the ultimate anathema. If we perish, Lenin said privately, it is all the more important to preserve our ideological line and give a lesson to our continuators. This should never be forgotten, even in hopeless circumstances. 560. Gone were the brief days of the 1917 honeymoon. Gone was the rhetoric of state and revolution. Out came the skeletons of the split in the First International. The cardinal crime of the opposition was that elements among it, and more particularly among its fringes, such as Myasnikov and Bogdanov, were beginning to raise really awkward questions. In a clumsy and still fumbling manner, some were beginning to question the primacy of the party, others the class nature of the Russian state. As long as criticisms dealt with the bureaucratic deformations or distortions of this or that institution, or even in the party itself, the party could cope. It had in fact become quite practiced in the matter. But to raise doubts about these other absolutely basic matters could not be tolerated. The threat was serious, even if at the moment only implicit in the opposition's thinking. Ignatov's theses had warned of the likely effects of the mass entry into the ranks of our party of people from bourgeois and petty bourgeois strata, combined with the heavy losses sustained by the proletariat during the Civil War. 561 But one thing led to another. Shortly after the Congress, Bogdanov and the Workers' Truth Group were to claim that the revolution had ended in a complete defeat for the working class. They were to charge that the bureaucracy, along with the NEP men, had become a new bourgeoisie, depending on the exploitation of the workers and taking advantage of their disorganization. With the trade unions in the hands of the bureaucracy, the workers were more helpless than ever. The Communist Party, after becoming the ruling party, the party of the organizers and leaders of the state apparatus and of the capitalist-based economic life, had irrevocably lost its tie and community with the proletariat. 562. This kind of thinking threatened the very basis of the Bolshevik regime and had ruthlessly to be expunged from the minds of working people. Marxism teaches us, Lenin said, that only the political party of the working class, i.e. the Communist Party, is in a position to unite, educate, organize, and direct all sides of the proletarian movement and hence all the working masses. Without this, the dictatorship of the proletariat is meaningless. 563 Marxism of course taught other things too. It emphasized that the emancipation of the working class was the task of the working class itself. 564 And that the communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. 565 What Lenin was now preaching was not in fact Marxism but the crude Leninism of what is to be done. Written in 1902, the Leninism which had asserted that the working class left to its own devices could only develop a trade union consciousness and would have to have political consciousness injected into it from the outside, by those vehicles of science, the petty bourgeois intelligentsia. 566 In the minds of the Bolsheviks, the party embodied the historical interests of the class, whether the class understood it or not, and whether the class wanted it or not. Given these premises, any challenge to the hegemony of the party, whether in action or only in thought, was tantamount to treason to the revolution, to a rape of history. Unity was the all-pervasive theme of the Congress. Given the threat from without and the threat from within, it didn't prove very hard for the leadership to get draconian measures accepted. These were still further to restrict the rights of party members. Factional rights were abolished. The Congress prescribes the rapid dispersal of all groups without exception which have formed themselves on one platform or another. Failure to execute this decision of the Congress will lead to immediate and unconditional expulsion from the party. 567. A secret provision gave the Central Committee unlimited disciplinary rights, including expulsion from the party and even from the Central Committee itself, for which a majority of 2/3 would be required. These measures, an organizational turning point in the history of Bolshevism, were overwhelmingly endorsed. But not without certain misgivings. Karl Radek stated, "I had a feeling that a rule was being established which left us uncertain as to whom it might be applied against. When the Central Committee was chosen, the comrades from the majority composed a list which gave them control. Every comrade knew that this was done at the beginning of the dissension in the party. We do not know what complications may arise. The comrades who propose this rule think it is a sword aimed against differently thinking comrades. Although I am voting for this resolution, I feel that it may even be turned against us." Stressing the dangerous situation confronting both party and state, Radek concluded, "Let the Central Committee at the moment of danger take the sternest measures against the best comrades, if it finds this necessary." 568 This attitude, or rather this mentality, the party can't be wrong in relation to the class, the Central Committee can't be wrong in relation to the party, was to explain many subsequent events. It was literally to prove a noose around the necks of thousands of honest revolutionaries. It helps one understand both Trotsky's public denials of 1927 that Lenin had ever left a political testament, and the confessions of the Bolshevik Old Guard during the Moscow trials of 1936–38. The party, as an institution, had become reified. It now epitomized man's alienation in relation to revolutionary politics. In relation to these political shifts, or rather to this emergence of what had always been some of the underlying strands of Bolshevism, the actual discussions of the conference were of less significance. They have therefore deliberately been left to the end. Still operating within the ideological framework of the party, Perepetko, a member of the workers' opposition, identified bureaucratism, in the party, as the source of the cleavage between the authority of the Soviets and the Soviet apparatus as a whole and the broad working masses. 569 Medvedev charged the Central Committee with deviations in the direction of distrust of the creative powers of the working class and concessions to the petty bourgeoisie and to the bourgeois official castes. 570 To offset this tendency and preserve the proletarian spirit in the party, the workers' opposition proposed that every party member be required to live and work for 3 months out of every year as an ordinary proletarian or peasant, engaged in physical labor. 571 Ignatov's theses called for a minimum of 2/3 of each body to be composed of workers. Criticism of the leadership was more bitter than it had been for years. A delegate raised a storm by calling Lenin the greatest chinovnik, hierarch of the Tsarist bureaucracy. 572 The leadership played its usual game. A long resolution on the trade unions, drawn up by Zinoviev, was passed by 336 to 50, for Trotsky's position, and 18, for the workers' opposition. 573 Zinoviev took pains in this document to claim absolute continuity with the trade union doctrine, stated by the First Trade Union Congress and in the party program of 1919. This was the familiar device of generating a smokescreen of orthodoxy to cover a change of course. 574. The document, which spoke a lot about workers' democracy, went on to stress in unequivocal terms that the party would guide all trade union work. On the penultimate day of the Congress, at the end of a session, without any previous discussion in the party and after a number of delegates had already left, Lenin made his famous proposals concerning the new economic policy. He proposed the substitution of a tax in kind for the forced requisitioning of grain from the peasants, one of the most hated features of war communism. There would be an end to government control of the grain supply and, by implication, a free trade in grain. This momentous proposal was followed by 4 10-minute contributions from the floor. The official report of the 10th Congress runs to 330 pages, of which a bare 20 are devoted to the NEP. 575 The main preoccupations of the Congress had clearly been elsewhere. Internal tightening up now proceeded with a vengeance. A resolution was voted to the effect that the most immediate task of the Central Committee was the stringent effectuation of uniformity in the structure of party committees. The membership of the Central Committee was raised from 19 to 25, of whom 5 were to devote themselves exclusively to party work, especially visiting provincial committees and attending provincial party conferences. 576 The new Central Committee immediately imposed a radical change in the composition of the Secretariat. The Trotskyists, Krestinsky, Preobrazhensky, and Serebryakov, judged lukewarm in their support of the Leninist line, were dropped from the Central Committee altogether. Radical changes were also brought about in the Orgbureau and in the composition of a number of regional party organizations. 577 Disciplined, safe mediocrities were being installed at all levels. The organizational shifts of 1921 were a decisive victory for Lenin, the Leninists, and the Leninist philosophy of party life. 578 The party having willed the end was now willing the means. Epilogue. May 1921. All-Russian Congress of Metal Workers Union. This union had proved the backbone of the 1905 events. It had been won over by the Bolsheviks as early as 1913. It had animated the factory committees and provided many detachments of Red Guards. It was now deeply influenced by the idea of the workers' opposition. Its leader, Medvedev, was an active member of the opposition. His grip on the union had to be broken. At the Metal Workers' Congress, the Central Committee of the party handed down to the party fraction in the union a list of recommended candidates for union leadership. The Metal Workers delegates voted down this list, as did the party fraction in the union, by 120 votes to 40. Every conceivable pressure was then brought to bear against them. The opposition had to be smashed. The Central Committee of the party disregarded every one of the votes and appointed a Metal Workers Committee of its own. 579 So much for elected and revocable delegates. Elected by the union rank and file and revocable by the party leadership. May 17 to 25. Fourth All-Russian Congress of Trade Unions. This was to discuss the role of trade unions in the new, privately owned, sector sanctioned by the NEP. Tomsky, as president of the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions, was entrusted by the Central Committee of the party with the preparation of the appropriate theses and with getting them accepted first by the party fraction and later by the Congress as a whole. All went smoothly until by 1,500 votes to 30 the Congress also accepted an inoffensive-looking motion proposed by Ryazanov on behalf of the party fraction, which was to precipitate a major scandal. The key section of the resolution stated, the leading personnel of the trade union movement must be chosen under the general guidance of the party, but the party must make a special effort to allow normal methods of proletarian democracy, particularly in the trade unions, where the choice of leaders should be left to the trade unionists themselves. 580. The Central Committee was furious. It came down on the Congress like a ton of bricks. Tomsky, who had not even supported the Maverick resolution, had his credentials as representative of the Central Committee to the Congress immediately withdrawn. He was replaced in this position by such noted trade unionists as Lenin, Stalin, and Bukharin, whose task it was to curb the fractious fraction. Ryazanov was barred from ever engaging in trade union work again. A special commission, headed by Stalin, was set up to investigate Tomsky's behavior. Its investigation completed, it decided to reprimand him severely for his criminal negligence, in allowing the Congress to express its own wishes. Tomsky was relieved of all his functions on the All-Russian Central Council of Trade Unions. As for the party fraction, it was talked into reversing its decision of the day before. There is no record of how the hundreds of others fared who had supported the resolution. But who cared? In 1917 it had been proclaimed that every cook should learn to govern the state. By 1921 the state was clearly powerful enough to govern every cook. Conclusion. The events described in this pamphlet show that in relation to industrial policy there is a clear-cut and incontrovertible link between what happened under Lenin and Trotsky and the later practices of Stalinism. We know that many on the revolutionary left will find this statement hard to swallow. We are convinced, however, that any honest reading of the facts cannot but lead to this conclusion. The more one unearths about this period, the more difficult it becomes to define, or even to see, the gulf allegedly separating what happened in Lenin's time from what happened later. Real knowledge of the facts also makes it impossible to accept, as Deutscher does, that the whole course of events was historically inevitable and objectively determined. Bolshevik ideology and practice were themselves important and sometimes decisive factors in the equation, at every critical stage of this critical period. Now that more facts are available, self-mystification on these issues should no longer be possible. Should any who have read these pages remain confused, it will be because they want to remain in that state, or because, as the future beneficiaries of a society similar to the Russian one, it is their interest to remain so. The fact that so many who have spent a lifetime in the socialist movement know so little about this period is not really surprising. In the first flush of enthusiasm for the victorious socialist revolution of 1917, it was almost inevitable that the viewpoint of the victors should alone have achieved a hearing. For many years the only alternative appeared to be the hypocritical laments of social democracy or the snarls of open counter-revolution. The voice of the revolutionary libertarian opposition to Bolshevism had been well and truly smothered. Vi victis, said Brennus the Gaul in 390 BC as he threw his heavy sword onto the scales that were weighing the ransom, to lift the siege of Rome. Woe to the vanquished has indeed been the immediate judgment of history throughout the ages. This is why so little was heard about those revolutionaries who didn't wait till 1923 but who as early as 1918 saw the direction in which Russian society was moving and proclaimed their opposition, often at the cost of their lives. They, and their very memory, were to be obliterated in the great bureaucratic upsurge of the ensuing decades, euphemistically described as the building of socialism. It is only in recent years, when the fruits of the victorious revolution began to be reaped, in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and elsewhere, that widespread doubts have emerged and real questions at last been asked. It is only now that serious work is being devoted to the real nature of the rot, the Bolshevik attitude to the relations of production, and attention redirected to the prophetic warnings of the vanquished. An enormous amount of valuable material relating to those formative years still remains to be restored to the revolutionary movement, to whom it rightly belongs. 50 years after the Russian Revolution, we can see in sharper focus some of the problems that were being so heatedly discussed between 1917 and 1921. The libertarian revolutionaries of 1917 went as far as they could. But today we can speak from real experience. Hungary 1956 and France 1968 have highlighted the problems of modern bureaucratic capitalist societies and shown the nature of the revolutionary oppositions they engender, in both Eastern and Western contexts. The irrelevant and the contingent have been swept aside. The key questions of our epoch are now increasingly seen as man's domination over his environment and over the institutions he creates to solve the tasks that face him. Will man remain in control of his creations or will they dominate him? In these questions are embedded the even more fundamental ones of man's own false consciousness, of his demystification in relation to the complexities of management, of restoring to him his own self-confidence, of his ability to ensure control over delegated authority, and of his reappropriation of everything that capitalism has taken from him. Also implicit in this question is how to release the tremendous creative potential within every one of us and harness it to ends which we ourselves have chosen. In the struggle for these objectives, Bolshevism will eventually be seen to have been a monstrous aberration, the last garb donned by a bourgeois ideology as it was being subverted at the roots. Bolshevism's emphasis on the incapacity of the masses to achieve a socialist consciousness through their own experience of life under capitalism, its prescription of a hierarchically structured vanguard party and of centralization to fight the centralized state power of the bourgeoisie, its proclamation of the historical birthright of those who have accepted a particular vision of society, and of its future, and the decreed right to dictate this vision to others, if necessary at the point of a gun. All these will be recognized for what they are, the last attempt of bourgeois society to reassert its ordained division into leaders and led, and to maintain authoritarian social relations in all aspects of human life. To be meaningful, the revolution to come will have to be profoundly libertarian. It will be based on a real assimilation of the whole Russian experience. It will refuse to exchange one set of rulers for another, one bunch of exploiters for another, one lot of priests for another, one authoritarianism for another, or one constricting orthodoxy for another. It will have to root out all such false solutions which are but so many residual manifestations of man's continued alienation. A real understanding of Bolshevism will have to be an essential ingredient in any revolution which aims at transcending all forms of alienation and of self-mystification. As the old society crumbles, both the bourgeoisie and the bureaucracy will have to be buried under its ruins. The real roots from which they grew will have to be understood. In this gigantic task, the revolution to come will find its strength and its inspiration in the real experience of millions, both East and West. If it is even marginally assisted by this little book, our efforts will have been well worthwhile. Solderite book, 1970.